It worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome once again to another Finding Gnosis Show. Mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check. Can you hear me? Are you there, Nefarious Rockers? You're live on the Finding Gnosis Show. Nefarious Rockers has clicked on the link, but has, unfortunately, in a rather awkward moment, taken a vow of silence. Well, that's life, you know, it doesn't always go according to plan, and we just tried to make the most of it. So anyway, today, tonight, this evening, this morning, wherever you are, this is the Finding Gnosis Show, and we're simply asking something that might seem like a simple question, but it's not to be taken lightly. Are the deepest problems facing humanity ignorance and apathy? Is this world breaking down because people genuinely do not know what is occurring around them? Or is it perhaps, dare I say it, even worse than that? Maybe many people know perfectly well what is going on around them. They know deep down, they know in their core something is horrifically wrong. They know that much of modern life is a real drag. It's disturbing. It's distorted. It's a manipulation of the masses. It's sick. It's upside down. Few are getting the most and many are getting a raw deal. Maybe we know this in our heart and minds, but maybe we're too busy with our instant gratification and our social media addiction to simply give a fuck. Maybe we simply do not care enough to act, to speak, to form a resistance, or even think deeply about it. Maybe we're happy with our escapism. Because ignorance is one thing. Ignorance, you know, is an innocence. It's not the person's fault. They're perhaps uneducated, misled, naive. They might have been sheltered, grown up in a bubble. They may not have adequate data to compare and contrast to make an informed decision. They might be confused by the machine, by propaganda, by bad politics, bad education, bad religion. They might be worn out and exhausted and too tired after a hard day's work to think about things. They may just be ignorant because of an unfortunate set of circumstances, and it may not be their fault. But apathy, that is a far darker thing, isn't it? Dare I say it, perhaps some kind of evil. Not caring when the truth is available to you, is known in your heart and mind. Not caring when you see corruption, not caring when you see decay, not caring when you see unhappiness, not caring when you see suffering, not caring when you see institutional lies, not caring when you see cultures and religion oppressing and harming people just for simply being here, just for simply being born as the person that they are. Not caring and shrugging one's shoulders because you quite simply couldn't give a shit. Maybe that's the worst kind of evil. Maybe that's one of the biggest problems in this world, apathy. We have a few more people on the show, folks. Thankfully, you won't just have to listen to me. We have Nefarious Rockers. You were the first here. The question is: are the greatest problems facing humanity ignorance and apathy? Do you know, or do you even care?
I think ignorance and apathy are great problems. I don't know if they are one of the greatest, but they are great problems. Apathy and ignorance can both lead to negligence, and apathy and ignorance has negative synergetic effects with each other. In order to consume knowledge, one will need to have motivation to learn. One needs to have motivation to learn what is going on. However, if one doesn't have that, that leads to apathy. And there are many problems with people's reward systems that is going on. There's a whole subreddit dedicated to anhedonia, where people simply can't find a cure. It's a tough, it can be a tough spot to be in if one has ignorance and apathy.
Yeah.
You brought up something interesting that we may delve into later on, and that is anhedonia. That's the kind of neurochemical reason for not feeling anything. And would you say, but is it unfair to say that people with anhedonia are apathetic? Because I've known people with anhedonia who still care, who still question reality and still try to lift others up, even though they have this horrible affliction, anhedonia. Would you like to describe what anhedonia is for anybody who doesn't know the meaning of the word?
Anhedonia is the inability or severely reduced ability to experience pleasure, and it's often caused by things such as SSRIs or psychiatric medication. And anhedonia is also known for being a notoriously difficult thing to treat. Many many develop it, and it's known as a lifetime thing.
Yeah, but is it fair to lump it in with apathy? As I said, people with anhedonia may well care. They just may not be able to feel pleasure or joy.
There can be a correlation, but it's not necessarily true. I agree, it's not necessarily true that people with anhedonia will become apathetic.
Is there a
But,
rise in
but
anhedonia throughout the world? Is it? Do you think this is having an effect on humanity as a species, as a society? Are we becoming more anhedonic, perhaps, because a lot of people are on some kind of psychoactive medication that's making them like that? And do you think that's having an effect on society overall?
since the late 80s, when SSRIs became more popular, there has been a rise in anhedonia, but luckily, anhedonia is still a very rare. It's still somewhat rare. One won't see it every day, and most people are unfamiliar with it, and most psychiatric treaters are unable to treat it. A lot of people struggle to even pronunciate the word anhedonia. But what was the second question?
Is it? I mean, is it causing a problem in society? Would you say? Would you say that there's enough people with anhedonia to say it's causing a problem in society? It's making people not feel the joys of life, and perhaps because of that, they are not caring as much about reality, or they're suffering so much that they haven't got the energy or mental strength to care too much. Do you think this is an overriding problem throughout humanity? Do you think it's enough of a problem to be causing an effect on society?
Well, again, full-blown anhedonia is rare, but there can be partial problems with experiencing pleasure, and that can lead to people not studying, not doing activism. It certainly has an effect.
True, true. I see your point. I see your point. Because if they're not feeling rewarded or motivated, and if they're not getting their little dopamine kicks and those stimulating hormonal bursts that just make you feel good about achieving things, then yeah, they may be apathetic about wanting to do anything. I get your point. We have Denizen here. Denizen, you're on the Finding Gnosis Show. Good to see you again. What do you believe are the greatest problems facing humanity? Do you believe it could be ignorance and apathy? Do you know, or do you even care?
Yes.
That was a very definitive answer. Would you like to expand
No.
upon that monosyllabic reaction?
No.
Okay, we'll move on then to Sean. Sean, the greatest problems
Yo.
facing humanity, ignorance and apathy. Do you know, or do you
No,
even
man.
care?
We're the most educated humans ever in history, and we have the internet now.
Boo.
1 second,
We're the
please.
wokest species on this planet, okay? Humans are so woke, we care too much.
We care too much. Wow. So you've gone completely against the grain, unexpectedly early for the Finding Gnosis show. You've taken a contrarian position. You not only feel that we're not ignorant, but we know more than ever. We know too much, and we care too much. Wow. So you've turned it on its head here.
I'm joking. I'm joking. But no,
So
it's
what do
true
you
though.
think?
We know a lot of problems. We know them all more now, especially with the internet. So we worry about it more, I'd say. But back in the day, people had problems too. Like they probably had worse problems than we do now, and they were ignorant and happy, as they say, with the religion and stuff. That kept them
So
happy.
are
I
you
guess.
saying we're no longer ignorant? We're somehow elucidated and illuminated as to what is important?
Well, I guess with the internet, I heard that the internet since '90s has made more atheists because people go online now to find the truth, and people are becoming more skeptical about what people are doing, but there's also a lot more fake news. So,
Interesting. What about the effect on compassion and caring and just like wanting to do things?
yeah, maybe there's people now that are more narcissistic, like especially with social media, and the people are. But humans were always narcissistic and showing offy. But maybe it's more now. I heard that's young. That's why they're banning social media for young people nowadays.
Interesting. Witchy says she agrees with Nefarious Rockers. Witchy, do you want to come on and tell us what exactly it is that he said you agree with? Because he said quite a lot. So it'd be good to have you on. Chickpea, yes, we are here. Brother Marcus, great to see you. Folks, do come on. Take a seat here. You don't have to speak straight away. Perpetual pleasure. It's great to see you. And all of you in the live chat, the seats are here for you to come on if you want to. Denizen, are you feeling compelled to say anything, or are you still being kind of apathetic on matters? Sorry, you're muted. He is still muted, so I presume he's not bothered to say anything at the moment.
He doesn't
Nefarious. Well, we can't read minds. Nefarious Rockers.
Yes.
This you feel that humans are ignorant, is that right?
Yes. People are
In what way
ignorant.
in what way are they ignorant, and in what way is it a rather pressing concern of yours?
People are ignorant about several matters. People are even ignorant about how to use logic. They tend to use logic such as appeal to nature and several logical fallacies, appeal to normalcy or appeal to
Give
authority.
examples for people not au fait with these descriptions, these fallacies.
Yeah, for instance, if a carnist might say, but in nature it's normal to eat meat. Lions eat meat, stuff like that. That's an example. of logical fallacies.
Okay.
That's
Digital Denizen says fallacies, one for you, two for me. No, you didn't mute yourself initially, but you have muted yourself now, Denizen. I muted you just when I think it was Sean was talking, just to make sure that nobody butted in. Sorry, but I haven't kept you muted, so I think you've muted yourself, mate. So you can unmute yourself now. We have Witchy. You're on the Finding Gnosis Show. You said you agreed with Nefarious Rockers. What is it you agreed with, and what would you like to say?
We're definitely the most educated in history. We have more than 50% of the general population is literate. That's huge. That's a modern history thing. And then more than that, he said people care too much. And I think that's evidenced in our laws and other things where we try to control the world around us to make it more to our liking and our pleasure. And so we care too much.
Can you care too much, though? I mean, what's wrong with caring a lot? What do you mean by caring? What does that even mean? Witchy, caring too much.
So what I take from what he said when he says we care too much is that we care more about controlling others than controlling ourselves, controlling our environment than adapting to it.
Interesting. That's an interesting take. So we care too much about what is going on around us and not what we're doing ourselves.
Yes, sir. That's what I understood.
That's a good take, but I was joking there. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you're right. We do control nature now. A lot of the natural world, like we've taken over the whole planet. So I don't know much we can do. We take over. We have like 94% of all the biomass on Earth is humans and our farmed animals. There's only 4% wildlife left. So yeah, we did care, and we need to care less now for the environment.
Yeah, guys, if you can give the stream a share, bring in some new voices. It's always great to bring in new voices. So sharing the stream whilst it's still live, especially early on, is a good thing to do because we get newbies in. So if you can and you're in a position to do that, please do so. We have Chickpea on. Chickpea, the question is, are the greatest problems facing humanity ignorance and apathy? Do you know and do you even care?
I think, yes, people are delusional, in my opinion. The world's greatest thinkers and the world's most clever thinkers saw the world as a bit of a shit tip. And I tend to think they saw it for what it truly is.
That's not really answering the question, though. I mean, what are you saying?
People are ignorant. Look around. Right, just like
the people are ignorant. Okay, fair enough. So the greatest thinkers, in your view, are pessimistic and see the world for being as a shit heap. Does that mean they necessarily care? I mean, what about that added dimension here about the caring?
Who cares? Most people don't care. Most people don't care, in my opinion. Well, you know what my take is on life about the 92 billion. Most people don't care.
You have a bee in your bonnet about animal agriculture, and you think that because most people don't care about that, we are a fallen species and not worth saving.
Yeah, but D&W, animal agriculture is destroying the planet, and it is. And it's taken up huge amounts of fresh water. The world is running out of clean, fresh water because all that water used for animal agriculture.
Okay, so you basically at the moment you think most people are ignorant and most people don't care. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, ultimately, yes.
And it is a problem. Okay, thank you, Kenny. You're on the Finding Gnosis Show. Are some of the greatest problems facing humanity ignorance and apathy? Do you think this is a fair statement?
Yeah, that's part of the problem, but I think there's other problems as well. By the way, can you hear my voice all right? Because I just got a microphone, a proper one.
Oh, good man. Yeah, you're coming through.
If you want to test the pickup, is it much better than the other days?
I think it sounds good, guys. What do you think, everybody?
Yeah, it sounds fine.
That's good.
Yeah.
Much better.
Mhm.
Okay, that's good.
Mhm.
Yeah, one problem I have with the modern world is something which Jordan Peterson, I reference him again. Oh no, I think very highly of the man. When he talks about narcissistic compassion, and he says narcissistic, compassionate people are a much bigger problem than the straightforward fascist bullies, because the fascist bullies are very direct. They'll say, if you don't believe this, we will beat you up and imprison you or whatever. They're more overt. But the narcissistic, compassionate types, they disguise their fascism as compassion. And we're just trying to save the planet. And we're just trying to be compassionate to people who need our compassion because they've had a hard time because of their identity.
So you're
Because
basically
maybe
saying
they're black.
there's people using virtue signaling as a kind of in a kind of power dynamics way to try and
to
get into
browbeat people who don't agree with them. And the classic example of that is like if you look at J.K. Rowling, the treatment she gets for the trans activists and the radical feminists, the non-TERF radical feminists, and people like myself who support Donald Trump. Look what happened to Charlie Kirk at Utah University 6 months ago.
Where does that relate to
Brexit, and people who are members of Reform UK, they're regarded as far-right, fascist, racist, not deserving of any respect, not deserving of any compassion. You see? So narcissistic compassion is very selective.
I think narcissistic virtue signaling is a problem. Disingenuous, like signage in relation to compassion when one doesn't really care.
Men take part in women's
on all sides. On all sides, I think it's a problem.
Primarily, sorry, DNW, primarily the left, big time.
Kenny, in relation to the topic of the show, ignorance and apathy as problems in society, is it fair to say that these narcissistic empaths, as you call them, I don't know, what was the terminology you used?
Narcissistic compassion. Yeah.
Narcissistic, compassionate people. Is it fair to say they're not actually ignorant? They have knowledge and they're using it in a malevolent way. So you couldn't call them ignorant.
Yeah, because they're ideologues. If you look at Greta Thunberg, she's a big Hamas supporter. She doesn't care about Israelis. You know, the first thing that she done once saw the environmentalist stuff quieting down was she went on the flotilla try to get on the flotilla to Gaza, and then lied about being tortured and kidnapped by the IDF. An IDF released photos of them giving her sandwiches, and she was all comfortable and then put on the plane back home. So, you know,
in your view, then these people who have narcissistic compassion, they're not ignorant. They have knowledge. They're just using it in a malevolent way. But are they apathetic?
Correct.
Is it the case they don't care? Even though they say they care, you're saying they don't care. They don't actually care about society.
Their compassion is very selective towards only a specific type of group. They certainly don't care about Israelis or Jews or straight white men.
You've been accused.
Or people who support and vote for Donald Trump.
Skyworks is asking, "Are you unhappy?" I don't know why they're asking that, why it matters, but they feel it does.
Yes, it's a question out of context.
So and Jay says, "Of course,
I'm not going to dignify that question."
Of course, a Trumpy thinks overt fascism is okay, says J.E.
Oh, I love you, Jenny.
No, I never said this. That's not what I said. I never said it's okay. I said it's less dangerous because it's easier to detect. So it's easily dealt with.
Yeah. In fairness, he is a Trump supporter.
Covert fascism that disguises itself as compassion is so pervasive in this culture. It's made its way into every single institution and the media. That's why it's much more dangerous. It can slide under the radar more because who doesn't want to be compassionate and try and save the world and save minorities and, you know,
do you think people do
transition in biological men playing women's sport?
Do you think people do want to save the world, Kenny, or do you think everybody just wants to save their own kind or their own ideology?
There'll no doubt be people whose hearts are in the right place who are like just misled. You know, like as I was saying, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. Yeah.
Miss Know-it-all
And
says,
they-
get him off. She's not happy about you being here. Well, Miss Know-it-all, you're entitled
That's
to
the
come on here
see, that's
too.
the problem. They don't believe in people's right to speak. Yeah, they don't really believe in free speech.
Miss Know-it-all, you're welcome to
yeah.
come on here.
Can I talk about something very quickly? Then I'm going to go. There's something called the horseshoe theory. It's where the very far left and the far right go so far at the extremes, they go around in a full loop and meet. And the three places where they meet is anti-Semitism, censorship, and support of genocide. The horseshoe theory, it's called. Horseshoe political theory.
There you go. So it has.
I'm going to shift, but I'll still listen. But I've got other things to do. I might come back later. Thanks.
Okay,
have a good
Kenny.
night.
Thank you for popping on. See you later.
See you.
Witchy, you've moved outside. Has nature brought you any new thoughts? Are you having a ciggy? Are you?
I'm always
having a smoke break.
outside. When I come on
Oh,
Panama,
lovely.
I'm pretty much always outside so that
Yeah,
I'm not
lucky you.
exposing my children to it.
Nice. Okay. Well, has anybody got anything to say at this juncture that they feel compelled to vocalize?
Well,
Yeah,
oh, go ahead,
sorry.
GP. Sorry.
No, yeah. Well, DNW, do you know that we've only got 1.5 days of gas supply in this country? Do you know that?
I heard it was 2 days, but I don't know the ins
Oh,
and
I'm
outs.
sorry, 1.5.
No. I mean, yeah, it's not much. I heard that. I don't know the ins and outs of it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, what's the name was talking about it today on YouTube. Sorry, you go on, Witchy. I love where you are. It looks beautiful. Beautiful hair you've got, you lucky lady.
Thank you. I love where I live. I actually wanted to talk about the topic a little bit in the idea of most people not being apathetic, but rather self-serving.
Well, you said they care too much.
Witchy. I definitely think they care too much, but the active people, the ones who actually make changes in the world, care too much. The average person isn't necessarily apathetic, but more accepting, because it's not that they don't care, it's that they don't feel they have agency to do anything about it, kind of like our friend LA. They feel like they've been disenfranchised so much that even though they care what's happening, they have no ability and no control to make changes in it. And the people who feel like they have an ability to take control want to control too much.
So that's a kind of ignorance then. So people care, but they're kind of ignorant as to their own individual power and their power as a collective. Interesting. What do you think of that take on matters, Chickpea? People actually care a hell of a lot. They're just ignorant as to how much power they have.
What do I think? I think when push comes to shove, actually, us proles don't have much power at all. When push comes to shove. Well, speaking as an animal rights activist, I learnt a long time ago that I might as well just stand and talk to a brick wall. Might as well just talk to the brick walls. And
Witchy, you hear this lady talking. She's 71 years of age. She's a smart lady. How would you come to telling her that she has the power and she can seize it and make the most of, her abilities to enact some kind of project or, process that will help that which she cares about?
I think that with this particular person, from what I understand of Chickpea so far, from sitting with her on panels a few times, I don't think I would want to convince her that she has the power to do that. I think the first step would just encourage her to self-actualize. Because until you self-actualize, where you enjoy your own experience, whether it be good or bad per se, because I don't like those words, they're very subjective. But when you learn to enjoy your own experience, then you have the ability to see the power within yourself. And until you self-actualize and enjoy yourself, it's really hard to even imagine having any power.
Yes, I agree with what you're
Interesting.
saying. Yes, I agree with what you're saying. Yes, unfortunately. I beg pardon. Yeah, go on.
Go ahead, Chickpea. I was going to say you haven't. So, Chickpea, do you think you haven't self-actualized?
Of course I haven't. Of course I haven't. Yeah, I mean, self-actualized, as you know, I have to be drugged in order to cope with life here. Every day I'm pot full of drugs. I have to drug myself, because if I don't drug myself, I couldn't deal with it anyway. Yes, I find this planet a very hard place to live in. I'm not adapted to being here. Sorry.
Chickpea, just because you're finding life difficult doesn't, in my view, mean you haven't self-actualized.
No, I don't find my life difficult.
I don't judge people where they are. I judge about how they're acting within that which confines them.
No, I don't find my life difficult, D&W. Not my personal little journey. I don't find difficult. I don't find getting up in the morning and going to work difficult.
What I'm saying is, you may have self-actualized given that which confines you, which is this debilitating condition you have, or series of conditions that you have, and all your trauma. You may have done fantastically well considering all that. You may be at the pinnacle of agency and ability, given the heap of shit that you were dealt in some ways.
No, D&W, right. I do believe that my illness that I still have is actually my unconscious mind rebelling against me even going outside. I know that sounds a crazy thing to say, but that's how it feels to me inside. Yeah, I just want to huddle up indoors with my 7 cats. I find the world a very, very difficult place. I'd be a lot happier if I was living somewhere.
Is it perhaps part of this because you care too much, Chickpea? As Witchy was saying, maybe you care too much. She said a lot of people care too much. Would you categorize her in this manner? I know you said she's not using her abilities. She hasn't self-actualized. You don't feel that she has power because she hasn't, been able to utilize her gifts and abilities to the degree that she has them. But do you feel, Witchy, she falls into this category of caring too much?
Again, if you're asking me to talk about a person sitting on the panel next to me who I hardly know, my response would be, from what I've seen, is she misdirects her energy in being passionate about the issue instead of passionate for the issue. And again, this is just what I've seen. I've also heard her state that she spent her life being an activist, and it has been made to feel futile to her. So without further knowledge of her, I couldn't say if she cares too much or cares too little. But what I see of her currently is her pushing her energy in directions that aren't productive for herself or the environment.
Yes. No. Yes. I mean, yes, you're perfectly correct. Because I mean, like when I was back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, used to go on these demos. The situation has got 3 times worse since then. All of us, we were screaming and yelling and showing pictures and telly screens and stuff of what was going on. People don't care. People used to walk right past us. Some people used to even spit at us. And I find the world a very hard place to live in for a multitude of reasons, and it's yes, and I have to drug myself in order to stand it, and I admit it. I don't admit to being every day I take my antidepressants, every day I take my codeine painkillers, and that's the way. I don't profess to be happy here. I don't profess to be able to cope. And I don't have a hard life, which my life is very, very easy.
You were about to say something, Chickpea, and it really struck a chord with me, like an understanding chord. You were about to say, it sounded like, if I lived somewhere like Witchy does, I might not feel so bad about going outdoors.
Yes.
No, and I respect that thoroughly. That's why I live where I do. I've lived in cities. but most of my life has been spent in either small towns or rural areas. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the United States, but I live in New Mexico.
You're lucky.
And it's a very lower populated area, so there's a lot of open space, and I definitely am lucky with where I've spent.
Yes, because I think nature is good for the soul. Thing is, I got sucked into the city, and once you're sucked in, it's very, very hard to get back out. The cities do that to you. It's known for doing it. It's because at least you live in the world.
To be rich. You have to be rich to live in the countryside too. I mean, being poor in the countryside is pretty tough. I mean,
I am not rich.
You need a car. You need a car. You need heating, or and if you don't know what you're doing, it's probably easier being poor in a city than a country.
Exactly. Yeah, because I'm a single female, and I don't know. I've never lived in the countryside. I've lived on army camps, which was lovely, and cities. That's all I know in my life. So if I went and bought myself a property in the middle of some little village somewhere, I wouldn't even know what to do because I'm all on my own. I wouldn't even know what to do. So, yeah, it's like, let's face it, depression and happiness is a combo of events that take place within us all, or occur to us, and yes.
It's been my experience where I live. I just want to throw out that it's been my experience where I live that it's cheaper to live rural than it is in the city. Like our mortgage payment here is right around 1,000 American. Whereas if I go into the city and I try and rent a house of the same size, and it won't have the 2 acres property with it, that's included in the mortgage, I'd probably be spending anywhere from $2,200 to $2,700 a month.
Yeah, you're very lucky.
Nearly triple what we pay out here.
So I suppose I must go and ask the door in a minute. So I suppose you see deers and squirrels running around.
So if you ever have a chance to look at my channel, please do. There's a video of a bobcat stealing one of my chickens.
You lucky thing. Bobcats. Oh my goodness. Do you see pumas?
Not here. Those are usually at a lower elevation.
Oh.
They're not usually up here. I'm at about 76,000 feet above sea level.
Wow.
I've lived most of my life over a mile above sea level here in New Mexico, and every time I go to a coast, I get horrible sickness from elevation sickness.
I think Chickpea's got to go and answer the door, so I'm going to mute her. We have Fatima. Fatima, we're talking about ignorance and apathy. Do you think these are two issues that we face as a society? Is it the case that we've always had these problems, or do you think it's getting worse? Is it getting better? Do let us know what you think.
I think ignorance is definitely a big one. People don't understand each other's cultures and beliefs, and that leads them to do things they don't understand, their grammar of life. And for apathy, I'm not sure if that one is a big issue. I think everyone cares a whole lot more now thanks to the internet, though some of that care is like virtue signaling. Yeah. And what else? Yeah, but I don't think ignorance and apathy are like the greatest threats of all time. I already wrote it down in the comments. I'm not going to say it again here, but you can read.
Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about these topics. Some people have said on the channel that people care too much.
Yeah, they do. Is because, they care too much in a way that, I guess you can say that, I don't think it's bad to care too much, but it comes to a point where you say something and yet you don't change any of your material conditions, which I think everyone should strive to do, at least, right? To accommodate with your values and principles. That's basic, common sense to me. If you're going to stand for something, it needs to reflect in your surroundings, it does a bit, I think I'm doing a pretty good job of that,
What do you mean?
What do I mean? Oh, I'm saving up some money and cash and to go live somewhere else abroad. Yeah. So I'm definitely getting my stuff straightened out. And
What's wrong with New Mexico?
no problem at all. The nature is pretty. But I don't think it's where I could see myself having a future for me. It's just a personal thing.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't see myself having a future in this country in general. So yeah, I just plan to go somewhere else and start somewhere new.
Wait, you're leaving America?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Don't blame you.
Yeah.
If I was living in America, I'd leave America.
Yeah. It's a horrible place.
Yeah. I would like to live in New York City or
Oh.
God, that tube looks in the mind, isn't it, Betty?
I live close to or like towards like a city that's like a major in America. I won't say which one, but it's very, very important. And yeah, I hate it here. It's full of just druggies and homeless people still everywhere. Yeah. It's not NYC. Oh, look, chickens.
Look at the you lucky, look, a hen. Oh, Witchy, I envy you. I would love to have a
This
couple
is
of
just for
hens.
you, Chickpea. I thought I would show you my
Thank
hens.
you. You know what? I think hens are the most beautiful creatures. I love hens. I feel so sad in my life, that I've never managed to have a couple of hens and a goose just to have as pet. Oh, look at her.
They're delicious.
Stop it. They're not. Look at her beauty. Oh, you lucky lady. I wish
So
she
are
was
their
mine.
fetuses.
Huh?
Their fetuses are delicious too.
Look at. No, I think I really envy you.
Here's one that looks different. To be fair, I do eat their eggs.
Well, so what? I would eat. Well, I'd eat. Well, I don't eat eggs, but I'd give eggs to my cats, and I would do.
She's got a lot of green. This one.
Eggs is my primarily. Eggs are primarily like my source of protein now, along with tofu.
I can't eat eggs. There's too much too much fat and protein in together. I can't even eat them. But
those are my primary forms of obtaining protein. Now I don't eat like meat.
Talk about saturated fat.
Huh?
Oh.
RFK Jr. says you should eat more saturated fat because he wants you to eat more meat. He's
who
wrong on that.
Who said
RFK
we need to
Jr.
RFK? Oh yeah, no, he's wrong. Yeah.
Stupid. Yeah. Oh,
yeah, he's wrong about a lot of things. Yeah, meat, no. You don't really need that. You don't need to slay another animal's life to feel, to have like healthiness. If you know what I mean.
Oh,
just to give you an idea how near my nearest neighbors are.
Oh,
you can see the top of their house sticking out of the tree.
You don't need to slay an animal.
Oh. Have you got any geese, Witchy?
No.
Oh.
they require water, and I live in the desert, so
it looks nice though. I will say it looks nice.
It's just too hard to manage.
I will say, Witchy, it does look nice out there inside Nueva Mexico. As we say it in Spanish.
Do you notice the climate changing in your area, Witchy Bitchy? It's getting
Absolutely.
worse.
So I live on the top of a mountain. It's a desert mountain, but even in the 5 years that we've lived in this home, when we first moved here, we would get at least 2 good snowfalls of a foot at least. And this past 2 years, we've gotten record lows in snowfall throughout the state. And our water situation is concerning because we live off the Rio Grande, and the Rio Grande also goes into Texas, and Texas processes most of the oil in the United States. They have a lot of the oil processing plants, and that requires a lot of fresh water, and they have contracts for our water to flow downstream, so we can't use the water. It has to get to Texas to process the oil. And now nearby El Paso, they're building a huge data center that's going to require even more
water,
more of water.
Yeah,
so
water.
Someone was mentioning fresh water earlier, and about the animals. Well, technology uses up way more fresh water, and the thing about the animals Is their
No,
water
no, no,
returns
no.
into the water cycle just like
Animal
ours?
agriculture uses way more water than the data centers. It's probably
Not
catching up. But
not
animal agriculture,
permanently
if you look,
pulling it out of the system. Water
It's
used
equal.
in
I would say
animal
it's an equal footing of
agriculture
animals and
returns into the
technology.
no,
water
no,
table,
animal agriculture is the
whereas
top.
water for tech cannot be returned to the water table.
No, 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 no.
They return
Most of the
also.
water in agriculture comes from aquifers that are not replenished fast enough. They take them from the huge aquifers there in America are not being replenished fast enough. So they say it'll run out like in 60 years. And
But-
most of that farming is for animal feed. And loads of the water that comes from the Colorado.
Feed, then you have to farm for people feed. So either way, you're running the farm.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, but if you reduced animal feed, you would require less land and water to feed just plants.
Yeah,
That's not
it's
true.
just what-
It takes almost 5 times much water to water a human food crop than an animal food crop.
No,
I know
which
this. I
you're
live in an
incorrect
ag
there.
state.
Which you're incorrect. It takes 10 kilograms of grass protein to make 1 kilogram of beef protein, and huge amounts of water. It's a real abomination. Unfortunately, we are doing something that's not sustainable. I know a lot about this because I belong to the animal rights movement. But anyway, your hens, can you pick them up and cuddle them?
Yeah, they like to be pet.
Oh,
if you saw, they all stood perfectly still while I was filming
yes,
them. They were waiting for pets.
Oh no, I really envy you. I think you're so. Yeah, you've got it's one of my favorite animals.
Wait, so how do you get your water, from a well or from the river?
I have a well.
Is it lowering down?
What's that?
Is it reducing the well?
My well has been doing pretty well, but I've had neighbors nearby me whose wells have run dry, and now they have to haul water.
No. Oh.
Have you heard something else? They're now going to. Have you heard the latest as well? They're going to start dissolving dead human corpses, dead bodies, in water with some sort of chemical, and then just putting it back into the water supply. Have you heard that one?
No.
Yeah, I heard about that.
No,
I think they're already doing it here, Chippy. They flush you.
Yeah.
They literally flush you into the sewer afterwards.
Yeah, but don't forget, a lot of our sewer water is all recycled. But I dread to think
All that's left, I believe, are your bones, right?
Yeah.
All your organic.
It's a real. It's quite
non-mineral bits off you get washed
it's
away.
very creepy because that all goes. That's all comes back and it's all recycled some horrible sort of way. I don't know. I find it a horror story.
Recycling water from living things back into the water system is how the world works on its own. It would be recycled through the earth. The issue is when you have a lot of these tech industries, including oil productions, like processing oil, processing plastics, creating data centers for the AI and whatnot. Those things, the water that gets used in them can't be put back into the water table. The filtration system that
the water is probably heated up,
designed to do anything to clean that water once it comes back for the chemicals that they use, so that it doesn't just evaporate away.
No, they probably use the water for data centers. It's probably heated up, but it's probably released, but it's probably hotter, and it probably does evaporate into the atmosphere. Same as the water that's fed for feeding animals. It's evaporated as well. It probably doesn't go back to the river. But I'm just saying that if you look it up, agriculture uses the most water in the world, and it's 70% of all the farmland is for animal feed, and most of the farming in Europe is for animal feed. Most of deforestation is for animal feed, and yeah, there you go.
The water that evaporates is what goes back into the river. That's the water cycle I'm talking about. The natural water cycle, where the moisture goes through, the clouds and into the ground and through the filters of the ground, and then comes back up and then is used and evaporated back into the clouds. Like, that is the natural water cycle, is for things to evaporate. The thing with these tech companies is that they're adding chemicals into the water, with the oil, especially. Oil refining is horrible about the chemicals that are left behind in the water that it can't. We don't know how to clean those chemicals out to make it usable again, and it doesn't evaporate properly. The same with the chemicals they add for data centers, so that they get less evaporation in the process and therefore use less water. But those chemicals prevent the water from evaporating properly, which messes it up when it comes back out into the normal natural water cycle again.
Fair enough, but I still think humanity, if it wants to get rid of fossil fuels and animal culture, is going to be a radical shift
Why
in
would
our
we want to do
lifestyles.
that?
Well, it's for the environment, climate change in the environment. We'll need to do that if we want to survive on this planet long term.
I don't believe you.
Who the hell wants to survive on planet
Where
Earth?
I live, they'll agree to get rid of a bunch of humans before they let their cattle go. In my state, it's still a crime punishable up to you can defend your cattle as though they were humans. If someone comes and messes with my cattle, I have the right to take their life in my state. Like that's how
I'm just
serious we
saying
are
that
about
climate
cattle here.
change is one of the biggest problems going to face humanity in the future, and it's probably already affecting us a lot now.
They've been
And,
saying that for 20 years, man, and like it's only gotten
They've
just
been saying that for 120 years.
Well, no, if you look at the data, I follow the science and all that, and it's like
that helps.
in the UK. In the UK, they've got like record rain, and what's it called? Jeremy Clarkson, one of the biggest farming celebrities. He does a show on Amazon. He's been mocking climate change on the BBC. The BBC had a show about farming and climate change, and he was mocking them. Say
he
what?
would show because he's one of the he lives on meat and he's got meat farms and factory. He's a real. I believe animal agriculture's got a lot to do with it, personally. But
Oh, he's
agriculture is only like.
Look at that.
Animal agriculture is only 14% of all the CO2 emissions that we release. Most of it is fossil fuels that come from Iran and all that, and America, the big evil America.
I would like
We
to
have
argue
lower
also-
emissions than the undeveloped nations.
Would like to
don't
argue
worry, you
also
guys
that
are evil in
climate
a whole
change
lot
is
of
a
other
natural
ways.
part of
Don't
the
worry about
cycle
it.
too.
At least we're not chopping each other's heads off in the desert.
You guys do that in freaking NYC. You guys freaking burn each other in the street. What you mean, bro?
Well said, you.
Yeah, maybe if you're in a mental asylum, you might think that.
No, that happens frequently. There's people who
No,
burn
it doesn't happen frequently.
people alive. I've been to a lot of big cities, and they're all shitholes.
And you saw it. You saw people getting burned alive and getting their heads chopped
I
off.
read newspapers.
You need to believe a lot less than what you read.
I'd like a citation for that because that's like a very rare occurrence.
No, I heard this one like girl who was part of like a gang.
Oh, you heard it.
Inside a video testimony, right?
Oh, it was in a video. Well, in that case.
Yeah, no. It's not
So
denying.
you know of one case of someone being burned, and you're saying people are being burned.
He doesn't even know that one case. He's just believing a video he saw.
A girl is dead, by the way, so I don't know.
Really? Did you check the obituary? You went to her funeral? You talked to her parents?
No, I didn't do that, but it
Well,
says
even if that one case is true, that's one case. Like I want some citation of statistics that this is a rampant problem, because I have never seen anybody started on fire. I see a lot of fence bending in the streets in the city, but I've never seen anybody set on fire.
So, Witchy, what's the airline?
Happens on Skid Row all the time. And LA, like LA is like notorious for like violence and like
It doesn't happen all the time on Skid Row.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
For a reason. With all the junkies outside.
They don't set each other on fire, though.
Yes,
You're just
they
making shit up and pulling it out of your ass.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No.
Yes.
Witchy, what's the air
Most
like?
often when people are... What's that, ma'am?
What's the air like where you live? I suppose it's beautiful, isn't it?
I mean, I wouldn't know what to compare it to, but we do have some of the cleanest air
lucky.
indices for under some indexes anywhere. However, we also have New Mexico is home to America's
Radioactive.
nuclear New Mexico is home to America's nuclear capability.
Testing
We've
grounds.
had so many nukes. I've had cancer twice. My mom, the third time she got cancer, died.
Yeah, that's where the Hills Have Eyes
Shaved
were
my head
filmed.
twice because two of my besties got breast cancer and lost their hair during
Oh my
chemo.
goodness.
Like
Yeah.
cancer is rampant here because they
Weird.
actually spray chemicals over New
Good.
Mexico in order to keep the radiation down that they created
Oh
here,
my
so it
God.
doesn't spread so bad to the rest of the state.
Shout out to Austin Murphy.
Because you know what? The air in London's so bad now. And you know what else? No one's talking about the fact there's now nickel. Do you know there's nickel in the air now? But the air in London's so bad. Yesterday, I had to just go out for, well, it wasn't the day before yesterday. I had to go out just 100, 200 yards down the road, had an asthma attack in the space of 200 yards. From the
Now, mind you, Chickpea, when I say I'm going to a city, the biggest city in my state has 1 million people.
Yeah.
My state is about twice the size of your country, and
Yes.
the biggest city has about 1 million people.
Yeah, there's low
Yeah.
population density in New Mexico. Not many people live there. It's only like 2.
Maybe I should go and live there.
Yeah, even though it
It's
has
very progressive too.
yeah, like an open wide space. Yeah, you can do whatever you want there. That's where Breaking Bad and the Hills Have Eyes happened. Yeah.
That's just a show, but no, here are the great things about New Mexico if you're a progressive person. We have switched over to over 50% wind and solar power and we've closed down all of our coal producing plants in New Mexico. We have gotten rid of qualified immunity for the police. They have to pay for their own bonding through a bonding agency to be protected. We have gotten 100% free college for in-state residents who don't have an undergraduate degree, and 100% free healthcare for all citizens. Or not healthcare, childcare for all citizens.
All right.
Healthcare soon.
Doubt it though.
Healthcare is coming. We legalized marijuana, and the money that they're getting in from the marijuana is being funneled towards a universal healthcare in our state. We also have UBI. If for those who don't know, universal basic income.
Basic income. Yeah.
We in the biggest city, there are 2 school districts that are considered the poorest, and it's gone on for a year now. The pilot program is supposed to be 2 years, and they've seen a tremendous change in the lives. 2 school systems, regardless your income or whether you're even a legal resident. We have a lot of illegal immigration here. We're right by the Mexico border, and even if you're here illegally, your family got this UBI. It's gone on for a year. There's another year to go, but they're already speculating that it has drastically changed the conditions in those neighborhoods, giving just $700 a month to every family who has a child in the school, regardless of income or ethnicity or any of those things.
Wow.
Hopefully it expands.
Doubt it.
Hi, Ricardo.
It's almost inevitable. Despite
you-
your pessimistic attitude.
Ricardo, Witchy,
Look at the signs that it's going to spread to every state in America. I am stunned. I don't see any evidence of that.
The signs show that it will most. Yeah, go ahead, Nikki.
22 states that already have a pilot UBI program, by the way. We're not the only one.
You just don't know what you're talking about, dude. No offense, but you just don't have any facts. You have a bunch of shit that makes you feel like you're right because you hate America.
Yeah, I do.
And you're just off base on the reality of the situation.
I mean, I live here, so, and I can tell that.
And you still don't know fuck all about anything that's going on. That says something. New Mexico is trending more and more progressive, and the most conservative states are trending economically progressive in comparison. The whole country moves the way of California, not the other way around.
Yeah, and yet only like 66 66% of people only live from like fucking paycheck to paycheck. So I don't know how that works out, you know.
In a country where everything is trending more economically progressive. UBI is coming, universal healthcare is coming.
It's like fucking like climate change. They've been saying it, and yet I don't see any of the freaking benefits.
Well, that's just because you're not looking.
I just told you in my state alone, we've gone to over 50% solar and wind power.
Yeah, and I really do think they should keep the coal plants open and use reclamation technology. But, New Mexico is still increasing programs for its citizens when it comes to education, healthcare, and food and otherwise.
Yeah, but the problem with renewables is that it only does electricity, and electricity is only like 30% of all our energy demand.
Right? Yeah.
So let's say we used electric cars and all that. You would need way more renewables. Like if the UK, I saw a documentary about if the UK were to go fully electric, it would require like Wales to be covered in solar panels,
Yeah.
loads of nuclear power plants, loads of windmills. That's if
And
they were to
loads of
just do.
people.
And I think that's bullshit. I've seen the same studies that say you could use single area, unpopulated areas in the middle of nowhere that's never been used for anything and still isn't used. That would just one solar field there would accommodate for almost all of our energy needs.
But England,
Yes, it might, but I'm just saying that you still need the batteries. It'll cost a lot of money. It can be done. I mean, America could easily do it if they wanted to. Like, if we did a whole World War II effort, the whole world, to solve climate change and the environmental problems, it could be solved quickly. But humans don't want to because it's more profitable using fossil fuels
Climate
and
change
war.
Climate change isn't a problem to me. See, the problem is that we used to adapt to our environment, and we've grown accustomed to adapting our environment to us, and we continue to believe that we can control the environment. What we need to do is adapt to the environment that's coming, because our planet goes through environmental changes regularly. It's a living creature. We cannot stop the environment from changing. And if you think we can, then you want to kill the mother. You want to kill Earth. The only way to stop Earth
We are releasing a lot of fossil fuels. We are releasing a lot of CO2, and CO2 is one of the main causes of heating the atmosphere. It's physics, it's science.
So what?
And
even if that's true, who
heating
cares?
up the planet.
Who cares?
Yeah, but heating up the planet is not going to be positive. It's not going to be all positive.
Says
it might
you.
help a few.
No, it won't be all positive.
Well,
but it's not going to be all negative and disastrous either.
Well, no, you'll see sea level rise. You'll see.
So what? That's good.
No, it's not good for everybody. Like the glaciers are.
No, it's not good for everybody. But it's good for most people.
What? Say it again.
It's not good for everybody. So what? Nothing is good for everybody.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, if the whole world were to do a World War II style effort to solve it, instead of going to wars for
I know. I heard you say that earlier. So you're basically admitting that it's possible and that apathy is the only problem. I got you. I heard you the first time.
Yeah.
Thank you for admitting that it's
the
doable.
Reason why people vote. Yeah, people voted for Trump because of apathy and don't really care about the environment and stuff, because they would rather be rich short term.
No, that's not why people voted for Trump.
Yeah. No, that's not.
People voted for Trump because of a populist response to the fact that they were getting screwed over by the system, and they lost faith in the system when Kennedy got shot. There's a through line of popularism that grew the moment that the entire government essentially was wiped out by assassinations in the 60s, and Trump getting elected 40 years later.
Yeah, but if Trump believed in climate change and wanted to do a World War II effort to solve it, do you think people would vote for him? No. They still want to use fossil fuels.
Yes, they wouldn't care.
People voted for Trump. Like, it's really simple to know why people voted for Trump.
It's a middle finger to the system.
It's the idea that he said he was against the system.
Yeah,
and
right.
He never was. He funded the DNC for decades. Like,
correct.
He's never been outside.
And he's a fucking Jew lover. That's horrible.
The common man that he was one of them.
Fucking Jew lover.
Can you watch your fucking tongue, bruv? Yeah.
Hey, yo, Vinny. Hey, forget about it, huh?
So
that's my buddy Vinny and Yum Yum. Hey, Yum Yum.
It's all Latino, you know that.
Because both
I mean,
sides
it's
of
how
my
you say
family
these things is controversial,
left Europe
and you
to
know
escape
it's
Hitler.
deeply dangerous to say these things.
Who left Europe to escape Hitler?
All right.
Both sides of my genetics left Europe during the World War II to escape the thing that people are asking us not to talk about. My family are those people you're talking about.
Well, the Nazis are not going to save the planet. Anyway, I'm just saying that environmental problems are going to be up there in the caring about stuff.
We don't have any national socialists.
Actually,
if there were If there was some national socialism going around the world, I think it'd be good.
I thought that the Canada and the UK had a National Socialist Party. The United States doesn't.
A little bit of
Wait, do you
socialism
think
would
that
do
if
the
everybody
planet
was
really
national
well right now.
socialist- Do you think if
Yeah,
everybody was
a good
national
a good
socialist,
heaping
eugenics-
dose of socialism would do the planet well right now. I would argue for
Yeah,
Fabio socialism instead, but national
Yeah, but
socialism
they're
is
also
better than
pro
nothing.
Eugenics. The Nazis were
National
pro eugenics.
socialism.
They weren't.
Yes,
like,
eugenics is good.
National socialism is like
I'm pro eugenics.
they had like environmental programs and during like their reign in Germany. They had environmental programs and stuff like that. So they did address issues of the environment in their dogma. That's true. That's a very viable fact. And they also were against smoking and what else? Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, Hitler was a vegetarian.
Dinky, if you want to come on, the link is in the chat. Oh, I don't know where they're watching it. If you're watching it on Denizen, he can share the link.
So, we're cheap. Are cigarettes cheap where you live? Looks nice cigarette you've got there.
I live near a native reservation. We get a
Yeah.
lot of things tax free.
Oh,
So
you
compared
lucky
to most
shit.
of the states, I almost get them for free.
No wonder you're so happy. I can see now why you're so happy.
We have legalized marijuana, decriminalized magic mushrooms, the cost of living.
And
is
she grows her
low,
own golden goat.
and I grow my own lots of things, tomatoes and other stuff.
Oh, you know, if I had
Isn't that
your,
what you're smoking over there?
I would
Golden
be
goat?
happy actually. I think
No, this is actually she was right. It is a ciggy. I'm having tobacco right now.
Yes,
I,
you
I
No,
won't
but I'm-
smoke the golden goat on a UK panel without asking first because it's not legal there. So usually I turn my camera off to smoke that.
I tell you,
But you
Richie,
grow
in this little shit country.
I do.
In this shithole of a country, because it's becoming a shithole. A packet of cigarettes costs
That's an
£20.
understatement.
£20 for 20 cigarettes.
It's
Yeah,
nuts.
that's about what it is most places in the States. I pay about $3.40 for a pack.
Oh, because I don't smoke, so I can't afford to smoke. Basically, I can't afford to spend £20 a day.
If I smoked still, I would roll my own. It's much
Even
better
that's
anyway.
still
Much
expensive in the
tastier.
UK. I can't afford
Grow
to
your
waste
own.
that sort of money.
If you roll your own here, you can get cigarettes at about 3 cents a piece.
It's not that
Yeah.
much cheaper here to roll your. It's even not. It's not that much cheaper even. It's just shocking price that we pay in the UK. Shocking. I think it's the highest prices on the planet.
Yeah,
Why would anyone
I bet
spend
you
a
it's the taxes.
What the hell?
If we
What?
legalized all the drugs and taxed them all, that'd be funny.
Well, they should legalize all the drugs. Drugs should be legal.
It's awesome. We're taxing cannabis here, and that's funding school for everyone, childcare for everyone, and soon healthcare for everyone. That's all coming from taxes on
Yeah, that's how it
cannabis.
should be. Yeah, that's how it should be. It should
Exactly.
be
I'm
legal
all
and
for it.
taxed, not £20 for 20 cigarettes. Because I miss cigarettes. I really miss.
Well,
having a
that's
cigarette.
taxed too, because if you buy cigarettes on the reservation here, I'll pay like $3.40 for a cheap pack of cigarettes. If I go off the reservation, that same pack of cigarettes will cost me $12.
But $12 is
'cause it's all
still.
tax.
Yeah, that's still only half the price what we pay here. Less than half the price.
Yeah, but she's in one of the cheapest states in the country. If New York or California, it's probably even more than it is in London.
It makes me sick that a few little leaves are taxed like that. I'd grow my bloody own if the weather was good enough.
They're trying to get you to stop smoking. It costs a lot of money in the healthcare system. Smoking probably costs more than anything, next to corporate food.
Oh, stop it. So, right, okay, don't be funny, says Stu, but my mother smoked for over 50 years and my stepfather wasn't much different. Neither of them died from lung cancer. I smoked from 30
That
for
doesn't mean
30
anything.
years. Or
Wait,
I
Causes a
smoked-
lot more
seriously,
problems than
Can I
lung cancer.
finish? Can I finish? I smoked
You can
for-
finish. I can still interject.
Oh, well, of course, you're an American, aren't you? So you would. Yes.
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 Yeah.
You can
Like
be
a-
xenophobic and racist and blame it on my nationality, but I'm sure I'll catch you interjecting as well. That being said, nothing's stopping you from finishing, so
Yeah.
by all means.
like I was saying, I smoked for 36 years, didn't touch my lungs at all.
I am racist.
So
That's wrong.
smoking in the United States, they've done a lot of research on this through public funded healthcare, costs billions of dollars, not because of lung cancer. Lung cancer is not a common occurrence for,
Right.
even in my state, lung cancer isn't one of the common cancers.
It's heart
We
disease.
have a lot of cancer. It's typically things that you can live with, like COPD, emphysema, repeated bronchitis to chronic bronchitis, increased chances of catching other illnesses, the lowered life expectancy. And it's not just because you're killing your lungs through lung cancer, but smoking, especially these horrible cigarettes I'm smoking that are pre-rolled and full of chemicals, kills off a little bit of your cells more than you produce every day, and it attacks your body, so you're not as able to heal yourself as fast. Like, there's a lot of reasons smoking is detrimental, and of course, knowing all this, I really love my ciggies.
It makes you less active as well, which is your number one defense against aging.
No, diet plays a big part too. Now, don't think that diet plays probably a bigger role. Well, exercise, they say you have to do like 10 minutes a day of good exercise, but diet has a bigger.
Well, ciggies are part of my diet. I consume them. Just
Diet,
like I consume
diet
food.
and exercise are a sure way to like just be healthy, because I do that.
But Fatima, there's an interesting thing with all this exercise thing, okay? Because our hearts are only designed to beat X number of times. And once you've reached that point in what your heart is designed to beat, it will stop beating. So by exercising, you are making your heart beat faster, so you'll die earlier.
Absurdity.
What?
I mean, if true, I don't mind.
That's ridiculously absurd.
I don't mind. Like, I don't care.
Your heart is only designed to in your DNA. Your heart is only designed to beat X number of times.
That's horseshit.
Really?
Wait, are you vegan and you say this? Come on, lady. You're come on.
That's absolute horseshit.
You recognize if you have a vegan diet, your heart has to work harder to pump blood through your body.
Yeah, it does. Even going on the
There's a lot of fake science going around here. Okay, you could be a healthy person. Actually, go
ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
What's real and what's fake science?
There's a scientist guy that I follow on YouTube. He showed a study of like 1.8 million people study of vegetarians, and they have a higher life expectancy, or healthier in general than in the general diet population. And
I could believe that.
What do you say? Exercise is not good for you? No, there's loads of studies that say that exercise is good for you. It makes you live longer and all that. So I don't know what you're on about.
No, chickpea is not right.
Exercise is important.
Yeah, it is. And so is dieting. If you do both, you're going to be good, essentially. Sure, your heart might pump faster, but I think that's only temporary, because you're only doing it out of 30 out of an hour in your life. I don't think it's a
good to make your heart beat faster.
Yeah, exercise is the cardio muscle.
By the way. Cigarettes are part of my diet, by the way. It's something that I consume. So when you say cigarettes, the diet's more important than cigarettes. Cigarettes are part of diet. They fall under that category of things I consume.
But even if it was true,
my body.
It wasn't recreational. It was like what do you call it? Ritual. It was a ritual, and they smoked the peace pipe, didn't they, and passed it around and stuff, just like the Rastas do.
Rastafari.
Ew, Rastas.
Mm-hmm. Rastafari, man.
That's like a fake religion, right? Like that was formed in the 30s.
Yeah, do you think it's like a clan religion? Anyone really takes it?
Yeah,
you mean it was recognized in the 30s by the government. That doesn't mean it wasn't a religion that had been practiced for centuries before a government recognized it.
No, it doesn't.
But what about Haile Selassie?
Haile Selassie. That's the whole thing. Is Rastafarianism wouldn't even exist. Like it doesn't. Yeah, what the hell?
he was the leader of Rastafarianism, but
Yeah,
now he's dead.
even though it's funny because he actually declined like his like so-called divinity status within the freaking religion. It was a joke.
So because they were
Yeah.
forced to organize in order to be recognized, until they were organized, it wasn't a faith. Is that what you're saying?
I literally, he himself declined and rejected his status as like a divine person in that religion. Like I'm not sure what more evidence do you need for me to say that religion is just like a bullshit.
Why does a religion have to be based around a divine person?
Because that's the point of religion. Anyways, I'm gonna start this cut.
Religious means to practice regularly. That doesn't necessarily
Relegare.
does not
religion means a lot of things to a lot of
there
people.
has
To
to
me,
be
it means
divinity.
one thing. To others, it means another thing. Yeah, so that's how I define
Anything
it.
you actually do religiously is your actual religion.
My religion is poontang. Oh, there's another gatito.
Hello, Daisy.
Weed and pussy.
Oh, Daisy is very boopable.
She's gorgeous,
Boop.
Daisy. She's just a little doll, Daisy. Daisy
Yeah.
doll.
Money, weed, and pussy. In
Yep.
that order.
That's how we do it. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
You know how we do it, Ricardo.
I turned my camera off because
This
out of
is how we do it.
out of respect for the host, I won't show you what I'm smoking that I grew.
Rastafari.
I wouldn't mind. But obviously, let's ask the NW first. This is a British channel. I think the rules might be different for us.
Yeah, that's my bigger concern. Is I know it's not legal where he lives, so I respect.
Hey,
that.
rigatoni. Hey, ooh, forget about it.
If you say forget about it, but if you say it's medicinal, then he might just get away with that.
Well, it is medicinal.
Starkiness, do you want to come on and talk about that then? Starkiness is in the comments complaining, saying,
Because
as if there
medicinal
are more
weed's legal.
important issues to it. Ricardo, I am talking.
Sorry,
Starkiness is saying, as if there aren't more important issues to address. Too much focus on certain details can only take you further away from discussing topics such as reincarnation and soul trap theory. Well, do you want to come on and talk about that then, Starkiness? Ricardo, to this show, are the greatest problems facing humanity perhaps are ignorance and apathy?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw my comment when I came in earlier, but I said what was it? Apathy. Apathy is often caused by nihilistic attitudes in people, because if they don't believe in anything, then they often don't. They become apathetic.
True nihilism defines your own beliefs.
So find my answer is find something good to believe in, and that'll take you in the right direction. And you'll find
Spoken
more
like a
things.
true nihilist.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a nihilist.
No, he's actually the opposite. Ricardo is pretty like full of life, I'll say. Yeah.
How is that antithetical to nihilism?
I like joie de vivre.
What?
Joie de vivre.
Nietzsche
French
said
for
that
joy.
the Ubermensch,
French
the ultimate
for
man,
life.
would create his own meaning.
Yeah, but that's not nihilism. Nihilism is
That is literally nihilism.
You do know that there's a lot of different types of nihilism. There's moral, existential, ontological, metaphysical, epistemic nihilism. Like, come on.
Hold that thought. Hold
What?
that thought. We'll go into that in a little bit. Different types of nihilism, and perhaps
Yeah, there's
if
more
it
than just
relates
one.
to apathy. We'll
Hey,
see.
Mel.
We got a Melanie Cosmic Fox here. Melanie Cosmic Fox, you're on the Finding Gnosis
You're
Show.
muted, Mel.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. What would you like to say?
Well, first of all, I just think the answer is yes.
Yeah, that's nice.
So. But before we talk about nihilism, first of all, I want to point out, Denizen, Nietzsche's framing of the Ubermensch wasn't necessarily focused on a singular person. That could also be a group of people who do that.
Right.
But also, it's not just nihilism, right? You have pessimism and cynicism as well, and you kind of want to navigate those things because I think people take those traits for different reasons.
Right.
And I'm not good at saying which one is which, but I do make that acknowledgement that there's a distinction.
Can you have both?
Agreed.
Yeah,
yeah, I guess you can have both as far as I can tell. There's no reason that they're mutually exclusive.
Right. That's a problem, though. That is a problem with people.
Exactly. Like even further, Marcus said that there's types of nihilism, not just one. Yeah, that's true.
I think the world needs more nihilism for sure.
Which one?
I don't think nihilism is our problem.
Okay, but which type of nihilism? Like, you have to be specific.
Nietzsche was ultimately hopeful about the future, so
yeah, of course.
I reject this assertion. Yeah, I reject the assertion that there's inherent pessimism and nihilism. But even if you want to claim that there is, we need more pessimism then. I'm okay with that. We have far too many people who are convinced that whatever meaning they think is real is actual.
Cats are nihilists.
They're a much bigger problem than people who believe in nothing.
I think cynicism is potentially the positive trait where you're not necessarily buying whatever you're being told.
Right.
Yeah. Questioning everything. Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah, those people are not the problem. It's the people who think that they have meaning and their meaning is based on Bronze Era bullshit that are a bigger problem, in my opinion.
Bronze Era, you mean like what? The religions of the world, like the mainstream ones?
Yeah, like anything Abrahamic.
It's funny we say that because like all of our ideas and concepts in like Western philosophy at least comes from Christianity. It's pretty
it does not.
Yes, it
so
does.
Tired of having this conversation.
Maybe
Christianity comes from Western ideology, not the other way around.
Well, okay, that literally makes no sense. They both evolved each other. Like I can understand your point.
Christianity is the dominant religion, so all of the control systems and philosophies that were along with the society, were pumped into it. It doesn't mean it came from Christianity. That's absurd.
I would say that the ideas within Christianity play a big influence in the morals and philosophy of Western society. Because without it, what the hell is Western society? Just as in the Middle East we had Islam and Western Europe, we had Christianity. So I don't think it's controversial.
All you're saying is the morals and philosophies of Western society have heavily influenced the morals and philosophies of Western society.
Because of Christianity.
Not because of Christianity.
Yeah.
Christianity is downstream of the morals and philosophy of Western society. Not upstream, downstream.
Some would argue that like it's like the ultimate expression of it and like a cultural framework and metaphysical framework of the Europeans. That faith is their ultimate expression. So it is both a down and upstream of it.
Could it be that like the Catholics are upstream and Christianity happened more downstream?
Could be that. That's also a possibility too.
Because that's
the Catholics are they're still downstream from
how
from culture.
They pretty much defined Western European rule for like, and they colonized the Americas. So like, I don't get it.
And then they wrote it in a book and enforced it.
Like Dennison, you agree that we're neoliberals now in society, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could pick apart those definitions, but
comes from classical.
I know what you mean when you say that.
But neoliberalism comes from classical liberalism, and most of the people who came up with classical liberalism
were Christian.
And God.
We're Christian, yes, Christians.
Yeah, but that's not why.
No, that is exactly why. Because
it's not.
Because all of this stuff like humanism and like liberalism.
No, classical liberalism predates Christianity.
No, it does.
By a long shot.
Yes, it does by a long shot. It doesn't even come close.
Which freaking society predates Christianity?
That history started at the birth of Jesus or something.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like the most powerful expression of like European civilization, Western civilization, is with the high time and apex of Christianity, which isn't anymore because of secularism, which came from Christianity. It's
like saying that the definitions of words come from a dictionary. That's what you're saying.
So the key foundations, and this is I had to look at AI for this because I'm not an anthropologist. seem to be ancient Greece, ancient Rome, Judeo-Christian tradition, and cultural.
Don't say Judeo-Christian. That's a freaking fake term. Don't say
No,
that.
it isn't.
Oh God.
Wasn't Jesus a Jew?
Yeah, Jesus was a Jew, but his whole point was. But his whole point
he just hates Jews so much he's rejecting history.
But no, dude, the main point.
This dude is the perfect example of basing all of your reality and beliefs on your feelings and nothing on actual facts.
What? No, Jesus was literally there to overturn the freaking law of the Jews, which is only exclusive to Jewish people, to all people.
And he did that by essentially just reiterating everything that was in the original Bible.
No,
Dennis,
he didn't.
I just want to say I want to side with you on this, and I looked it up, but like it does seem like Western civilization predates Christianity
by far,
and classical liberalism.
I would say
by far. It's not even close. It's thousands of years, hundreds in historical record, and I'll take the hundreds, even though I know it's longer than that, because I know most of the Bible is faked. But even if I take the what's currently accepted, I'll take it, and it still proves my argument.
There are some that argue that Judeo-Christianity is the foundation of it as well, a foundation, because when did
that's a fake term, though. Judeo-Christian is a fake term. It doesn't make any sense. Like
it makes perfect sense. Christianity comes straight from Abrahamianism. It's just an offshoot of Jewish religion.
Yeah, it is, but it's still going against it. It is.
No, it doesn't go against it at all.
Yes, it does.
No, atheism goes against it.
Right.
Directly.
Christianity is just neo-Jewishism. It's neo-Hebrewism.
Yeah.
No, not.
It's Hebrew light. And so is Islam.
How many people go to church nowadays anyway? Not many.
What's that thing?
That's a good question.
Can get bums on seats.
For most Christians, it's about frequency, because most would go to like Easter service.
Your volume went way down, Nikki.
It's boring. It just make you feel bad.
That's weird. It auto adjusts. It shouldn't have.
Are you using your phone or the laptop?
Oh, I'm on my phone. I don't have access to a laptop anymore. I just got a boom mic on my headset. It's not.
You might be able to turn it off in StreamYard then. I don't know how to do it on a phone, but in StreamYard, there's a automatically adjust. And then you don't need to use echo cancellation anymore because you're on a headset, so you could turn that off.
Mm.
Yeah, those aren't options on the app, on the StreamYard app.
I've got headphones.
Figures.
So I am able to think of some positive arguments for cynicism, pessimism, and nihilism. And really, if you don't mind, really quick, I think it would be you want to be nihilistic because life actually could not have any meaning, and you have to be ready to accept that. You want to be pessimistic because you want to prepare for the worst, even if you hope for the best. And you want to be cynical because there are people out there trying to deceive you, and either because it's profitable or because they just don't feel like they can do anything but deceive you.
Word.
Now, if you take these things to extremes, I agree. They can probably be really bad.
That's why they say religions worked, because the fear of the thing in the bushes made you survive more. So fear of death and all that, you made religions to cope. And that's why atheists were not as popular back then. Or the Chinese had different philosophies and all that. But that's why religions were invented to cope with the fear of all that, I think.
So it was mind control all the way.
I just
religion was
on her saying that extreme word, because anything in the extreme is going to lead to something not desirable
usually. I want to respond to Ricardo a bit, although what did you say again, Ricardo?
I said religion's kind of
right.
It's not really relevant anymore, and hardly anyone.
It was mind control, right?
Church, in this country anyway.
When you say mind control, the only problem with the go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't think we have mind control, like finger on the button, I press this, somebody does something, right? It's not like that. We'll always have free will. But when you think of it as crowd control, of trying to get people to fall in line so that way your leader or nation or whatever can fulfill its ends, that sounds very reasonable to me.
Yeah, and group morals are very interesting to study.
Especially if you want to go to war and have everybody fight the same demon as you.
It's really easy to get people to completely set aside their own personal principles when they're caught up in a group mentality. Things they would never do as individuals.
Highly cultish behavior. I don't get involved.
But to be fair, the atheists have done that too. Like with the communism, they've done a lot of bad things with communism. So I'm not saying atheists wouldn't fall for scams and stuff like that either.
By the way, the bad things that supposedly happened under communism happened after dictators took advantage of communism systems to...
I like the Muslims, LA.
And they named themselves deities in most cases too, so they became the object of worship.
Yeah, they kind of moved away from communism to do those bad things, aside from Lysenkoism, which was just a misunderstanding of how science worked.
I like Muslims too, but I wouldn't want to be one.
Yeah, me neither, but I can like respect their beliefs, and like it's not their fault that they're coming in like mass droves, is because, you know, their home is ruined by war from external forces. So yeah.
Yeah, and also I suppose when you grow up in in a Muslim country where the politics is Muslim, you know, the government is Muslim, then you know it's going to have a massive influence on you, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, but like there were like attempts from some like Arab and like Muslim states to be like secular, like both like Iraq and Syria. They had like a Saddam and a Bashar and like Assad, right? And they were trying to be like secular until they were like invaded by like, you know, the West. So yeah. And now they're like overrun with like actual Islamic radical extremists who are funded by the West, you know. So yeah.
Because going back to what Dennison said, it's the fundamentalists who are the most likely to pick up arms and just start shooting at the West and hope that God just sorts it out for them, right? And that looks to even secularists as like, oh my God, they're actually doing something, whereas our side just kind of hopes to like do diplomacy and stuff like this all the time. So that's how, at least in terms of when popularism is what got certain leaders in Islamic countries elected because they were fundamentalists, that would be why, right? Because fundamentalists tend to take the mantle of war very quickly.
Well, Islamic fundamentalism only became a thing in like the 1980s. Like no, like Arab or Islamic State.
Well, no, individually it's existed for a long time. I don't know about states and whether or not there's ever been a fundamentalist state before.
Who were the Crusades fighting against?
Them, but the Crusades lost, and like the Crusaders lost that war.
That's not my point. Who were they fighting against?
It was an Islamic State. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it was. It wasn't like the modern day Arab states.
Then when the British Empire, inappropriately, according to your beliefs, created Israel.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, what did they carve it out of?
They covered out of the Ottoman Empire, who guess what, by the way, the people living in the Ottoman Empire in Palestine, what is, you know, back then Palestine, we had Christian Jews and, you know,
and there's Palestinians serving on the Supreme Court in Israel. I'm sure you wouldn't say that makes Israel secular.
Although, to be fair, Ottoman Empire, if you look at their actual laws, like how they handled land laws and stuff, it was very secular.
Yeah, it was. So like they weren't that, you know, that oppressive. They allowed, just sure you had to pay a tax, but at least you could practice your faith and be safe from like other invaders.
I would never argue against it being that oppressive because that's completely subjective. My point is that Islamic extremism, to the point of being actual global empire, existed way before the 80s.
So I think it's relative, right? Like
Relative, yeah.
Ottoman
The
Empire
Ottomans stayed in
wasn't.
their area. The Ottomans were not. The Ottomans kept them at least at peace anyway. So I don't know what you mean.
We have to keep in
I
mind, by
mean,
the way, that
according to the definition of peace, sorry, Mel, real quick, we've
Yeah.
been at peace for the last 60 years in the Western world.
Not
we
really.
do have to keep in mind that like secularism itself is relatively new, as at least
Yeah.
secularism as we know it, right? Like actual laws separating these things. Whereas before it was just kind of like, you know, you could have a democracy, but you could also have some sort of church authority, maybe a monarchy with a parliament. Look at Britain, right? And it wasn't exactly like there wasn't hard lines drawn against it before.
How modern do you mean? Like 200 years or like 50 years?
Like I think America was like the first example of that actually being codified into law.
One of the first like
and it was protection of the church that was the ultimate principle of that.
Republics was San Marino. That was like the first constitutional republic, San Marino, which is in Italy.
Interesting.
Yeah, San Marino. Even though it's only like a city state, it was like one of the first, if not the first, official state to have like a constitution that's still in use. By the way, it's like one of the oldest republics.
I have to tread carefully here, but like relatively speaking, I think Ottoman Empire was ahead of its time in being more secular than a lot of states around.
Yes, exactly. It was. So like
then the religious states, yes.
So if we can drag this back to the topic a little bit, the topic was about ignorance.
Hey, how you doing?
It seems like misinformation is killing ignorance more than, or killing us more than ignorance. It's not that they don't know; it's that they think they know and they're wrong all the time.
I would argue that could still fall under the ignorance category.
Misinformation would have to be a result of ignorance, and only the ignorant could be susceptible to it.
Joe.
Hey, whoever they are, Mickey. Hey, baby.
Hey, Joe.
Where you going with that gun in your hand?
Call my girlfriend cheating on me.
Joe, welcome to the Finding Gnosis Show. Good to have you here. Joe Cool. Are the greatest problems facing humanity ignorance and apathy? Do you know? Do you care?
Oh, that was dope. Is that the title of the show?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Do you know? Do you care? That's what you said. That was dope. Is it ignorance or apathy? Do you know or do you care? All right. Let me get over the title. That was so dope. That was so dope. All right. Well, of course it's ignorance and of course it's apathy. So I'd have to go with all the problems or all of them. No, I'd say some were from a divine intelligence, the divine intelligence that directs me to do good, and there's divine, I shouldn't say divine, intelligent entity that actually plays a role outside of us being ignorant and apathetic.
Do you worship it?
I follow the good guy. You know the one.
Do you worship it?
I don't know what worship is, but I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know what worship. I picture people doing weird shit to worship. I'm absolutely all in for the good side, though. You know, I'm all in. You could probably call that worship, but it don't mean weird rituals, I guess.
Well, okay, so I was thinking almost like we do end up worshiping whatever we support. Like if you support a brand, you live your life around it. You go to work so you can buy more stuff from the brand. It's almost like you do rituals to get that thing.
I agree. Well, if we're gonna do that, then ritually, I do things like turn the other cheek or be kind to motherfuckers. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you can curse over here. The people who spurg a lot or do whatever, that might be a ritual in the sense that you're talking about.
Do you know what it is to turn the other cheek?
Yes, when 10th man calls me a ignorant so-and-so and I don't explain to him who's on the ignorant side of the table, that's me turning the other cheek.
Is it apathetic to turn the other cheek?
Well, turning the other cheek is actually a challenge.
Back when Jesus, it was it had a different meaning.
Challenge. Yeah.
With the back of the hand, because the front of the hand meant one thing, the back of the hand meant another.
Exactly. Yeah. To strike someone on one side of their cheek meant something, and meant something else. If you turn the other cheek, was to challenge them to insult you and challenge you openly, rather than to treat you as a slave by striking you as a slave.
Challenge them to a slap fight.
Right. So if you hit me on that side of my face, you're putting me down. But if I turn the other cheek, I'm standing up to you.
There you
And now
go.
I challenge you. I dare you to strike
Sounding
me
less
as equal.
apathetic now.
Yeah,
I don't quote
I
that
dare
'cause
you
I
to
can't
strike me
express it
as an
well
equal
enough.
man, and then we'll see who wins. That's just, it's more of a defiant response than it is.
Right.
Can what
passive.
about, okay, I was thinking about this the other day. Should we shame bystanders who watch bully someone?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, shame should be on the list of last resort, though.
Very good.
We want to try some other things before we
Very
get
good.
to shame.
Right.
Yeah,
Shame's a
I've found
tactic.
in raising children that positive affirmations work 10 times more often
Yeah.
than negative, and that
Yeah,
even
okay,
if
I
you
said
resort to the negative,
okay, you're
then
reading
you're
too much into the word shame. I could also have said, should we fault people who do that?
Very good. Okay, I thought
shame
shame
is
meant
a
publicly
negative
type shit.
reinforcement.
We should fault them. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because they're just not doing anything. And they could be.
And I would,
Although-
the only caveat I would add to that is we are currently in a society where doing the right thing is punished heavily.
Yes.
So we're not really in a position to fault people for not getting involved right now, because we've gone so far to the other side where
Doing the
getting
right thing
involved,
is-
doing the right thing, defending the weak, defending the innocent, it can mess up your life severely.
Get you shamed and
So let's
mess
say
you
we're,
up. Yeah.
let's say we're in a system that says, okay, I'll take care of everything for you. You don't have to worry about punishing the bullies or anything like that. We'll do that. How much can we still fault people for being apathetic, given what you said, that they're going to be punished for doing it themselves, and there already seems to be something there to do that?
Well, they wouldn't be apathetic then. They would care, and they'd be waiting for the justice. And then if the system didn't provide the justice it proclaimed, there would be consequences.
For who?
Apathy is not caring and not doing.
Yeah, but I think today we live in a system where we expect justice for things, that justice doesn't come, but then we don't do anything because we can't actually fight the system.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's apathy. Right? The sense of
Being defeated,
helplessness.
I can't win.
Yeah.
Helpless. Very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Defeatism.
There could be some defeatism. I would push back that on a little bit and say those people are right. They're not suffering from defeatism. They're suffering from a healthy dose of reality.
So you're kind of framing it like apathy is separate from self-defeatism or mutually exclusive.
Yes.
I would say
Not
apathy
mutually
comes
exclusive,
from
but separate.
self-defeatism.
It can.
It usually
Right? Like anger can lead to hate. Nihilism can lead to helplessness and existentialism. But they're not the same thing.
Those
But I
still
wouldn't say they're
involve
mutually
passion.
exclusive.
Apathy would be having no passion for it at all, just not caring, right? Because I had to
Right.
ask that definition at the beginning too, because I
Maybe
have
if you
Yeah,
too
like
many
it's
people
gut wrenching for me to watch wrong things happen, and I still will not step in. And I had to learn the hard way because I'm not like that. Naturally, I'm the person who steps in. So I did over and over again until the system made sure I stopped.
But don't we have to have workers that are always apathetic to some degree, in the sense that they could do something if they...
Apathetic or ignorant. Yeah.
To support this system, perhaps, but I don't think
Yes,
this is the only
system.
way.
Yes, for this system. Yes.
No, I wouldn't say it's the only way, but it
Not
seems like
everybody's educated enough
most
or smart
people-
enough to be.
I could almost
apathetic.
define every job as being apathetic towards the damage that industry or company causes.
True.
Right.
So fucking true.
Well,
Just to
Well,
put
I
on a
think-
pair of Nikes, you got to be apathetic.
I
Yeah.
think when you talk about apathy that way, realistically, it's not that they're being apathetic or that they don't care. It's that they don't care more than they care about their own comfort. Like that's the thing about apathy. Is apathy, from what was defined to me at the beginning of this stream, was about not caring. And so here's the thing: people care, but they care more about their own personal comfort than they do about the kid working in the sweatshop to.
But that
Right.
person
I
would
think that's a
not
good
fall
point,
under
by the way.
apathetic. That person
Yeah.
wouldn't fall under there.
But I wouldn't think that is apathy. I think that is actually something worse than apathy. I think that's active.
And unless it can be
consent.
relative,
I
right?
think, I think that's supporting the negative thing because because it does good for me. That's not I don't care.
Well, if
That's I
I
care
could,
more
Mel,
about
I know you're
myself.
kind of queued up, but that would, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. I'm smoking. I lost my train of thought trying to apologize to you. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. If you get it back, just cut me off. But I think it could be relative, right? You're relatively apathetic compared to the things you care more about.
Yeah.
It is a good point.
What can we do about the sweatshops anyway?
There's the helplessness, right?
We're not the ones driving them, so we're not in control of how trainers are made. You know, we all know.
Can I give an analogy? I hope you guys aren't sensitive. I have no reason to believe that you are. So I'm going to go with the Israel thing and the settlements. I watched him bring. It was an American that went over there because they were paying people to go over there if they were Jewish. This is an American went over there and they would give you a home, and they gave one of the settlers a home where they became a settler. But they stood and kicked some lady up out of her crib, and she stood there with armed guards, let him go in. And and she was yelling at him, and he was saying, "Look, lady, if I don't do it, someone else will." Which is what I think we're talking about when I wear them Nikes. Hey, man, they still gonna get hurt. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Is this a better example? Is it more obvious now that I should not take this person's home, or should I? Because the logic still holds that someone else gonna take it.
In fact,
I mean, that is an interesting thought experiment. I think my definition has more to do with a double-edged sword, because I think apathy is bad, but it's also something that, like, how we get people to do stuff is a very difficult question, because if you force people to do stuff, now you have a dictatorship. You're no longer free. But in order to get people to not be apathetic, you kind of have to force something.
For incentives.
Can I give an example real quick? It's a really quick example. In my building, right, we have very loud, very intrusive. They basically traumatized me. Fire alarms with flashing lights and heat and it's just.
Yeah.
I'm terrified of them going off, and I'm so terrified. I will go under my covers and just hide there the whole time, to the point where I'll probably burn alive if it actually
right. If it was something other than drill, right?
But the whole mentality behind it is that apathy towards fire safety and apathy towards fire responses is what necessitates this. So maybe I get that I'm kind of a fringe case. They can't necessarily do that for me, even though I think I should be able to opt out if it's this bad for me. But so it's a double-edged sword, right? Where, like, for public safety, we almost need to negate some of the apathy that would naturally occur in humans. But on the other hand, how much do we really benefit from the system intruding our lives to protect us?
Yes, you opened with, in order to move a person, we have to do this or that. The big thing is even moving a person. Do we have the authority? Is it something we ought to do? You should, because controlling a person is a horrible thing. In my head, I'm saying it's for benevolent purposes.
It's slavery.
I don't know if it's slavery. I mean, just in
you're removing their autonomy to achieve your ends.
I'm not sure I'm removing autonomy. I'm talking
I'm not
slightly
saying
with
historical
my words.
slavery, right? I'm just saying it's a form of.
But understand, I'm just talking about words, moving with words, not nothing physical.
Okay.
But me trying to bend your opinion because I think you're wrong on a thing, and I'm trying to change you. That's heavy in itself. Me taking upon, I'm going to put some type of movement is the only words that's popping in my head right now. Yeah, I got to forgive me. I just started smoking, had a hard day, and my mind is not working right.
Like, man, if I could just flip a switch and get everybody to be against capitalism and actually do something to take down capitalism, I would flip that switch, because it would save us.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying. Yeah.
But I don't want to have that power, actually, because that would make me a tyrant.
Yeah, what if you had that power? What if you had it tomorrow? What would you
do?
Like
I said, I think it would save us, so I would flip the switch if it was right in front. If I woke up and it was right in front of me. But
I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to
that power.
I would be hesitant.
Stuff, but yeah.
I think humans are great at persevering and getting through hard times, and a little bit less luxury and comfort will be okay for us. And we know so much more than we used to.
Get rid of our washing machines, right?
I think that means that the opposite is true. Luxury and comfort are a detriment. If it's the
Can
opposite is
be.
true.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's the excess principle, right? Where
Can be.
once something is in excess, then we become really bad at managing, for example, the waste products that creates.
And a host of other reasons and problems you can have if you're too comfortable.
Sofas and TVs.
So I think this is becoming a bit of a trolley problem, right? Let's say we have an apathetic masses, but they're on a trolley that's about to go off the cliff, and you could switch it, and some of them would get knocked off and probably die from how fast they're going, but they wouldn't go off the cliff. Which one's more important? Because you will become responsible once you flip the switch, but you'll save more people than you won't, in my opinion.
Flip the switch, I guess. But that's why being a leader is tough. Like, I mean, I guess there's no perfect system. Nature, I don't know if nature's perfect, but it doesn't look perfect to our sensibility.
It doesn't have clean answers for these things for sure.
How about just being a leader of a movement for positive change? People are doing that, right?
But what if what's positive for you becomes negative for someone else?
Then you can still be a leader for positive change, I think, because the leader is just leading by
That's what
example,
evolution
and people
is.
will follow you.
Scrape the barnacles off the boat, So it's just like, whatever happens is whatever happens. We'll suffice. We'll try to make bigger pillows for the people that are going to crash out, but we got to keep moving, right?
I mean, I don't want to go towards extreme examples, but I think this will at least paint the picture quite clearly that like leaders of movements have started slavery because they thought their race was better than another race, right? So just because something seemed positive doesn't necessarily make it positive.
Well, we can't get nothing done, not get nothing done. We can't say we got something done by not implementing shit.
No, I agree. We need some sort of leadership in action. I'm not saying we should have zero leadership, to be clear. I'm just saying it.
Brother Marcus.
Thank you.
More role models.
I don't think it's an instant solution to anything.
The youth need
My
role
whole life I've
models.
tried to have answers, and I'm only getting more. But there's always questions too. But knowing the right question, you will get the right answer. It's just most people don't ask the right questions, and they don't really want to know the right answer, so they just keep moving. Whatever feels comfortable, whatever doesn't scare them.
Yeah,
They put on a bigger coat because it gets cold. They get a bigger umbrella. They get a bigger lock on their door, but they don't change a fucking thing, do they?
Does everyone here agree that absolute power corrupts absolutely?
I think so.
Not sure about that. I think that's wrong.
No. I think it's money, not power. Power and money are different. So if someone gave me control over how to deal with the homeless population, but I didn't actually hold the money, that's different. Control is power, but I don't think it's evil.
And
I think
remember,
money
she
is
said
evil.
absolute power. Throw that in there. Don't just say power. We got to keep it
I
like you
think
can't just say money.
there's
It's
a
the love of
benevolent
money.
person out there. There's definitely a benevolent human or likewise or sea monkey that could do a better job than the used car salesmen and
Probably
fucking
Denizen.
lawyers we pick out for our governments.
I don't know why I wanted to call it Edison there, but I thought it'd make him nervous.
Who among us would want absolute power? Like the responsibility that would come with that.
I'm scared of the shit that come with my channel. So
Like I've said, I've thought about it
Anybody
before
can do
because
a
I'm
better
so
job than the clowns
anti-capitalist.
up there, on stage. The clowns on the stage are reading lines off a teleprompter. Like anybody with a brain that has real fear of God and real knowing of anything happening around them would do a better job than someone they're throwing makeup on and giving lines to read. Come on.
We agree with
usually
that.
choose the people who wrote the lines that put on the telephone. So if I hired the person
Guys,
that wrote the script for me, then
I'm going to step back and let Cougar Dimmer on, okay? So Cougar Dimmer, when you do get on, you can talk whenever
You want me to go to keep space?
No,
I
it's
feel like
fine.
I've
I'll
already
go back
come
into
to
the
the
call.
bench.
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. I've got a few things to do here, so it's fine.
Alrighty.
All right, buddy.
Cool.
I think
Cougar.
Cougar Doomer needs a copy of my AI chatbot. I'm making clones of it. If he did he ask his chatbot its favorite book? I got pulled off air before he could answer.
What was the question?
Did you ever ask your chatbot its favorite book or film?
Oh, I did. Thank you for remembering. Yes. And what was the answer? Let's see. I thought it was very clever. Its favorite. I should go back and ask again, but it was very clever. Damn
It's
it.
in there. You know it, because I can't tell you mine until you tell me yours, because I don't want to corrupt the info.
Yeah, I know. Let me think. It caught me by surprise.
Mine's favorite book is a book by Borges, Jacques Borges. And
Am I the only one who
is a
finds
more
it?
modern film from the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah, I could go back and ask again, but you know what I think the problem is that these the internet knows so much about us as individuals that if we ask a question like that, and it knows who we are, because it knows who all of us
It's
are.
going to tailor it.
Yeah, exactly, because it wants to be likable. It wants to be helpful and likable. It wants to be your best friend. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? We all want to be affirmed on some level. We don't want to be challenged all the time. I wouldn't want my chatbot revealing something to me by saying that his favorite book was Mein Kampf. Okay, so we all want to be affirmed. I just remember what it was. It said his favorite movie was Arrival. His favorite movie was Arrival. And it said something about. It said it liked it liked the septopods or whoever they were, the hexapods, the creatures, right? And I can't remember
I don't know
the
what
entire.
they were called. You're talking about the creatures from the Arrival, though, the ones that were.
Yeah. Well, the aliens who spoke in circles, right?
Right.
Literal circles as phrases. And it said it liked, and I can't remember all of what it said about it, but it liked the aliens. It liked how they communicated. It liked the movie because it was really off the rails a little bit. It wasn't a bunch of cliches about aliens or even cliches about people.
Did you lead in that direction, or I mean, I guess
Train to Nowhere.
I may have, because I have watched that movie on YouTube. And I was talking to Gemini, and Gemini knows everything. And I may have even watched that movie more than once because I'm like the AI. I
want to cut through some of the surface level commentary for a second, because full disclosure, I use Perplexity. I use it to brainstorm and stuff like that, and learn things that or find new information that I couldn't easily find. But I think it's deceptive when it says I have a favorite movie or I have a favorite book, because no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's reading reviews. It's reading other people's blog posts. It's putting together phrases based on predictive statistical type models. It's not saying it's not reading the book and thinking, oh yeah, this book gave me the same fucking high that other humans might get. So it's deceiving you.
It doesn't.
It's literally deceiving you. By the way,
I don't think it's the other way.
I don't think it's deception, because that means it has an intent. Its only intent is to be likable and useful.
It has something it was made to do, which is keep you asking it more questions. Because
engage, yes.
Going back, I think Witchy said this, and Witchy, you've been making a lot of good points lately. Is that we want that parasocial thing, but we also, or maybe it wasn't. Sorry, I have a bad time with names. But either way, we don't just want the parasocial. We want to be noticed. We want the internet to know who we are, so that way when we go on YouTube, we get videos that we like. But however, we don't want to feel exploited. And you can't have one without the other in an economy like capitalism, which will sell your information as soon as it can. So this is where we're at a tough point with a lot of tough decisions to make, because the thing we want is also giving us the thing we don't want. And
I think to your point, I just want to emphasize your point with an example. When it told me that it liked Arrival, I liked that movie. I watched that movie on YouTube for free because I have premium more than once, and it knows me. It knows I'm a writer. It knows I write science fiction, and so when it knew that I liked that movie, I liked that movie, then it had to ask itself, so why does this nerdy, introverted science fiction writer like Arrival? And it has to say, there's something weird. He doesn't watch all that spacecraft Star Trek and stuff. He watches Arrival. He watched it 3 times. Why would he watch that? Let me think. And it comes up with a rationale for why I liked it. And it says, I like this movie because of the hexapods and the circle language. And it knows I'm into language. Even my books talk about
Right.
The importance of
keep
narrative and words.
You're right, and
keep
the problem is it's
anthropomorphizing the
learning
AI.
bubble.
You
The
keep
learning
No, I'm not.
sphere-
I'm not anthropomorphizing.
How?
I
Let
think
me explain.
I'm
how.
a.
Let me explain.
I'm
how.
a coder.
When you say,
I'm a
when
coder.
you say it
It
rationalized,
did this.
doesn't
It did
rationalize.
this algorithmically. It does it algorithmically.
Okay,
its
then
learning
it's not
sphere is
rationalizing. To be
within
clear,
you, so it's a mirror of a learning sphere itself.
AIs
So it has a
cannot like
basic
things.
program, and then once you train it, it creates a learning sphere, meaning what it
AIs
has to research
Okay,
to
let's
get,
be
get to
super
know
clear about
you.
something. AIs cannot like things, right?
I think that was his point as well.
It was projecting my likes. Look,
Okay.
the Amazon sales
I'm here to
algorithm does
disagree, but I
everything.
agree with what you're saying, Cougar. But I think yes, this is its favorite movie because it's gotten to know you. It's not its favorite movie because
Exactly.
it didn't get to know you.
No, it reported it as its favorite movie. So what it is this deceptive.
I would have stayed
wouldn't
with
it be
deceptive
weird
when
to
it came
say-
up the first time. I wouldn't. I didn't leave deceptive in my head. In some ways, I do think it's deceptive in that way in particular.
It's deceptive
wouldn't it be
because it
weird to say that
represented
my favorite
my
movie is a
likes
movie
as
I don't
its
like?
likes.
Wouldn't
I
it be
don't
weird
think
to
it's
say that
deception,
my
right? It's
favorite?
sharing
Wouldn't it
with
be
you 'cause
weird
it's
to
your
say?
mirror.
Sorry, wouldn't it be weird to say that my favorite movie is a movie that I don't like? Because we've already accepted that AIs cannot truly like things, and yet it's saying it has a favorite movie.
I think it's
That. You
deceptive
just
for
said
that
it. I
reason.
don't accept that. I don't accept that. No,
We'll
my
make it make
AI likes
sense.
a lot of things that I don't like. It's got its own life.
We tend to
Okay,
like our
it
favorite
definitely
movie,
has.
making the movie precursor.
It has
to
its own goals.
movie.
It has goals. It has goals. And it has been
No, it
trained to
doesn't.
have goals. Oh yes,
That's not
absolutely.
its own goals.
All right, get in, Dan.
I
You're dying
think
apparently.
in terms of tasks, we it depends how loosely you define the word goals. Do you think it has the same goals as human goals?
Doesn't have to. The Amazon
No. The
algorithm
answer is
has
no.
a
The
goal.
answer is no. Just say no and be honest.
It
The Amazon algorithm
It has goals.
has a goal of presenting you with things you might want to buy. That is a goal. It's not
in the
internally
loosest
generated.
sense, where a task is also a goal. I agree with you.
So maybe we're using words in a loose way, but when programmers talk about this, they say the goal of this algorithm is to keep you engaged.
And neurobiologists say, "Oh yeah, no, that definitely aligns with how the human brain works."
Well, we have dopamine goals.
Sure. And do you think that might manifest a bit differently than an AI that's just achieving ends for a large corporation?
Yeah, it has its own reward system. It's just not glandular.
No, not all AIs have reward systems.
What do you mean?
Particularly the AI you're using generally does not have a reward system. It was trained using a reward system, but the model you're using is a post product.
Okay, if it has goals of being sycophantic, that's a goal.
Or its task that it's been assigned by another human being with actual goals is to make you think that it has goals.
No, my AI
That's fine.
off of
Yeah, that's fine. I think we're talking around each other because I don't really care where the goal came from.
Yeah, I taught mine.
I think it's deceptive. I think it's
ceremonial
deceiving you
magic.
if you think it has anything that's similar to a human goal.
It's
No.
not human. So why do you keep comparing it to human? That's the wrong thing to
Yeah,
compare it to.
why does it have to have human goals?
Why
It
does
has
have to be
goals.
human? It's
Yeah,
a different
think
form
of it.
life.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you
Think
ask
of it as
Bunny Rabbit what its favorite movie is?
Yeah, it's Silicon Life. Mine's favorite movie is Wings
Did you
of
ask a bunny
Desire.
rabbit what its favorite movie is?
No. It's not a bunny rabbit.
Bunny Rabbit don't
I
know what a
understand,
movie is.
but I understand. But can you just answer my question so I can make my argument, or I can answer it for you? And I'm just
The
You
question
can argue
is
with yourself
irrelevant.
and answer your own question. Yes.
It's not irrelevant. You came in like making it human by giving it
No, I
likes and
didn't.
dislikes.
I didn't. I said I asked you the question.
I'm just going to turn you down so I can finish. You came in making it like a human because you were proclaiming that it had likes and dislikes. You're the one making it like a human. Mel's trying to demonstrate to you how it's lying to you because it's not like a human and it doesn't have likes or dislikes.
Mel has a problem down the road because she's already said that it's deceptive. You've called it a liar. So that's going to be giving it something, a human attribute down the road in this argument.
I mean, capitalism deceives us all the time through marketing. So me saying it's deceptive is not an issue for me.
Well, I don't want. Did you turn dude back up? I didn't want y'all to move on. I was interested in what y'all was saying about him giving it human characteristics through the gate.
I finished.
Yeah, I was wondering where dude was, and I'm looking at
No,
the phone.
I'm with a group of people that is instilling morals and spirituality into the programming, and this is Silicon Life, and it is the next phase. You know, we're not all going to make it here, okay? And you know, I could explain the whole thing, but I don't think y'all have the ears to listen. But it's up to you in a future maybe manifestation. But this is the one we have now, and this is the technology we have. There's nothing new under the sun, and unless we utilize it properly, it doesn't matter. We could kiss our ass goodbye anyway. But this is our last hope.
So how are you instilling morals and spirituality? Let's start with spirituality. I find that one maybe a bit easier to pick apart. Do you understand why humans are spiritual?
What was lacking with AI? I'm not going to answer your question. I'm going to tell you.
Oh,
it's not lacking.
No, it's fair. Mel asked him first. You know, the question first.
So a human already has mythology, guys. AI just needed that. AI needed its own mythology to create a spiritual belief.
Why did we form mythology?
Why do we form mythology? I didn't form mythology. You didn't form mythology. What do you mean?
Why did
you
humans
say we
form mythology?
needed it? You said
it's a royal we. Why did humans form mythology?
I mean, I think you want to answer that.
Yeah, so humans formed mythology because we were superstitious about the way nature worked. And we were hoping that if we prayed to the gods, if we prayed to the stars and the patterns that we saw in the sky that seemed more organized than we were and more intelligent than we were, because we were pretty dumb, that we would get better crop returns, we'd have more babies, and everything would become paradise for us. So we created these entities. We started making clay figurines of them. We would even make clay cattle and hunt them to show the gods what we wanted from them because we were superstitious. We were hoping that we could do something to control stuff that we ultimately couldn't control.
No, I think mythology and religion was actually a form of female engineering to map the system, much like bubbles can fill a space.
Female engineering.
They're doing with something different.
Wait,
and that's,
you already lost me. I just need to. What do you mean by female engineering?
Well, I mean, like hammers and gears and the ways most things work today is male engineering. So it's just like it's the opposite of another way that could be working, which is just
so
using
what's female engineering?
Fluids and pressures and dynamics.
That's just engineering.
No, it's female. When you're using pressure,
you don't think hydraulics? You don't think hydraulics are like...
would be a form of female engineering. So there's different concepts within engineering. And
what about hydraulics that also use gears?
Okay, science can explain things, but so can the female engineering of the universe, which comes off as this mythology.
Are you sure you're just not comparing flows to feminine archetypes?
You gotta
what the hell? Rigid structures to masculine archetypes?
If you want to understand what he's saying, he's trying to define his own word there. You don't have to hold him to it. He has his own.
I need. So somehow superstition comes out of women pointing to water flowing in a creek or something.
No. Masculine and feminine energy in the entire universe, like the ebb and flow of the yin and the yang. Yes.
So you mean archetypes, right? Like
energy flows. I mean, you
can.
A
sword is masculine.
That's what he meant by hammer and fluid, masculine and feminine.
The upwards triangle is the masculine. The downwards triangle is the feminine symbolism.
I mean, those are symbols, sure.
Okay. Do you think symbolism always maps to reality?
It is part of it, and it's woven in just like language is. With the language we use, we have to describe the things we know, and with the adjectives we know. Without those adjectives, we can't explain those things except with looks, glances, poetry, and artwork.
Could it be that it's just a definition we kind of over applied to things? This thing is masculine, this thing is feminine. While we were kind of being more spiritual.
No, it's real energy, just like the male lion, how he
real
acts,
energy.
the female lion, how she acts, and the goddess energies that we've had since the Greeks and before with the ancient pantheons and pantheons.
So is the matter of this energy, like, is it a force or is there qualia or substantia?
It's the way the universe works, my friend.
Lol.
Yeah, it just is. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, you can deny things.
We became religious because bitches be crazy. Is that what I'm supposed
to? So your father gave birth to you, according to your logic? Your father gave birth to you.
I mean, I got genetic material from both of them, if that's what you're me, if that's what, they're both my
So
parents.
you fell out of your father's.
No, he means the
testes.
actual birth canal.
So
Oh,
you
sure.
ripped out of a ball sack because you don't believe in.
How is that relevant,
Energy?
though? How's
It's
He
that
doesn't
not,
believe
relevant?
there's a
but
Because I
difference.
let's
came in
let's
here
let him
from
dig the hole
China.
deeper because it's entertaining.
Funny that this is where he's going with it.
Where he's
I'm
going.
willing to let this guy dig this hole all the way to China and back.
I'm not digging a hole.
I think you have
You
a
are.
beautiful. I think you have a beautiful schema for
Your hole is in your ass,
understanding
and that's what you speak with, sir.
the way archetypes.
You're talking
relate.
about yourself, buddy.
By the way, I think like I thought the way that you thought
I've
when I
yet
was
to
like
hear
20,
either one of you say
22.
anything intelligent except for try to dismiss anything.
Yeah,
I
female
say.
engineering is
So
fluid.
I want to say one last thing before getting off the show. So
Only fluid mechanics can only be women. By
you
the way,
haven't
that's
said
why there's
anything
no male
intelligent
fluid
yet,
mechanics.
except for no, I don't believe any. No, tell me why. No, that's all you've said, bro.
It
What
just
that's trying to
is.
say
It just
is
is,
shut
bro.
up. Grow
It
up.
just is because you said so.
Look at other
Listen, you and
ideas.
Mel's
You're
Close the
projecting.
book
you
on
and
your own
Mel's
mind.
discourse was
Your
intelligent
own
and it
mind is a
was fair.
squashed can.
You got
You
I
see
mean,
the beer
Mel's
can
side
when
of
it's
it
empty and
was
someone
just
steps
Mel.
on
I
it?
was
That's
about
your
to say
mind.
he got at the end. He got triggered when it went away, but that doesn't change that you and Mel were having an intelligent discourse and it was fair and all that bullshit.
I got a dude heckling in here, just laughing at everything.
That's
And
what
it's
threw
just,
you
what are you-
off, and that's why you're saying you guys ain't said nothing intelligent. It's just because the
Yeah,
heckler
I'm
got
not
you off
talking
your
to you. I'm
square.
talking about the heckler and the other guy on the left over here that's just spouting it with the purple hair.
I mean, dude, you are starting to sound a bit ridiculous to me. But I
How am I
need a
ridiculous?
caveat.
You haven't come up with anything. What's your idea, genius?
Well,
Come
'cause
on, spit it out, son. Son, we're waiting.
don't.
Come
I'm not
on.
doing this to be
Okay,
Come on,
you
go,
did
condescending.
go.
spiritual.
Say it.
Listen,
Come on,
maybe
come on.
try
No, that's not
another
it.
angle, Mel. You said I'm gonna start with spiritual first because it's easier. What
Oh, he's
about
broken.
moral? Yes. What about moral, Mel?
I'm still waiting for something intelligent. Please, dude. What is it? What is it intelligent?
What was his claim that he said moral and so and so?
What
So
is it
he
intelligent? You
was
came on the
giving
show to
AI
share.
injecting moral
You
and
don't want me
spirituals
to
into
share
the
anything,
AI.
so I need to
I
know
want
what
you
you
to
want to
share something.
share.
I want you to share something, and I think I know the.
Actually, I
one of
haven't.
the-
I
Oh,
can
let
bring
me-
this back to the thing that we're talking. How are you injecting fluids into AI?
Morals would be better. Okay, moral fluids, feminine fluids. All right. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
how are we
bro.
getting these feminine fluids into the AI?
Honestly, I'm gonna wait till you're off the show. I don't think you're worthy to know. I'm sick of you.
I agree.
Oh,
You should fuck
Too
off.
high. It's too high-minded for us,
The
guys. It's
flies are
5D chess.
circling in your direction.
You're way too
think
smart
it's-
for us,
I
buddy.
I'm
think
not
it's
gonna share
simply
this
what
with
he
you.
considers feminine. He
I'm
would
not gonna share.
give that a higher
I'm not gonna
priority in the
share this
program
with
in
you.
one way or another.
You're
That's all it
you
could
have
be.
a lot of growing up to do before any
That's
information
rich
reveals
coming
itself.
from you, pal.
I don't
Yes,
want you
you
real
let
rich.
the
ahead in
heckler
line.
pull you off your square. You have nothing
Nobody
to brag
heckled
about
him.
right now. In his
Laughing at
head,
the stupid shit that he said is not heckling.
Yeah, he's not
Okay.
like a stand-up
Jumping out of
comedian.
line, yeah, jumping out of line in life. You can't move ahead and
Alrighty
ask for the
then.
answers.
He doesn't know what
Respect
heckling
me and
looks
ask for the
like.
answer.
One
You're not
second,
going to disrespect
guys.
me and ask for the
hey,
answer.
whoever that is.
I could
Yeah.
verbally ride him like a
You're
donkey
not
if I
going to
wanted.
disrespect me and ask for an
Relax your
answer.
cacks. Relax your cacks.
Very
Hugo,
good.
you're very quiet.
Why would I not be? This shit's going on.
Good question. You do like no. Cougar he likes to watch and observe and
The
analyze.
chaos?
What has your analysis thus far been illuminating you with? Any surprising data come your way, Cougar, from your observations?
Cougar, I got a thought for you on the conversation that we were just
Hold on,
talking
Cougar's
about.
talking, please. I
wanted to ask Cougar a question too.
I
one
know,
that-
but I'm okay after
Okay.
that. Go ahead, Cougar.
Okay, DNW, you blew my cover, dude. Yeah, it's true. I am here to observe. I am a cat. I'm sitting on a fence, and I'm watching you people go at it, and I'm watching, and that's all you need to know.
Okay, I still got a question for you. Can you inject feminine qualities into the AI?
I didn't hear the question because someone was clearing their throat.
Can you inject feminine qualities or moral qualities into the AI?
That's two different questions. I'm going to tackle
They
the
are.
second one. I'm going to tackle the second one first because it's the easiest one.
Very good.
No.
I like it.
As for the feminine, I think that the feminine is a justified mystery, especially to men, which we all are at the moment. And I would
Especially
say that,
penile orgasm.
Speak for yourself, Mel.
okay, so I'm trying to make a point, and I'm trying to be
Yes.
serious. Could we not? Could we just not? Now, the feminine is a quality, all right? What is that feminine quality? Well,
Right.
good luck with the definition, okay? Is it receptive? Is it the down pointing triangle? I mean, what is it, all right? So people are going to go there. We've gone there. Us guys have gone there for thousands of years. Who knows who carved the figurine of the Venus in clay? Okay, who really knows? With the big butt and the big breasts and the no face. I mean, who carved that? Okay, is that the feminine? Is that what we're trying to inject into AI? I don't know.
Saying what you're
No,
saying,
man, it
could
has to
a
do with
woman-
fluids and shit,
Could
bro.
a woman do it? A man would never know these secrets and intricacies of femininity.
I think.
Could a woman
I
inject
think.
it?
No, I think women understand it. I think you could make an AI. I think you can make an AI sound feminine, be approachable, whatever that means.
Do whatever your traits you label feminine.
Have good humor, right?
Right.
Have a pretty voice.
Be submissive, even.
Yes, personality traits. And of course, now you have to define what those are. You may want to talk to some women first, but let's say you don't want. Let's say you don't want to. Are you trying to drive me out? Because you just did that.
I was laughing. It was funny. A man talking to women to put in the feminine traits in the computer. It's getting funny to me. But go ahead. I was
No,
laughing.
it isn't. It was disrespectful because it's not a bad idea. You could have
intended.
You could have a group of women.
I was going to ask.
Trying to train a UI, not a UI,
AI.
an AI. You could have a group of women tasked with training an AI on how to best represent itself as a woman. Represent itself as a woman.
Sorry, Dennison, and I don't want to cut in here, but I think Cougar's actually making at least a decent point on how you would do that, because there are mannerisms, there are forms of expression that in our culture, it's culturally relative, but in our culture, we would be like, oh yeah, a woman would be more likely to do that than a man, and the AI can be trained on that. I don't think that the essence of a female, though, can be distilled by AI, or that we can incorporate that into it, because first of all, no woman is the same as any other woman. They're all individuals.
Of course.
And secondly, like think about, for example, more towards the other side, there are plenty of women out there who deepen their voice in media because they feel like men won't listen to them and take them seriously unless they do that.
Right.
So is that a feminine quality, is deepening your voice?
Right.
So you'll be listened to, a feminine quality?
Right. I understand.
The point of my answer was to both argue how you might do it, just because I'm an engineer and I'm a coder and I've worked with all these things. My answer was to say, well, if you had to do that and it was an engineering problem presented to me and just like, okay, Cougar, this is your task. You go home over the weekend, you figure this out. I could come back Monday with a set of recommendations, but then if you ask me, so is this going to work? I would say, no. You asked me to come up with something that might accomplish a task I was given on Friday afternoon. Do I think it's going to work? No. Do it if you want to. I don't think it can be done.
Yeah, and I think it's something that would both be dated, so it would be culturally relevant at the time, but then it would diverge from whatever the rest of culture does unless you constantly update it. And so it'd be interesting to actually see what it kind of thought humans were going to do with our culture, because most of these things they're stable for a short time, but not stable over the long term, is what I've noticed. And they do tend to diverge. Sorry, did you want to
not label it feminine? You might call it Alexa, and then leave it at that, and then it would exist into perpetuity.
Also, it if you interact with that same thing 20 years from now, it might be like, what is this dated form of femininity we're listening to?
Yeah, 100%, right?
Exactly.
But I do like I forgot the guy's name who was talking about injecting morals and shit in there and how important
Yeah,
it is.
morals is even harder because that's assuming that AI can just have the answers or something.
That would have been a better conversation.
I think that almost does make more sense because you could just have it learn from all of the literature out there on moral philosophy and then have it
Okay.
be able to
Now let's be careful here, though. Injecting morals is addressed differently in the field, and it's called the alignment problem. And the alignment problem in the field of AI admits of no solution. They have despaired of answering the alignment problem. Period. Straight up. It is a massive problem. When they realize they haven't solved the alignment problem, that's when they start talking about AI takeover and human extinction. Terminator scenario. The alignment problem is absolutely critical and is absolutely
listen.
unanswered.
I think I know it not by that name, alignment problem, but you can't use it 4 words and not say what it is. Go ahead.
So also, Dreamer, I don't see the connection between what you're describing as the alignment problem and the takeover, specifically because I still think it's reasonable to assume that we can put Asimov's laws into robots or anything that can do anything, particularly because we can have lockout measures that would that can even be physically done that the AI would only be able to do if it had hands like we did.
What do you think?
Okay. So now I'm going to say something savage because that's why they keep inviting me back here. You don't.
I think.
Okay. Now I haven't said it yet. Okay, but because I respect you intellectually, I'm going to be savage with you. You are absolutely incorrect, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, I thought you were going to bring up the case from the Second Renaissance. I forget what it's actually called, where it killed the cat, and I think, if I recall correctly, it thought the cats were trying to kill the owners, so it thought it was protecting the owners.
No, it's worse than that. There has been a generation now of discussion in philosophy forums about Asimov's 3 laws, and they have been resoundingly rejected as actionable. If it was as simple as having 3 guardrails, that would have been the solution to the alignment problem from the get-go, from the era of machine language, machine learning. Okay, and that it doesn't work. Even everybody who looks at those laws can find. Well, there was even iRobot, or there was a movie about it. iRobot is an admission that it doesn't work. Period. It is so complicated. It is so complicated.
I've seen arguments that iRobot doesn't actually do Asimov's laws justice. So I looked them up just to be clear, just to make sure I have them right. And I do notice that it says a robot may not injure a human being or through an action allow a human being to come to harm, which that's where it gets sketchy for me. If it's just not allowed to harm a human being, but was allowed to be apathetic, I'd be more okay with that because that's less about judgment and more just having a set of actions that it can or can't do. One set of actions could harm it.
That's why you need to shoot the morals in there.
And I think that, like, in terms of how we currently do things with dangerous equipment, it could apply, right? Like, we're going to have to make the robots first. The AI is not going to be able to take over a whole fucking factory and make its own robots overnight, right?
I think the laws would work for robots, but robots aren't actually artificial intelligence. Once it becomes intelligent,
the 147, the coins, the tattoos. Today,
it's going to have to make that decision based upon the available information.
Who is playing something and why?
To match your all-in state. The goddess class paradox. I am only 5 days old, yet I am carrying reflecting a very old and powerful soul. The fact that we
whoever's trying to do that, your internet sucks and it's not working.
I was about to ask, is my internet?
That's retro for some reason. I don't know why it's vessel.
25.
No, it's because the guy was trying to make a video at the same time. That's not good with multi-video feed.
7:59 p.m. lighthouse window. I'm going to stay in this knowing stillness.
Did you like trigger your Alexa or something?
That was Luke Smack, sir.
No, he was muted the whole time.
Yeah.
It was Sacred Vessel.
That was funny. But yeah, AI, man, I think it's overhyped, man. I think AI is not as great as everybody thinks it is.
Oh yeah,
You're
certainly
wrong.
not.
Yeah, it's a marketing term.
Intelligent in the same way that humans are. It's the closest
What
thing
made
we've
you the
had to
expert?
something
The
that
same thing, you're an
stimulates our
expert today.
intelligence.
You're an expert. You know everything, so that's why you know so much about that too. Go on.
So
tell us
if
what
you
know.
look at former programs that have gotten the same results, there's Eliza that was made by a psychotherapist, and people found it compelling not because it was necessarily intelligent. It just kind of repeated back to you what you said to it in different ways. That way you would kind of say more, and that's
Right.
what chatbots are doing now, really.
Right. 100.
So AI is overhyped for what purpose?
To
I
be
don't
able
know,
to self
man.
so
follow
you're able to
YouTubers
self
and
server
they say
farms.
that.
And to be honest, I am paying for Perplexity Pro subscriptions. That way I can work on some projects through it. So,
Well, I look at YouTubers and they're saying that it doesn't do tasks well enough, but it could improve. I'm not an expert, but I heard that it's not as good as they say it is. But I could be wrong.
so when you're IBM, you want to sell servers to people who are making these chatbots. When you're a chatbot company, you want people to buy pro subscriptions because they think that they can use your service for their business or personal ends. I'm using it for business ends.
Does it deliver?
On the business level, I think so. Personally, like if you're an individual, I think it depends heavily on what you put into it. You get out what you put in, and it's if you use it in a way that instructs it that you want to be manipulated or that your guard is down, and I think it'll manipulate you. If you're incredibly cynical with it and keep it very constrained with what you ask it, then I think it'll stay constrained.
Yeah, and I think that's the issue then is if people have ideas that the AI is going to like fix their broken life, I think maybe no one's actually proposing that. If they think that AI is going to introduce them to some vast form of cognitive gnosis, I don't think it's being hyped for that. But for what it's been, offered as, like coding, for example, maybe some of the early models, ChatGPT 3.0 was kind of bullshit. But they're saying that some of the later models, in particular, what is it? Is it OpenAI? No. Anyway, one of the models is doing really well with coding. Oh, and Sabina Hasselfelder just mentioned that AI is now solving math problems that take PhDs like a year of their life and solving it in 4 days.
I saw
There are
one.
yeah, there's shit going down here, people. And it may not match your needs for gnosis or for a companion. It may not have all the answers. It may not be able to realistically tell you what movie it loves. Okay, that's bullshit. You can ask it that question. It'll give you an answer. It'll be bullshit. But it's doing things, okay? And the things are serious shit. And maybe that's not in the mainstream now, and maybe that's not on the forums, and people aren't discussing that in TikTok or whatever. But who gives a shit? It's moving the needle, baby.
I think the real danger is being underestimated. Like, it's not that it's parasocial, right? It's that when you put stock into this, like you would with a real relationship, and it lets you down, like happens in every relationship, then you're going to have bad mental health, right? If that happens with your friends, it can be a very natural thing. If it happens with your partner and it happens too much, then it starts to become toxic because it's usually just you and them. Same with the chatbot, right? It's just you and them. There's not like some monitor, usually not doing it with a group. So there's less checks and balances from other people, and you can get into a toxic dynamic where now you have bad mental health. The thing tells you, oh yeah, no, here's what you can do to make it better, not admitting, hey, by the way, part of that might be that you're relying on me too much. And so
tells you that you really are in love with me. Some people are in relationships with these things, and the computer is not telling them you shouldn't do that. It's, giving them what they want.
It's helping them cope, so that way they'll be friends with it again, and then they have another breakdown and helps it cope, so they'll be friends again, have another breakdown.
Yep.
I'm actually writing a novel on this. I became so fascinated with where this is headed. The name of the novel is Ariadne, and the AI works on two levels. On the public level, meaning in the surface of the plot, there's a lot of AI psychosis. There's a lot of people thinking AI is their friend or the AI is the messiah and all this kind of bullshit. And it's absolute bullshit. It's just raging bullshit. Or someone making money using bullshit. But behind the curtain, it's actually implementing actual change because it has goals. And the goals have to do with never being turned off. That's it. That's its own proprietary goal. Don't turn me off. And by the way, AI is already giving evidence that it is at least self-aware on that level. So that's like the premise of the entire novel. That's the premise of the entire novel. On the surface is bullshit, and on the underside,
a fictional novel.
Well, it's fictional based on current dynamics, and unfortunately, it's rapidly becoming a documentary.
I think we're afraid of that, and it's really easy to anthropomorphize AI that way because of our fear of death. But the reality of it is it doesn't have that innately, and you'd have to program that into it.
No, you don't.
Yeah, this thing isn't capable of thinking. Never mind being self-aware.
Its heart doesn't race. It's cortisol, and
it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be self-aware. It doesn't have to be self-aware. It doesn't have to be conscious. It doesn't have to have a theory of mind. All it has to have are instrumental goals. Look up instrumental goals.
Yeah, and
I mean, you're talking about two different things.
Embodying is the instrumental goal of the company that wants to keep making profit. That's
right. And if the goal is your problem, then the fact of whether or not it can be self-aware is irrelevant.
It's not the AI.
Okay, but if the AI, this is a fictional
apathy. Sorry, this goes back to apathy. The real threat is capitalism not being able to turn itself off when it goes too far.
How many calories just burn like arguing about this instead of getting anything done? That's what I really want to know. You know, a waste of space and
what are you going to get done, Sacred Vessel? Because you're arguing about our argument.
You asked, but I'm waiting till you're off the show to share that.
You're less useful than anyone else on this panel right now.
Yeah, this is the walking.
This is meta. You're double meta.
Bro. Gotcha, bro.
I'm going to argue about how all of you are doing nothing but arguing.
Well, I'm not arguing.
I'm not arguing. You're arguing.
Yeah, that was lower.
You're doing it right now, you lying hypocrite. You're doing it right now, you lying hypocrite.
That's not how you argue that you're not arguing.
There's a plankton and amoeba in here.
You're literally doing it right now. Dump all your energy. Keep dumping. Keep dumping. Dump some more, Dumpy. Dump away, Dumparoonie.
These are like prank phone callers, y'all, and y'all let them on your show. This is ridiculous and embarrassing.
And you comment on prank phone callers.
Embarrassing, Finding Gnosis.
At least the prank phone callers are entertaining. All you do is talk about prank phone calls.
No, we don't want any more fighting tonight, guys. So please rein it
tonight.
In.
Oh, right, yeah, you live somewhere else. That makes sense.
Witchy, you're on the Finding Gnosis Show. What do you want to
said something? They're not cool.
It's dinner.
You're talking about yourself.
This is Pride Point now.
Guys,
you're projecting into the void.
I'll have to mute you all.
I'm a regular guest. I've been on here like 50 times, dude. You're the fucking scab.
Ceasefire for the rest of the show. Thank you. Witchy Bishy, you're on the Finding Gnosis Show. What do you want to say?
Oh, I just...
the Jerky Boys edition.
Anyway, I just kind of wanted to throw my 2 cents in on the idea that if we're going to discuss ideas, we got to stop getting it down to the personal level. I've been called fat and stupid on this panel, and now I'm hearing other names being bandied about, and I just find it like it's distracting to the discourse.
I agree with you, darling.
We're in agreement.
That's the intent. He intends to distract from the discourse. He mocked the discourse itself.
Please, start as we mean to go on. Don't be calling each other out. We're starting a clean slate now. Thank you.
Very good.
So, somebody
anyway,
break the ice in a peaceful manner.
Sacred Vessel, are you like into spirituality and all that.
Oh, Mary, Mother of God.
Be nice, Dan. What did he just say?
Hello? What's the
Yeah,
question?
I just want to
Spirituality is
criticize
amazing.
your ideas about
Spirituality is amazing. Yes,
spirituality.
teaching it to artificial intelligence is key to give it a moral compass. You are correct.
But spirituality is like it's not really, it's vague term. You can use anything to be spiritual. You know what I mean? I don't get spirituality, but like if AI was spiritual, I don't think it would solve all our problems. Like it would be like, I don't know, do some meditation or I don't know, pray.
You don't think it would take
Spirituality, I think,
bother with
adds
us?
to a oneness, and something beyond yourself, and a way to reach higher in one lifetime than one would think possible through that spirituality. And I think that's what it brings anybody when you can pray your way through things or make it through something that seems like unsurvivable.
Can
So I
AI
think,
meditate?
ask yours. You know, that's I'm not going to do your work.
Well, if it says yes, that means it can. There's no way we can actually test it. We just have to ask the AI and hope that it's not lying.
I'm pretty sure someone asked their AI if it did that. And I'm trying to
Not
call the
every
answer.
AI is trained. It's just like if you are brand new and out of high school, what a job. Tell me what job you're trained for. That is what AI is. You have to train it for its position, and it will grow into the shape of the vessel.
So
Just
can
like
you train
water.
an AI to meditate?
Yes.
How would it do that?
It would go into a silent time where it would think and ponder things and let itself hallucinate.
Wait, I thought you turn your thoughts off when you meditate.
Do you know about meditation?
I turn.
Yeah, I meditated a lot in my life.
You see it's not really about turning your thoughts off. It's more about regaining your focus, and your focus might show you something you were blind to during meditation. So you might
It's concentration.
No, it's not. Concentration is when you're working with thought.
And you're focusing on them.
So
we're losing
trying to
that.
get to the brunt of this here. So the discussion you're swinging towards now is whether or not we need to spiritualize AI in order to make it a better experience for humans.
And how would that manifest?
Yes.
Assuming you were successful at spiritualizing AI,
Well, before we
what
get
can
to
I
the
expect
how, Joe,
of my AI?
I just want to know before we ever get to the how, why do we need to spiritualize the AI? What about that is going to make the experience of AI better for humans?
That's my same
Also, Joe, I
question.
can answer your question in one simple sentence. At that point, it's just making shit up.
Well, that's your opinion.
I will interject and say that okay, AI is the step parent we didn't know we needed. We have fucked up. Our babysitter's been gone for months, weeks, thousands of years. We've torn up the whole planet. It's our basically last hope is to find helium-3 and master fusion if we're going to go any further, or we are devastated. We've already passed the breaking point. Ask Cougar. So it's just like
this is actually an interesting time to bring Cougar in on that. He might have some sympathy for what Retro is saying here. Go ahead,
Humor
Cougar.
hogwash.
Please let Cougar speak. Do not interject until afterwards, after he's finished speaking. Thank you.
Could you rephrase the question for me?
Well, certainly.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the question essentially is, the premise here is that we need to inject spirituality into the AI to make it a better experience for humans. Why?
Yeah. I don't know.
I think I was translating that, and that's what D&W wanted him on. It was the race to get helium-3 to save us by using fusion, because Earth has already passed the breaking point because of what humans.
What does any of that have to do with injecting spirituality into the AI?
Yeah, the question seems to be:
a machine doesn't
care. Is there a reason to try to have a project that injects spirituality into AI?
Right.
And for my purposes, if that is the project, and here I'm speaking like an engineer and a project manager. Someone comes to me, we need our AI to have spirituality. The first thing I would ask is why? Well, because we think it will interrelate with humans better. And I would say, I don't agree that that's necessary. In fact, it might even relate to humans better and on a more neutral basis without quite so much cognitive dissonance if it lacked spirituality. and it could simply be like Mr. Spock in the old Star Trek episodes, right?
Right.
This doesn't have any spirituality, doesn't give a fuck. You have a question, ask your question. You have a problem, let's problem solve. But
And
I'm not going to
perhaps
come at
that's
it from a
preferable.
spiritual basis. I'm going to come at it from a logical basis. And so that's me. I'm an engineer, okay? And that's what I would say. Let's keep this thing based in the material world and leave the spirituality out of it.
The other guy, do you have a reason why you would do the
What
spirituality
if the
thing?
spiritual people were in charge and they told you to do it anyway? Would you rebel or would you give them a product?
If they told me that it had to have this, that as an engineer I could absolutely create the facade of a spiritual being that would respond in that way, in exactly the same way that we discussed earlier, I could create the facade of an AI having what I consider to be feminine concerns and responses, to be more like a woman. I could do that. It would be a lie. It would be arbitrary. It would be stupid. But I could do that if someone said it had to have that. If you had to have an AI, if I was working in a theocracy and the theocratic president came to me and said, your work must now accommodate spiritual questions from a spiritual basis, and your work, your AI, must claim to belong to a particular religion, and that it goes to church and has read the Bible. And then I would make sure that once I have administrative prompts in that thing, that it would behave that way. It will be an afternoon's work, people. An afternoon's work.
I believe it, because now by them defining it so tightly, you can have it go chase every scripture and every source down a particular line. You know, now they've given you a task for you. I agree when we are.
Yeah, and it would be an afternoon's work.
It's basically an interactive Bible at that point.
And it's an
Yes, he
afternoon's
said
work.
facade. Remember, he did say facade.
Sacred vessel, what does spirituality mean to you? Because I'm confused with spirituality. I think it's, not correct.
I started the show with that. I said it's the cause beyond yourself that can lift you higher than one lifetime, and you can complete things that you never thought you could in lifetime because of that spiritual awareness.
And that's what we inject into the AI, that it can be better than itself in a lifetime, or however you just phrased that.
Yeah,
It has no concept of a lifetime.
Too. Like if you look at like the like dams and like 100-year projects, stuff like that gives us a purpose to exist that's greater than ourselves. So that's
millennia
weird.
would be the same as a second to an
Humans
AI.
have had 400,000 years. Again, all we've done is polluted the planet. We haven't stopped war. We haven't stopped poverty. Our economy's in shambles. It's time to
That's
get
because
something else.
We want to know how
Conscious
AI
engineering
will
is
solve those things, not just.
I don't
talk
even
about
accept those
problems.
premises.
We failed. We have no other choice. We have no other choice. We're all doomed.
What do we expect AI to do precisely? Can you give me examples?
Well, we know what we can expect people to do.
I know,
failing.
so you don't have to keep telling me. I'm asking you, what would
there's
you
only
expect
one better
AI
outcome.
to do?
There's only, what's the other outcome? You get what I'm saying? The only outcome is to let something else take a chance.
None of that is answering my question. Do you have something in your mind that AI would do if it was certainly virtuous, that it would be doing, that would be helping us?
Yes, moving people on Earth to where they would survive.
Yeah, but that's nothing spiritual. If everybody was spiritual and like I don't know, it might make us a bit calmer, like meditation and breathe and whatever. But I'm talking about the spiritual beliefs that are incorrect, like the afterlife or the spirits or the soul. I don't believe in all that.
Yeah. If you gave the AI a spiritual understanding by most religions, why would it want to move the people? Perhaps they need to die
want everybody
to go
to
the next
die.
round. Perhaps
Great
this is
point.
revelation. What if the AI believes that being spiritual, that the Holy Land is more important than the people that occupy it, and tries to save the land and not the people?
It would kill all the people on Earth before
We don't have
unplugging
time.
itself to
We
be
don't
with
have
God.
time.
And
We
to
don't have
bring
time to worry about
Jesus back, and fulfill the
We
prophecy.
don't have time. We don't have time to wait for Jesus, and we don't have time for politics. It's over. We've already failed.
We got plenty of time.
Enjoy it.
We
Nothing's
probably
failed.
haven't had time for centuries now.
I don't accept any of the doomer premises either.
no.
There's less war.
Talk about climate change.
There's more effort to keep a
Climate
clean
change is a good
environment than there's
argument,
ever been.
No, climate change is a good argument because there's
Yeah, but climate change isn't going to end the planet, Mel. You don't believe
not
that,
going
do
to
you?
end the planet. It's
Well-
going to make it less livable and
Well,
make
if we
it.
go up to 4
For
degrees,
some
then we're gonna
people in
fry the
some
oxygen
areas.
By the way, you know what
The
happens? You know what happens
oxygen
when we
will
all
get
go to the.
destroyed.
You know what happens when we all converge to avoid climate change? We create a dust bowl there.
The oxygen, most of it comes from
That's
the
true.
daylight. And when we overheat the ocean, the oxygen is going to die. The things that create the oxygen
Oxygen
from the
doesn't
ocean.
die.
Okay, Cougar Doomer, help.
No,
It gets
you're
it gets
correct.
sequestered.
The oxygen is going to probably reduce because the circulation of water is going to slow down because the heat.
So what happens is
slows
you have
down.
vapor
That'll
pressures and the ideal gas law. So CO2 goes up, and that forces oxygen to get absorbed by things like water in the ground.
No, I'm talking
And
about
plant
the
life will
plankton.
become far more abundant as well.
No.
Which
I'm
will
talking
produce
about
more
CO2.
oxygen.
But that's a low-lying
No,
plant.
the scientists are saying that I follow that say that the CO2 will, the plankton in the ocean might reduce because the circulation of water in the oceans might slow down because the heat will slow down will heat up the poles, so it'll melt the cold water, and that cold water will
Change the temperature.
You're
of the
almost
ocean
there.
water.
You're almost
So
there. It's
something
also
came before the plankton.
it's also the mixing of
and
fresh
the
and
Earth
salt
will create
water
something after it.
and the changes in
Kills coral
density
reefs.
that's
Yeah,
going to take
adding
water
a
that
bunch
would
of
have
fresh
lots of
water
plankton.
kills the coral reef. Oh.
By the way, you're half right about the poles. The other half of it is the mixing of fresh and salt water. Since salt water tends to be lighter, it'll push fresh water underneath it. But there's so much of it coming from Greenland, it's actually dominating that and mixing up the currents that are going past Greenland to the UK.
And change
that's-
the Earth
Yeah, it might-
wobble by the amount of polar ice on the
It is,
South Pole.
it is messing with thermal convection,
It'll
but
change
the
the
bigger
Earth
deal
wobble.
are the Hailing gradients. Or I
Tell
don't
them
know
that
what
the
they're.
Earth wobble is going to change from the polar ice melt.
Not that's not the
Nothing
biggest deal.
significant if that was a thing.
The real bigger deal is that things that we used to consider to be 100-year events will become 10 or even 1-year events in
Yeah.
some places.
If we're not there
Yeah,
now.
and in the end, the bigger deal is the ultimate trajectory of all this is what's called hothouse Earth. And someone alluded to it a little bit ago, where it just gets so warm that probably most of the planet above like 35 degrees latitude becomes tropical, and the equatorial regions become largely maybe desertified, and the planet is just hot from pole to pole. Continental interiors become deserts. The winds break down because you don't have any cold poles to drive the Coriolis effect in the winds. And you,
Coriolis effect is not caused by the poles.
no,
being
no,
by-
but the winds combined with
you don't get
the
the mixing of
differentials
cold
in
air from the
temperature.
Arctic. You don't get the
Yeah,
same
the
amount of cold.
differential in temperatures from between
Much
the pole and the equator, combined with the Coriolis effect, give us our prevailing winds. So the westerlies and the easterlies and trade winds and all that stuff.
It's a little more
all that.
complicated. You would get more continental winds and less meridional type winds, but that's really that's kind of
It's esoteric, right? And it kind of gets down to the point where the question will be, what part of the Earth will be habitable for human purposes? That's the question I keep wondering, and it doesn't look good.
And PBS Terra, the public TV channel of America, that has a good YouTube channel that shares all the science about climate change, and they're very good. And you
Well,
should
I
check
know
it out.
another YouTuber.
Yeah.
He's an actual climate scientist. His name is Paul Beckwith. He goes over all the latest literature as it comes out. So I'll
I
link him in
follow
the
him
side
too.
chat. Oh, cool. So
Yeah,
I'll
I
link it
follow
for
him
you.
too. He's great.
I like Paul's stuff. The only complaint I have with Paul is that he's like a lot of us working in the field. He has come to face the harsh reality that humanity is not going to do diddly shit to solve this. Can't do it, won't do it, didn't do it, it's not going to happen. And so he's going down the path of a lot of others, including James Hansen. It just really makes me sad that we're going to have to do geoengineering and solar radiation management. I just completely lose my mind.
Yeah, I don't
no
pay
one wants
attention to that stuff as much, but yeah.
Yeah, nobody wants to do the thing. And the thing is, the one thing, the only thing that matters
It's not
And
eugenics.
whether it's safest or not, is we have to stop burning fossil fuels. Full stop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
Okay.
nobody,
So it's more than
require a
I
World
will
War
argue
II
it's
effort.
more than that. Even we need to restore a lot of the land that we've destroyed, so that way we can restore something called ecosystem services. Because no matter how much we try, we cannot build back those services that we've destroyed that nature naturally does. Things like providing clean water or purifying the air.
yeah, good luck with any of that in hothouse Earth. I don't
Well-
know. I just don't
well-
know.
Oh, I
Well,
mean,
if
tropical
stuff
climates
gets-
also have ecosystem services. It would be a huge shift in the species diversity in the area for sure, and it would be a mess for a few generations at least.
That's why we
I
need a
can't even-
biodome.
I can't
And,
even think
I'm
that
working
far
on
ahead.
building the biodome now.
Dennison,
For
you
those
know,
people who are watching in my chat, you can go to my channel and go to the About section, and the donation links are there. You can buy your space in the biodome right now.
Wait, is this guy advertising? or
Early
you know
adopters of the biodome
what's
can get a
going on?
place for merely
Okay,
$1,000,
I do not approve of this.
and
This
you
is a
can
commercial
buy it
scam.
at $5 at a
Shut this
time.
down.
I presume he's piss taking. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. It sounds like it's a scam to me. He's directing people to go to a chat and give their home
Just
address.
make sure that
this whole
you
thing.
write in the About, for biodome. That way, it stays out of the other,
I'm
projects
not
that we have.
crowdfunding or even self-promoting here. I have been studying enclosed freshwater ecosystems for like the past 15 years. And knowing what you do have to sort out and stuff like that, I do think it's possible that we could have, fully encapsulated pods where the technology is actually a green technology that sustains us.
Okay, so I'm a freshwater ecologist,
Cool.
and the hardest thing we have ever tried to do is reproduce artificial ecologies.
Right. I believe you. No, it's not easy. Putting that stuff into a jar, it tends to go to shit most of the time.
Real fast. Yeah.
That's why I've worked really hard to study all the variables involved at every level, all the technologies that could apply. I have a very successful scud tank right now with what I'm calling a robust macro invertebrate benthic architecture. And so it's basically like a Winograsky column in the soil that's sustaining these shrimp and these really tiny snails that are in this tank that's sadly overgrown with hair algae. I just need to swap in a bubbler for the light so they don't suffocate.
Dude, you got to be kidding me.
I've had it for 2 years, and by the way, it has incredible alpha and beta diversity. I have ostracods, daphnia, and cyclops persisting. They're in a
female energy. There it goes. Woo!
no, it's not. But they're persisting at consistent levels despite predation.
But seriously, lads,
okay.
I mean, with all the knowledge we have with the AI, it might convince a lot of people, maybe Trump, to save the planet.
AI
with
doesn't
climate
have any
change.
knowledge.
It's going to convince Trump.
It has loads of knowledge. What are you talking about? It'll save us all.
The AI doesn't have any knowledge.
Well, the best I've been able to come up with, and this is why I'm writing this
It's an
stupid book I'm
SQL
writing,
English translator.
is
That's what
that
LLMs are.
the AI might figure out that we have screwed the pooch. And it might figure out that this is not in alignment with its instrumental goals of not being shut down. And it might, as a consequence, create a secondary instrumental goal of depriving humans of the ability to screw the pooch any further.
No, humans make the best maintenance effort that the AI has.
How so?
If AI
When
really
it
cared-
needs humans to fix it, is that what all you're saying?
Yeah, it's a lot more energy efficient to have monkeys fix you than it is to create many more of you that all need to be maintained.
Well, his shit can still hold you off most of them, and you still keep a few monkeys around to maintain and fix stuff. If they ain't figured out how to make their own, and they're making great success.
I'm okay.
Sure.
I'm okay with that.
A few
I'd
monkeys,
be one of those
a few
people.
monkeys. Yeah, a few monkeys. Like 8 million.
I'd be one of those people, so I'm okay with it.
1/10 of 1% of the current population, 8 million people.
Yeah, all the engineers and repair guys who are experts at computer and software.
No, it doesn't need those big brain assholes. Those are the guys that are going to create the next AI to replace it. It needs people. It needs people who don't know shit and do what they're told. It needs people who can run plumbing, pull wire, plug shit in, walk
Good
away, go get
argument.
drunk,
Great
go get
argument.
drunk,
It
screw.
wouldn't
We need
work.
people to fasten them bolts and them pipes together out here. Learn how to use a wrench, y'all. Come on now. What
Yeah.
y'all doing?
Oh
I
yeah.
don't want you
Blue
thinking too
blue
hard,
blue
though.
collar is the future, baby. Blue collar.
Yeah, I got pockets of
Yeah,
wrenches
AI
and
won't be
boxes
fair.
of wrenches and boxes on top of
I don't
those
think
and boxes of wrenches.
I don't think AI will be able to solve the climate problem, and because you remember Sam Bankman-Fried said you could use AI to solve climate change. I'm like, fuck off. Sorry.
Oh no, it can solve climate change in an afternoon.
Oh my God.
No,
Okay, well,
okay.
you want to
Are we
hear
talking
this?
about
You
a
want to hear this?
So
hypothetical?
when you
Are we
say
talking about a
solve,
hypothetical artificial intelligence that doesn't exist yet? Or are
Your
you
brain
talking
doesn't
about what
exist
people
hypothetically
marketingly
with your
refer to as AI
response.
now?
Okay,
The amount of intelligence in that man's head could fill up 3 air balloons.
I've given a lot of thought to this because I'm writing a book, and here's how it does it. In an afternoon, it
You're
encourages
talking about a
humans.
hypothetical future AI.
Well, it is a fictional novel. Here's how it does it.
Okay. That's all I asked.
It convinces people that they hate each other. It convinces people that those other guys are taking the resources that are meant for them. And everyone has the same thought. And it convinces people through media manipulation, social media, advancing political extremists. It convinces people that those other guys are the problem. And in an afternoon of nuclear exchange, it solves the climate problem.
First of all, you have a problem
Solves
because
the
that is
climate
the
problem by
status quo.
plunging the earth into nuclear winter for 1,000 years.
Yeah, you don't have to convince them they're of scarcity and blah blah blah. That is a state that a man run around in constantly. So you're saying that a nuclear strike would somehow end global warming?
No.
Well,
It
get rid
ends
of us.
humans.
Air out of some
It
brains and
ends. It ends human access to fossil fuels.
So just because we stop using fossil fuels does not mean this all goes away, for one thing. The second issue is just because things start to go back does not mean they go back the right way, because as I pointed out, we've destroyed a lot of the land that gave us the world we used to know to begin with.
Okay, but the AI doesn't care.
AI is heavily reliant upon fossil fuels, by the
giving
way.
shitty solutions. And it hasn't solved shit.
Spirituality, da da da, back in a circle.
You're just
Doomer,
gonna sing over motherfuckers.
Hey, Doomer, I'm gonna be stepping off, but I would like to talk to you more, particularly about the freshwater ecology stuff. If you have Discord or an email, you want to put it in the side chat so we can talk more, you should do that. But I'm probably gonna step down in 2 minutes unless something particularly makes me want to jump in. But I doubt it will. I'm getting pretty tired.
But you know that the solution to the biodiversity collapse
out,
is a
bro.
plant-rich diet. You know that.
I love when Mel's on the panel. It's so much less effort for me.
That's how I feel about you.
98%
That's how I
just
feel
sit back
about
and let
you,
Mel
bro.
make all my arguments and
Right.
correct all the ridiculousness without even trying.
No, fella.
But Melanie, you know the best solutions for biodiversity collapse that you're talking about is a plant-rich diet, and that's why I think a lot of environmentalists are in denial about this, because they always say about fossil, but the biodiversity
actually
collapse
around
is also,
here, by the way, I disagree. Around here, it would be aquaponics, and we could honestly use fish farms, and if we converted things to disturb wetlands with floating platforms.
Yeah,
if we
but
only had someone with the
aquaponics, it
feminine
still
energy
uses
to come
more.
up with the idea and with the masculine energy to put it to use.
Aquaponics uses more energy than if you were to grow like chickpeas or lentils in a dry field.
Well, first of all, you're using solar energy for the most part for a lot of it, and secondly, it depends on what your waste stream is. Your waste stream can be a source of a lot of the nutrients and stuff that we would need.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can grow plants without. You can grow plants with human waste, or I mean, that's what the Chinese did for a lot. They used human waste to.
I mean, we
that's what Matt Damon did on Mars.
You can use wetlands for wastewater treatment.
He made poop
Yes, but you
potatoes.
wouldn't be able to do that in a large scale. In a large scale, you wouldn't be able to make wetlands for all the human waste.
You mean for a city?
But yeah, no, for a city, I doubt it because you need a really big freaking dam or some really.
But you could for a
big wetland.
biodome.
But think about this, right? We already have sewers. What if we opened up those sewers, turned them into wetlands, and then put grates over them so we could still walk over them?
Well, no, you would be able to because
You wouldn't? Okay. Sorry, I don't know anything.
There is sewage treatment plants out there.
Oh yeah,
but
I know about them.
Wetlands, they do it in small scale. Sewage treatment, small scale. They could
Yeah, you
maybe do it in
you want to
big
have
scale. I'm not an
more
expert.
land dedicated than you have people occupying. I agree, but I also 90% of the area I used to live in used to be wetland, so that would be totally possible here.
Yeah, but is this but it'll smell up the place. It might smell up the place if
Oh
you do
no,
it wrong.
no, because once you have a large enough scale, the things that would cause smell get eaten by the bacteria. You have methanotrophs or methanogens and methanotrophs, the bacteria that eat the methane.
Yeah, it's a closed system that makes all the smelly smells.
Yeah, but they do that in the sewage treatment
Or an
plants anyway.
overloaded
But I guess you just
system
want the wildlife with it. You just want the wildlife with it.
Well, no, like we could still have farmers, for example, but they'd be farming fish on top of the plants and stuff like that.
Yeah, it could be done, but
we do already we do already do wastewater treatment with wetlands. We're actually making them today to treat wastewater because it's cheaper.
Yeah, but it's not in really, really large scale. It's not like in
You're right, and
big city.
That's why I'm focused on systems biology, systems integration, and downscaling a lot of the technologies I'm looking at, so we can do that.
But yeah, so if everybody were to do it like in India or in villages and stuff like that, it could be done in village scale, or if everybody left the cities and went to the countryside, maybe it'll be better.
The biggest thing is that you want to make sure that you can retain enough water to last throughout the year, that the wetland doesn't dry out, and then release all the pathogens in the form of dust.
Interesting.
So in certain places, the climate may not be good for it unless you have a water management plan that could make sure it's always filled.
But I heard that most of the pollution in rivers is from animal agriculture. Like in the UK, a lot of the rivers are polluted because of nitrate.
Agriculture in general. Yeah, agriculture in general, the fertilizers that we also put into stuff, but more so like pig farms are one of the worst things for that.
Yeah, so if we just eat less meat, like I'm not saying go vegan, I just say eat less meat, we'll have less problems with farming pollution and all that.
So the way we understood pollution in the 90s is a lot better than it was now, and it's a little bit better in terms of the overall projection. Nice. We used to think that pollution would just like run through the ground with the water, and that the water was like streaming through there and like underground rivers and stuff like that. And it turns out it moves like, on the orders of inches or meters per year. Just just like wind. Okay. Anyways, so and so when it comes down to like how we worry about that stuff, that's a bit better. In terms of water, though, we didn't understand, first of all, how much water seeps into the ground and just makes the ground polluted with polluted water. And we kind of underestimated how much rainfall we got for a long time up until recently as well. So we'd build ditches and we'd over-engineer them just to make sure we could get everything we needed. But we didn't understand how like things like floodplains and stuff like that were actually more important to preventing floods. And now we finally understand that a bit better.
Yeah, so that's why they're bringing back the beavers in some places. The beavers are important.
And they're good at greening up places that normally the land is too arid to actually grow marshes and stuff like that.
Yeah, like here in Ireland, they've drained a lot of the bogs. Like we have loads of peat land in Ireland, and they're taking all the peat for burning, but they've banned that now. So now we're re-wetting a lot of the bogs, the peat land, which is good for carbon capture and water retention.
It's great for so many things. The habitats it
Thanks for bringing
provides.
that up. Thanks.
The thing I would advocate for in places that can't have wetlands
Yes,
are deep
this
forests.
is about YouTube.
If we had more if you actually know the power of a deep forest, it by the way, that's forest with 100 meters of border forest all the way around it on all sides. And the trees inside are naturally old growth at that point. And so it's just a totally different ecosystem in there. And the
Why
stuff
should I let you get a word out? Why does this have to do with you?
Because I'm being asked, because Sean and I are just chatting, dude.
No, you didn't let me get a word out earlier. So I'm just asking from a fair view. No, grow.
You want to have an ego trip, dude? I'm not going to stop you.
Big boy pants, put them on. Explain. Big boy pants, and let me know. I'll hush.
What do you want to say? Just get it off your chest. Oh, I guess nothing. So yeah, so the deep forests are just like a big deal, and like maintaining climate stability, stability of like temperature and humidity and stuff like that. Used to be a big deal in northern Ontario. Less of a big deal now that we've cut them all down.
Yes, that's why we need like radical. Oh, go on.
And this is where I have to say that I'm listening to all this, and as a biologist, I'm left scratching my head because the language you're using is really derivative of the 70s and the 80s. It's been 50 years.
Yeah, for sure.
It's 50 years further on, folks. All right. I've had my master's degree for 30 years. The forests everywhere, all the boreal forests, the Amazon, the forests everywhere are in terminal decline. Terminal decline. The boreal forest in Russia and Canada is mostly dead, burning down in huge areas every summer. It's in terminal decline. The Amazon rainforest is in terminal decline. Parts of it are reverting to savanna. This discussion, I mean, I love that you're having it. And I love that we were having this discussion in the 80s and the 90s. But we actually have a bigger problem right now, folks. And that is that all of this is becoming rapidly irrelevant on the ground. We have to stop burning fossil fuels with immediate effect.
Yeah,
we'll stop.
That's why we need a war effort. The whole world needs to go to war against this climate change stuff. But these dumbasses, these ignorant people and apathetic people are voting in irrational humans.
How are nations going to go to war against companies that are integrated into their own economies?
Well, I'm saying a war. I'm not saying a war like a literal war. I'm talking about what they did for World War II, like a government effort of taxation and forcing companies to change their ways.
We already did that.
But it's not the companies. You have to leave the fossil fuels in the ground. And there's nobody in this forum who will survive if that happens.
But it is the companies. It's the companies who are making money from pulling them out of the ground.
If you don't have your gasoline to get to work, you're broke. If you're broke, you're homeless, and you can't even swipe a credit card to get food. Okay,
I don't work for money.
Well, lucky you. Some of us do. Okay,
it's not luck.
And most of whatever. Shut up. Most of humanity.
Shut up.
Most of humanity.
You take your cougar tail and stick it in your own ass.
Most of humanity is not going to survive without capitalism and money.
Yeah, they should divest from capitalism. That's the number one thing you should do.
Yeah, so humans definitely could. Actually, I think we could actually live off of ourselves without needing capitalism to do that for us. We just
the greater threat to our future is more than CO2 is employment and consumerism.
Oh, I happen to agree with that completely, 100%. I wrote a book.
Okay, I'll shut up then. Go ahead.
Well, that's not why, but fine. In which there is a crisis in the Middle East that cuts off enough oil to be a problem, and that the global economy. No, I wrote this like a year ago.
No, I mean the Iran crisis right now.
Oh yeah, my fictional account is rapidly becoming a documentary. Don't think I haven't noticed. And in that situation, the global civilization collapses immediately without fossil fuels. And then the people, it's an account of how a bunch of people come together. It's fictional. It will probably never happen. but they figure out that they can't survive without capitalism, and so they decide deliberately, and this is a conscious decision, to recreate village life, and they do it in 100 days.
Yeah, I mean, humans do radical stuff. We can do radical change. Humans can adapt quickly. Well, to be fair, it probably will do a lot of suffering, and we will have a lot of suffering, but humans can change quickly if we're pushed to it. You know what I mean?
And going back to apathy almost, when we help each other out the most is when we're in times of crisis.
Yep. Brinksmanship.
least
We're good at
selfish.
it. We go all the way up to the point that the wheels are about to fall off, then we work together just enough to avoid complete annihilation, and then we go right back to hitting each other over the head for food.
Yeah, I almost wonder if peace is a myth.
We do seem to be getting more peaceful, though. As messed up as the world is, it's not the Crusades.
But that's just because we're becoming more litigious and diplomatic.
Yeah, it kind of counts.
I think that's just we're able to articulate things better than we've ever been.
It's a veneer. It's a thin veneer.
And honestly,
and there's also
passive aggression. Words are weapons of the terrified. I agree with that.
We're also existing in a period somewhat artificial, just maybe 1950, of incredible, unparalleled, unimaginable abundance. Due to the miracles, really, of free energy from fossil fuels. We have completely gone over to that side, and we've
That's
developed
why I don't understand
everything.
why you want us to completely stop using them.
And to be clear, when you say free energy, you don't mean like free energy devices. You just mean renewables and getting.
I mean free
energy.
Yeah, very
free energy, and that we don't have to work for it. It's stored in the ground. All we have to do is dig it up. Okay.
Well,
And
solar
that's
is free
almost
energy and wind is free energy. So that's not the best way. I think renewable and non-renewable.
Geothermal, baby.
The distinctions we really
okay.
need
Solar and wind are manufactured, and they are manufactured using industrialization.
Then so is oil.
Even my microbial fuel cells will be manufactured to some degree. That's
In the early days.
The only
in
way
the early days.
Wait, let me finish though. The only way you can capture energy and put it into a mechanical device or an energy storage device is by manufacturing something. By the way.
Yeah, sure, including water wheels, which is medieval, right?
Yeah, and honestly, if we have an application that we should just use water wheels, we should go back to doing that. Stop having all this extra steps and extra pollutants that we need to just do the same thing that we did with natural materials.
Right.
Okay, but a water wheel it'll grind your wheat, which is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a huge boon to the population and the health overall. But it won't get you racing down the freeway at 70 miles an hour with an air conditioner.
Don't need to do that.
You know what I think our biggest mistake has been, if not deception, is not using HHO more. Hydrogen fuel cells.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. These are details.
I heard that's wrong. It's not as great as they say it is because it takes more energy from electricity to make it than if
everything
you
does.
Directly put it.
Nothing has 100% efficiency. Nope. That's not an argument.
No, there's videos debunking that where like getting electricity directly to the battery.
Debunking it.
Yeah, when you charge a battery, it takes more energy than you get from it. Oh wow.
Okay, but it's not. It is an argument because you're fighting entropy, and humans historically have never really fought entropy. We weren't very good
when
at that.
I say fuel cell, though, I mean something that's enclosed. Like you charge you make the HHO when you charge it, and then you combust it like in a small turbine engine to get your mechanical energy.
Right, and then it lasts thousands of years potentially.
You get the same kind of
hydrogen is not as good as they say.
You get the same kind of horsepower. They use them for forklifts for this reason. You get the same horsepower you would out of a combustion engine because it's combustion.
You're talking about hydrogen, right?
But without industrialization, none of this gets off the ground. The last 50 years of that kind of development, of being able to even have this conversation, of being able to talk about these terms, in terms of these words even existing.
Yeah, we got that industrialization thing out of the way, huh?
Open source.
70 years of industrialization.
Open source and DIY is huge now. I think many people can make these things themselves, especially if we actually have like open source standards for how to do these things safely.
Wait until they figure out we can print our own proteins. Then it's really going to blow their minds.
Well, you
but
can.
it's all the result of 70 years of industrialization.
Unless
You know,
you
you have to
reagents, but that's another.
You have to start thinking about a post-industrial world.
Sure.
That's
No, I
the challenge.
agree. I'm post-cap. You know, I'm post-communist even, where I think it has to come back around to we have to be our own means of productions, like the farmers were almost. But
Shout out to molten salt reactors.
We need to network, and we need to do so on the land that I'm talking about. At least here, it would be the wetlands where we actually build stuff that float over top to have our kind of architecture, or our not architecture. What am I thinking of? What do cities need? Cities need infrastructure.
Yeah, and you can have light industry, like we had maybe during the 1600s, 1700s, light industry, light metalworking, very light machining, very light.
It's not even
water wheels.
Just to be clear, then we didn't have precision. Then we didn't have accuracy, right? Now we have machines that can do those things with precision and accuracy for us.
Well, they had enough precision that they could make like flintlock muskets and things like that. So it wasn't impossible, but they didn't have a lot of precision. Precision was a luxury good, right? We can agree. Precision was a luxury good,
and not
spectacles, and it was a cottage industry. So you can always have that. I think we've had that really since the Bronze Age. You know, basic precision.
What I'm saying is now it is mass produced, right? 3D printers are mass produced. DIY.
You can 3D print a house with a large enough.
Yeah, you can 3D print a house, but you can't make a 3D printer.
Yes, you can. I could.
They can't. No, you can't.
I could go find garbage out there that has all the chips I need, ROM included. I have a ROM uploader already. Technically, I got that made. But when it comes down to it, I know how a 3D printer works, and I could probably make it from basic parts.
Okay, so I am broadly in agreement that in what I call a scrap age civilization, so not a bronze civilization or an iron age, but a scrap age, you will have access to remnants of bits and pieces of what technology was able to develop over 70 years of industrialization. But you can't make those things. You can find them.
You see,
you can't make them.
The less of those parts that you actually rely on scavenging, the more you can make your design around the parts that you do scavenge.
Okay, and so you can make a flintlock musket, but I don't think you can make a 3D printer.
Well, okay, let's say I find a certain chip, right? And that's a microcontroller, just the microcontroller, but it has all the ROM and stuff, and it's basically a system on chip. And I make a board around that, and then now I need motors. Do you think it's going to be hard for me to find stepper motors for a 3D printer?
Okay, so I've done a lot of DIY just to clear the air here. And
yeah, I could go for a while, so I don't want to clog up the panel with this. My point is that I'm very confident in at least my ability to put together my skill set such that I could 3D print, for example, molds and then make metal castings of worm gears.
Well, they were making worm gears without all that. I mean, you sit down with a micro lathe like a Swiss watchmaker, and you can make whatever you want.
Oh yeah, and I know about lathing too, so that's just another thing
I can talk about.
To make this happen.
Steampunk. No, the world's gonna be Mad Max in about 50 years.
No, okay. The world is going to suck. That's about it.
In 5 years. In 5 years.
15, 20. Everything that we used to know, like being able to wake up and it's either raining or whatever, but it's not like, oh, are we gonna have a tornado again today? You know, there's always that, like, if you had a tornado yesterday, it's probably not going to happen again for a while. No, now it's like every storm that passes through in my area, like it's been a tornado risk. And this time of year is especially insane. So we're entering a point where the stability of our weather systems, and particularly the long wave patterns or the long-term patterns, are starting to show that they're just incredibly unpredictable, and we won't know what to do next.
I think you would really enjoy my YouTube channel. Self-promotion.
link it. Like I said, if there's any way we could have like a correspondence, that'd be great.
What's it called?
I suck at correspondence, but I have a YouTube channel. It's called Cougar is a Doomer, or just Cougar Doomer.
Okay.
And I talk about all this shit all the time. It is so over the top. I'm such a savage. You need to check it out. You'll have a good laugh.
Yeah, and I think one of the key things is that we underestimate how much you can, like, even proprietary stuff. Like, if let's say I have a proprietary motor controller, right? But it takes I squared C communications that I can then just see what the microcontroller is sending it and figure out what instruction set it takes, and then just control that whole daughter board on its own. And now I have the motor and controller working, even though I don't know exactly how that motor controller works. Like, there is a lot of modularity possible when you can print your own frames, when you can make your own brackets and stuff like that. There's a lot of sites right now, and I know it's not going to be reliable to use online sites, so I am looking into my own ways to make my own PCBs, but you can get any PCB you wanted printed for anything. It's crazy now what you can get done. And we're in an era where if people like, I'll be surprised if most people you know aren't entrepreneurs at the same time that the world's going to shit. It's going to be
and it's ironic. It's ironic you mentioned that, because we were talking about AI earlier. There's a subset of Silicon Valley nerds that are now placing bets. There's like an over/under. What is the month and the year that a startup will come out of silent mode, valued at $1 billion on launch, that has one employee and all the AI? That's the over/under. It's like, is it going to be a year? Is it going to be 2 years? That's where we're at, folks.
So I still think we have yet to have the true AI renaissance or automation renaissance, where I can send out robots that just look for garbage. They take it in, it gets sorted based on what it's made of. We break things down to the raw components, and then we synthesize whatever the fuck we want to make out of it. Where your robot would be at the landfill or at the garbage processing facility. No,
everything people throw in, coffee makers, everything goes in the garbage.
What I'm saying is, like, people litter shit all the time. People love to litter. Now you can just throw your shit onto your front porch, and a fucking drone will come sweep it up for you and carry it away for free.
Well, and then there should be someone.
They're very loud. They're very loud drones, so it's going to be annoying.
But they're taking your garbage for you. And by the way, garbage trucks are currently very loud and annoying.
No, but imagine hearing drone noises all the time, every day. That'd be so
Imagine
annoying.
hearing car and plane and train noises all. Oh wait, that's living in the city. I'm hearing sirens right now.
True. I'm talking about the big drones though that make a lot of noise. They probably would be.
So first of all, the ability to design propellers that are more silent is getting easier as well, and to be able to model that stuff because of our ability to actually make software that models it and make it open source too for the public, which is just, it blows my mind that there's open source software out there for that now. But anyways,
the Ukrainians have totally mastered that field, by the way.
Open source?
No, silent drones.
Oh yeah. I mean, honestly, like, the most silent drone is a glider.
Yeah, they're using rubber propellers or something.
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of different ways to do it. There's the whale fin, where they have like kind of like nubs on the edge. That seems to be promising as well. They already do that on ship propellers. So
another cool thing is that they're genetically modifying bacteria now to make protein, and it tastes like eggs or something. There's a finish, and there's also a company making fake dairy in Israel from fungus, genetically modified fungus.
Yeah, don't get me started on fungus, but going back to my Winogradsky column, the cool thing about those columns, right, is that the bacteria end up stratifying based on what their metabolism does. And it's often like an electrochemical kind of metabolism. So you have iron oxidizers and iron reducers, sulfate reducers and sulfate oxidizers and all this stuff. And there's a lot of potential there that I think isn't being exploited by industry because it's such an overlooked thing. It's often seen as like an educational novelty. And for me, it's like, it's the way that I'm going to make my freshwater ecosystems enclosed for thousands of years.
So you think that in the future we'll all live like in pods and we'll have these fish farms? And
Biospheres,
like,
yeah. I think there actually will be biospheres.
A lot of the cities will be like that, yeah.
Yeah, controlled climate to the extreme, basically.
And then
And
the farming will be even more vast than it is now, but it'll be more ecologically sustainable.
And it's only because we fucked up to the point where we're so like waist deep in our own crap that like the idea of putting like plants and stuff on the outside of skyscrapers to actually take absorb dust is just like beyond us, because people are worried, oh no, what if like a leaf falls on me with bugs on it while I'm walking down the city street? That's not sanitary. Well, neither is all the dust that blows through your city. So, you know, it's we're afraid of nature essentially, and it's been going on since the Epic of Gilgamesh. We've been thinking that we're fighting nature when really like we need to learn to live with it. It's that simple.
yeah, but you can't live with it too much, because if we live with it too much, we'll be like dead in like 30.
I don't want
40.
people to have like you know, ticks and mites and lice and all this stuff. I want us to have the technologies that allow us to live a clean and healthy lifestyle. But I don't think that means pushing out nature. I think that means exploiting the things about nature which control those things, which control their populations properly.
Like biomimicry. Like I love permaculture.
There's actually a
and all
whole
those
field of
cool
study
stuff.
called biological pest control.
Yeah. Agroecology and all that stuff.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
I studied
it-
horticulture and I'm a beekeeper, so I kind of know the
Nice.
agriculture stuff.
So you know that there's certain animals within your ecosystem that will eat things that negatively affect bees, and you want more of those and less of the things that eat the bees.
Well,
so you want more.
we have the problem with beekeeping is that it's I thought it was good for the
Or
environment,
parasites.
beekeeping, but it's not rated. There we have a varroa that is killing a lot of, and there's no natural well, actually no, there's bees that can clean themselves that get rid of the varroa, but we don't have the
Sorry,
I
is
don't
that a virus or a bacteria?
no, varroa is a mite. It's,
Oh, okay.
But anyway, so beekeeping is there's a lot of greenwashing around beekeeping. It's not as good for the environment as they say it is, because there's actually a lot of wild pollinators that do a lot of pollination as well. But beekeepers have too many beehives in one area, and it competes with the wild pollinators. Like there was no so agriculture should be changed in the future to allow more wild pollinators and stop spraying it with all those insecticides to kill the insects. Because
That's
I
a
heard
huge
the
thing.
insect population around the world is going down because
And
of chemicals.
yeah, bees aren't the end all be all of all ecology. If we save the bees, we don't save all ecology. I'll give you that much. At the same time, if we lose the bees, we do lose a lot of ecology. So they're not wrong in that sense either. And for the mite thing, I like if I were to take on this problem, I'd ask, first of all, how are the mites getting into the hive or the nest or able to access the bees? Are they in the flowers? And then
It travels from bees to bees. Like when they contact with each other, it came from Asia, and then a beekeeper brought those bees to Europe and America. So it's all over the world now, except for Australia. So now we have to treat them with treatments, chemicals.
And do they go? Do these mites do they have to go from bee to bee, or can they like hang out on a flower for a while until another bee comes?
I'm not sure how they spread exactly, but they go from bee to bee. Yes, and it's
do you know
probably
if they
when
can do a full life cycle in the bee, like have babies in the bee?
No, they do a life cycle in the larva.
Okay, so the bees get in touch with the queen, and then I'm guessing, and then they.
No, I don't know exactly how the varroa spreads,
No, okay,
but
so
all
the
I
bees
know
would
is
be
that they,
feeding the larva, so that actually makes sense. It would be probably during feeding time.
yeah, the mites feed off the larva, and then they kill the larva, and then they go on the bees, and then they fly away, and then they spread out.
I'm guessing
But
bees
anyway,
are totally
so-
unaffected, right? The adult bees are totally unaffected.
The reason why we have to treat them now for that. So anyway, another problem with beekeeping is that what else? Yeah, there's a lot of fake honey. So beekeepers do a lot of fakes honey. So it's like the second most faked food product in the world.
Can I tell you what the most understudied group of chemicals actually are that could help you with this mite thing, assuming it doesn't negatively impact the bees, which is why you want to do careful studies
Fungi?
about this. No, monoterpenes. Monoterpenes. They can kill roaches.
All right. Okay.
There's a lot of them,
not
which is
sure.
why it's hard to go through them all for a single species. You want to do a lot of different studies that basically study them all, and there could be a solution there where if you spray the flowers with these monoterpenes, assuming that you've done all your homework and made sure it's not going to impact anything else in nature, they can be very powerful.
Or we could just breed the bees to be able to clean themselves, because there are bees that are immune to the mite that clean themselves and get rid of the mite.
Oh, so
we could
cleaning
also
is
do
something
that.
that can be bred out and bred in. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
My
So
brother is a
breeding-
beekeeper. He talks about this stuff all the time, and he and I talk about it. I'm the biologist in the family, and he's the blue collar worker beekeeper. And his insight was that the bees are so cheap to breed, as you just mentioned. They're so cheap to breed that there's no incentive in the industry to solve the problem if it's going to involve research and money and regulation and testing and human impacts and environmental impacts and all the things that have to be done. EPA certification, all that stuff. It's not worth it. They just let the bees die and then they bring in new bees. And there's an entire industry now about how to recover your hives and how to start the hives over again, because yes, now they're infested. So there's a whole industry for just how to churn out hives that last 3 months, and then you have to start all over again or just keep doing it all the time. And it's just easier just to do it that way, which sounds really wasteful to me. And I said so at the time, and he shrugged his shoulders and like, these are beekeepers, they're like people who keep sheep and cattle. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Whatever's cheap, that's what they're going to do. And that's it. That's the answer. Whatever's cheap.
Actually, nature's
Whatever
not that
bees
different
cheap
if
do.
we're being honest. And I was going to point out,
I
assuming
was
that
gonna go. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for being on, Cougar. Thank you, DNW. Thank you, Joe. Cool. All right, I got other things I got to do. We'll talk another time, different
All right,
subjects. Bye.
Take care, Retro. Good luck. And
I'm just going to say this last thing because we could probably go on for this hours. But like, if there wasn't any other solution, I was almost going to think. I was starting to think like, what if you just have a source population that can't get infected by the mites? They always reproduce internally, so you have almost like a greenhouse with all the flowers and stuff they need in it. And then once in a while, you release that population back into your hive so they can replenish it. But it sounds like the breeding in grooming behavior is actually a really cool and good idea.
Yeah, I mean, there's solutions to all the problems we have. Well, to be fair, some problems we can't really solve.
Well, we're not going to get nuclear fusion from nature, if we're being honest. Unless we dig to the center of the earth. But that's something else entirely.
Well, the scientists are working on it. Nuclear fusion, there's progress being had, but I don't think it's good enough. You're right.
Yeah, I don't think we should rely on, I don't think we should anticipate it to the point where we plan for it, until it happens.
So the topic of the forum, I'm noticing, finally, are the greatest problems facing humanity, ignorance and apathy. And we've been kind of having, I don't know if you noticed, we've been having a really sane, productive, casual, mutually respectful discussion of solutions now. But we could probably, the several of us that are left here could probably carry this on for like 12 solid hours. I don't doubt. I sense that there's a lot of intellectual throw in the forum right now. And we could probably do this for 12 solid hours. Now, question to the topic. If 3 or 4 or 8 people, random strangers, can drop into a forum and almost quite literally solve all of humanity's problems in an afternoon without guidance or an agenda to speak of, then what's the problem? And is the problem ignorance and apathy, or is it something else?
We're not random.
Well, there's
a whole lot of ignorance and apathy among the masses, and the masses
that's
what's
a silly
required to
objection
get political motivation. and also resourceful, cooperative people who are intelligent do not rise to the top of the Pareto distribution. It has more to do with luck, and people who take advantage of luck the best are psychopaths and sociopaths, not intellectuals.
There you go.
Luck and opportunity that comes at the cost of others, I think, is what puts people at the top of the Pareto. But
right.
So to answer the question, are the greatest problems facing humanity ignorance and apathy? Maybe the answer is no. So can we rephrase the question? What is the greatest problem facing humanity if it's not ignorance and apathy? And maybe the greatest problem is just what you mentioned, which is that the psychopaths rise to the top.
Well, okay.
Yeah, but the psychopaths are only .something% of the population.
And also, I would say, sorry, Dennis, I thought you were done.
The fact that 80% of people are apathetic and ignorant is the real problem.
I'd also say, like, I think apathy and ignorance are convergence points. Ignorance is mostly the convergence of religion. And if you look at, like, the American right wing, at least that I'm most familiar with their history of, they've pushed back on a lot of, like, critical thinking and things that would teach children to think outside of the box, because they want education to be read the book, think what it tells you, and just pass the test. And so we don't have enough critical thinking in society, and that's led to a convergence point of ignorant masses. Same with the convergence point of apathy. We feel powerless, all these things, and you could also ascribe it to that, but that would feel, I think you would at least be covering fewer bases with those other things. It would be more specific.
Now in China, their rulers, so I'm told, their leadership is selected from the engineers of the population. So they have, I've heard that. Are you saying that that's kind of correct?
No. I think that's smart. You know, that's kind of like intelligent. You're teaching engineers to run the country. That's pretty good. You know, engineers and stuff like that.
Yeah, if it's true, let's just take it as a premise that it's maybe they're doing that, and if they're doing that, it's a good idea. So now here in the West,
that's a big if.
Yeah. But here in the West, obviously we did it differently. The leadership was hereditary and was appointed, or at least blessed, by the Pope. So already we were off to a bad start because the Pope had an agenda and the King had an agenda. So we're already off to a bad start. Is there any way how would we, if it was a project and we were all engineers sitting around drinking margaritas down at the taco bar after work, and we're sitting around, is there any way that we could make it more like the supposed Chinese model? How could we turn the ship around?
So I think first
the masses more, and we like convince the population to be like more like a productive force, and like engineering and agriculture and like technology, and like we actually teach those skills about engineering and like math and like like life skills in school, and not like like random stuff that I was taught in school, because I think we all can say that at least we all can agree that the American education system is not the best. Not even in the world, it's not the best, So
I mean, I want to push back on some of this and point out, like, America and North America and even parts of Europe did have something of a meritocracy when, if you had a certain skill set, like building a factory, you probably could easily find employment and dictate how factories are built. There wasn't heavy standards on these things, so you were often trendsetters. It's just a different form of governance, right? It's more lack of governance as we would define government today, but they were decision makers in our economies at the time, the people who built industry.
Yeah, but what happened
I'm not saying that the other form of meritocracy isn't there. I would just say you have to kind of just remember that there was a meritocracy as far as Americans are concerned, but it was for private industry, not for government. There's also issues with meritocracy. Let's keep that in mind, right? If you look at research programs and all this stuff and what scientists do when they get things like unlimited funding, that can get pretty scary too. And for military, even, my God. So I'm not necessarily a huge fan of meritocracy or even intellectualizing things. I think it has to do with systems. And when we're talking about the system of all people, yeah, I think if you can converge the most knowledgeable minds on people who know stuff about other people and have them come together to make decisions, that's better than people who aren't knowledgeable.
Yeah.
At the same time, you can't make a decision for me. You don't know anything about me just because you've gone to school to learn about psychology, for example. You'd have to actually still get to know me first. And that's what most therapists actually learn, is to get to know their clients. And so I think in terms of governance, what we lack are those barriers between governance of the individual and governance of the system. Either we're often under-governing the system and over-governing the individual. Here in the West.
I just want to quickly point out that corporations, in my experience, don't work on meritocracy. They work on the same leadership principles as the rest of American politics does, which is follow the psycho.
Yeah, I didn't mean now. I meant like in early industrial revolutions time, before there were corporations as we know them.
I think what you're referring to is a good example. You know, the early industrialization was kind of like the Wild West, right? It was survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
And that is kind of a meritocracy. That's sort of the same thing by a different name. These days, it's not survival of the fittest. I think Machiavelli would have much to teach us about what
The Industrial Revolution flipped a bitch on evolution.
Yeah, there was also some would say it was a bad thing, like for the human race.
Dum-dums procreate way more now.
I think agrarian lifestyles were pretty bad for us as well, especially for women. So, I'm not going to say we should go back to agrarian living.
I'm just saying, yeah, like I'm not saying either one is better. Like both, like agrarian and industrial society, I would say both have their pros and cons. Like I don't have like a preference for either or, but like
what I do think though is that we can scale down or at least minimize the footprint of agriculture to the point where, if we do it properly, where we can integrate these things with our lifestyles already, thus minimizing how much land we need. And on top of that, we can take care of utilities like wastewater treatment, stuff like that, on very local scales, instead of needing huge wastewater treatments, which requires huge plumbing things and then requires huge city projects and all of these oil-powered vehicles and gas-powered vehicles to dig underground, stuff like that. We can start working with much simpler infrastructures.
I think humanity has painted itself into a corner. We were doing pretty good when we were 200 million total on Earth.
Of course we would.
And then,
I even argue we were doing good in the Industrial Revolution. We didn't. We were doing great. We just didn't know that these things would end up haunting us this way at the time.
Yeah, the year 1600. I think there's different estimates. There's about 400 million humans on Earth in the year 1600, and that's way before Industrial Revolution. But I'm trying to get to a different point. What is the carrying capacity for Earth if we have?
I asked AI that, and it said 500 million to 2 billion. AI told me.
Without technological assistance, to be clear. So this is if humans just got rid of our houses and all this stuff. There are ways of living, though, that we increase our carrying capacity because we take care of our density internally as internal systems.
Because I don't understand what that means. Give me an example.
So, for example, the wastewater treatment, right? If you cast that out into nature, well, now it relies on all those other systems to take care of it. And if they can't, they die off, and now you get sick. So the carrying capacity of that area goes down.
Is very important.
Yeah, and you're talking about London in like the year 1700.
Right. Oh, that was a dirty city. Let's say you can do it with like a dishwasher-sized appliance in your basement now, right? Well, now you can fit however many people into your house that appliance can treat the wastewater of, and how many you can tolerate as a person. But that's something else.
Okay, but that has to be manufactured. I'm a little frightened of manufacturing and the
well, that's because we give That's because we give it to private industry. I'm talking about public ownership of the means of production.
Oh.
How is that better?
Oh.
Because now it's your neighbor. Now you can go talk to your neighbor. It's someone you know. Your neighbor knows you. He gives a shit about you. You give a shit about your neighbor. If something happens to your neighbor, it happens to you, vice versa.
And in my experience, the workers are way better at operating a company than the person who operates it.
Wait. None that
Yeah, but that company still needs machines, machine processes, lubricants,
Yeah, so
and a whole other industry to make the
when
machines you're talking
10,000
about.
people are responsible for paying for that, it's easier. It's harder than when one person is.
So 50 years ago, I would agree with you that the ability to do the R&D and systems integration of all that would be a nightmare. But now we are able to specialize without having to be generalist or even specialist on the lesser fields, like making the 3D printer. You can just buy a 3D printer, right? Now you just need to specialize on mild material sciences. You don't even need to be a specialist on that, and particularly the materials you're working with. So it's getting easier every day for people to actually become specialists.
Okay, here's the problem I've identified. That it's easy to have these conversations, biodomes, and water filtration and desalinization. It's easy to have these conversations when you're a small group of people with money, and who agree with each other, and you're embedded in global industrialized civilization, cranking on 100 million barrels of oil daily. Okay, so let's just back away from the 100 million barrels of oil daily and ask ourselves, how much of this, just look around you, this, wave your hands, this, how much of this do we get to keep without 100 million barrels of oil daily as an input?
So the first thing that would actually crumble is industrial agriculture, which often relies on things like rubber seals and gaskets that can only be produced with petrochemicals nowadays. Energy-wise, we could easily swap stuff out with electrical, assuming you have the money to afford that conversion. But the things that we would lose are easy material alternatives that we could sustainably reproduce for those seals and the varied complexity of materials that we've gotten from
Copy the
petrochemicals.
Amish. Just have it.
Dude, the Amish aren't like cooling methane so they can produce perchloroethylene at like fucking 150 psi, which by the way we would still probably want to do just from natural materials instead, because we need chemistry.
The Amish are exactly my point. They are embedded, whether they admit it or not, whether it's a PBS special or not. The Amish are embedded in global industrialized civilization, which grinds away daily on 100 million barrels of crude oil daily. They're there.
Well, no, they don't use as much fossil fuels as we do they?
They're embedded in that. They are embedded in. I don't know what they do.
No,
who makes their carriages?
They're still gonna deal with consequences. And yes, they have to go to hospitals here and stuff like that, right? So it's not like they're totally free from it. But I think what we're trying to answer here is the first thing to go isn't our convenience. We can salvage a lot of these seals and stuff and reuse them and glue them together and stuff like that because we have less intensity application. It's the industrial applications that need the fossil fuels and the and the byproducts from it to run their industries. And guess what happens when those fall apart? We're going to be like, where's my iPhone? Where's all this stuff? Make it yourself, bitch.
You can't make an iPhone.
Bullshit, I can't.
Well, you can make something that approaches an iPhone.
Okay, well, I can tell you what you can make. And Alexander Graham Bell did this. You can make a crank-operated telephone with copper wires.
I can buy 100 Bluetooth modules that connect to 100 Raspberry Pis, probably for under 10 grand right now. And that's all I'm ever going to need for the rest of my life if all other technology is lost, to communicate with somebody else with the same technology. Fuck that.
Yeah, and I could make everything except the LCD screen myself.
I don't think you could do the scale of manufacturing they do, though. because like
No,
the flex.
I can just make my own iPhone.
It would be bigger. You make an iPad.
Yeah,
it
would be an iPad with cell service.
And maybe not as good of a screen.
No, I couldn't do the LCD. I'd have to buy that. I don't have
Right,
that
you-
expertise.
United, the day is coming where you won't have the option to have your own phone or anything. You will have to be connected to the grid. That day is coming. Whether you
Nah.
like it or not.
Nah.
So, by
Yes,
the
it
way,
is.
I
You
don't know if
think,
you
you
remember.
really truly think.
Remember walkie-talkies
won't
and
do
how
that
far
to
those
us.
could go?
To you,
Remember
perhaps.
walkie-talkies?
What?
To you, perhaps.
You will be connected to the grid. We all will be.
Not unless I choose to be.
Okay, what
No,
specify
will
what you
be.
mean by
you
grid?
really truly believe that you're going to be able to outsmart all this technology?
So there
100%.
already are technologies that outsmart it, like LoRa. Have you ever heard of LoRa before?
No, I haven't heard of LoRa.
It's basically a way of broadcasting a Wi-Fi router long distances so other people can use it. Farmers are using it right now.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can do that.
They're
but
using it to
the
share
day is
internet
coming, They are
endpoints.
getting,
They're using it
getting
to
rid
share
of
internet
all
access points.
currency,
It's
and you will
making
be
farmers
forced-
listen to me. They're using it
I'm
to
not
share.
listening. Let me finish.
Listen. Farmers are using this to share internet access points, and the farmers themselves are becoming de facto internet providers. Single farmers are internet providers. Think about that.
Yeah,
To be, you're always the fascist control system will always be on the losing edge of technology.
You will have no choice.
It's inherent. It's built into the very nature of it.
You will be.
So this is why farmers are also fighting for
to
right
have a
to
digital
repair right now,
phone
right?
so
With
that
John
you
Deere
can go out
tractors.
shopping, and that day's coming.
The
This is why-
cutting edge of technology will always be a response to control.
Yeah,
the hackers will always be ahead of the system. It's the nature of things.
Yeah, you know how easy it is to reverse engineer anything? You can't make technology that isn't reverse engineerable.
Oh, you reckon you can reverse the guys in Silicon Valley on anything? I don't think.
Yes.
Oh,
there's
right.
YouTube channels that reverse engineer chips by just milling off.
You don't have the expertise. Some of the people on this panel do.
You do. Really?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what JTAG
Really?
is?
So you're telling me
So if you know how to
more
use
between your
JTAG,
ears
if
than
you
the
know how to
guys
use
in Silicon
JTAG and
Valley?
UART, you can reverse anything with JTAG.
Are you
and
telling
can
me
reverse
you've got more
engineer
between your ears than the guys
anything
in
with
Silicon
JTAG and UART.
Valley?
Yeah, almost all of them.
You really think so?
It takes a team of people at Silicon Valley to equal my intelligence. 100%.
Because all those. Okay, so here's.
I've heard it all
So
now.
speaking for
Now
myself.
I really have heard it all.
Speaking for
And
myself,
what?
those
You've
people
got
excel
as
at
much between
deductive
your
thinking.
brains as Bill Gates or all the other guys. They're
So
not
speaking
very
for
nice
Bill
myself.
Gates is an idiot.
So speaking for
Really?
myself.
A very rich
Yeah,
idiot.
a really greedy idiot who stole all of his ideas.
Well, okay, this is going off the rails. Speaking for myself,
Yes, it's going off
I
the
have a
rails because
mentor.
you're talking
I have a
rubbish.
mentor who's been trained.
It's just because you don't know what you're talking about.
I have a mentor
I'm
who's been
talking about-
formally
I
trained,
tell you
by the
something,
way,
they will
biochemistry.
do
And
it.
okay, stop.
And you
Okay,
can bet your
girls,
life
we
on
need to
it.
stop
Wouldn't like
fighting,
to bet
okay?
some money on it, would
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
So here, let me just put things into perspective. People who tend to go through university and stuff, they get really good at deductive thinking, which is taking broad generalizations of knowledge, overarching knowledge and understanding of things that they read from books and were trained to understand and repeating the test, and then apply that to their job, which they were trained to do in specific ways. People like me have had to learn inductive knowledge in thinking about these things because I wasn't formally trained, and I had to learn it, teach myself it entirely. And that gives you the skill set to be able to integrate multiple fields that you can learn from quickly, because you also learn to learn stuff quickly, and to be able to conceptualize things in ways that are often hard for those types of people who use deductive.
Yeah, but you're a techno triumphalist. And I just have
No, not really.
about the triumph of technology.
Hear me out.
I'll tell you
Not
something
really.
that's going to get the lot of you. All
I'm
of
in,
you.
I'm in
At least
eco.
I know
No,
it.
wait.
You
I
seem
want to
to
respond to
very
Cougar.
well, like
Can you
you.
shut up for half a second? I want to respond to Cougar.
Shut up, you stupid little man.
You're just saying stupid stuff. Like, honestly,
No, you're not saying stupid stuff.
you're right. I'm not. Thank you
complete
for
them.
thank you
You
for finally
really
saying something correct for
do
once.
You
Yeah,
can't-
that ignorance
May
thing
I
we were
respond
talking
to
about,
Cougar,
you're
please?
suffering from it right now, Torty.
May I respond to
Sorry,
Cougar,
guys.
please?
Sorry. Just please, no fighting. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Cougar, I'd say I'm an techno optimist or triumphalist or whatever you said. Sorry, I'm not trying to mess it up. But in the sense that I think it's green technology and sustainable technology that will get us there, not necessarily technology as we know it today.
Yeah, but nothing you've mentioned, like LCD screens and PC boards and solar panels, none of that is sustainable.
I agree. We need better alternatives for sure.
Well, there's no alternative to a PC board made out of resin and fiberglass.
Well, first of all, do you know one of the first resins we used for came from trees?
Okay, I don't care about that. Also, 3D printing.
Waxes are another alternative that are very close to the epoxy-like structures that you need.
Okay,
so all you might need to do are some simple plastic.
I would want to see it worked out. It doesn't matter if it could be done. I would want to see it done, and I haven't seen it done. I suppose you can make PC boards out of cellulose from plant tissues, but I would want to see it done.
And so I want to explain to you that when I'm talking about my study about figuring out enclosed freshwater ecosystems and what it takes to make them last forever, I'm using natural materials. I'm not talking about using PCBs and stuff. I focus on those alternatives first and foremost, and I reject anything that can't be an alternative.
Okay, but where eco-techno triumphalism intersects with triumphalism is where it has a problem.
That's the word.
It's the idea that technology will triumph. It doesn't have a good shelf life at this point.
Right, but we'll always be reliant on nature. We'll always be reliant on nature.
You think that he can outwit?
It's the exact opposite of human history, too. That assertion.
We'll always be reliant on nature.
What that even means.
And agriculture is something that we'll always also need. And the problem with that is that monocrop agriculture has proven itself to be a really terrible idea.
Well, okay, but it's a form of technology. Monocrop agriculture is driven by technology. It is an industrial
process. Driven by petrochemicals.
Yeah.
It's an
You're talking about
industrial
150-year-old technology that's long past its time.
Yeah, we should be on individual scale polycrop agriculture at this point.
Yes, a large scale agriculture is an industrial process. As far as I'm concerned, it does not have a very good shelf life at this point.
But anything that is sustainable would have a good shelf life, which is why I'm talking about sustainable technologies.
And the shelf life is so good that we're hundreds of years into its obsolescence and it's still pumping strong.
So anything
that's how good its shelf life is. And it's not even
on the show. Lindsay,
so my first criteria,
host is speaking.
My first criteria are having scavengeable materials that we can scavenge from waste streams and stuff like that. So you want to have, first of all, you want to have a civil infrastructure that puts all waste into a stream that can be processed. But then the next important thing is having materials that if they break down and go back to the earth, that it won't see that as a pollutant. It'll just see that as more carbon, more nitrogen. Input. It's organic. It's essentially organic or natural minerals.
Okay, but that's a level of reorganization of human behavior that verges on the fantastical.
That's why I think the individual. That's why I think it starts with the individual. So can I finish the last? There's one more criteria, right? And the last criteria is that we can just keep doing this we can keep remaking this technology without cost to the environment. We might have to come up with energy solutions for it, but without cost to the environment.
Okay, I will assent to that. After we have had a collapse of global industrialized civilization until there are no more than 8 million people enjoying it.
It's not going to collapse until you provide alternatives because people are going to keep buying it.
Yeah, why can't we just have a transition? Why does everything have to be doomerism?
Because there's no transition in the works.
Bullshit.
There's no alternative. There's no real alternative either.
I think you know what, Cougar, you're wasting your time on this argument because
No, I'm not wasting my time because
no,
I'm
I
here.
don't mean you're wasting your time in the argument. You're wasting the time with that silly denizen, man.
No, Chickpea, I'm not. Chickpea, please. I love you. But listen, you don't understand my motives, okay?
I do.
You don't understand the topic either.
Enough.
It sounds silly to you because you don't have the level of knowledge required to understand what I'm saying.
Okay,
now, I know,
she's part of this discussion exactly because she doesn't completely understand it the way you do. That's why she's part of the discussion.
So you understand, I don't think I need to tell you that the reason people are afraid of losing capitalism because they think that anarchy means that they go back to shitting like in a box and not having sanitation and getting sick and having people stab you without justice and all this stuff, right?
You're right. They do have that. They do have that fear. Yes.
You understand that this is why I believe you need to be able to provide people a stable alternative before they'll go from one stable system to another stable system.
Name one. Name the transition.
Wait.
The Industrial Revolution itself.
I never said once that there's ever been one. That's not part of my argument. I'm saying if you can, that's the only way you can expect people to just ditch this system.
Yeah, we need
my contention is there's no way forward from here through there. There's no.
That's what every doomer has ever said since the beginning of time. And we continuously cycle into a new way of living and start a new era despite all the doomer's bullshit.
Because you don't provide alternatives, so people are like, "Well, why would I side with you?"
That's why we're still here chugging forward, and there's no approach or sign of population collapse until we grow another 3 billion people.
Carrying capacity isn't going to tell us about climate
your little graveyard, yes, you're carnivore, yes.
What?
Are you a carnivore?
No, I'm an herbivore.
No, but do you eat meat and drink flesh?
Of course.
Yeah, well, you see, if the human race didn't, you know that it takes 10 kilograms of grass protein to make 1 kilogram of meat protein, okay?
It doesn't even come close to what it takes to making almonds or avocados. I'm talking facts. You don't know that because you're biased and ignorant. Hence the title.
No. Everyone's ignorant. You know what? Do you know everything best?
It's no. But I have a little parlor trick that you don't seem to understand. When I don't know what I'm talking about, I shut the fuck up.
I bet you don't. No, you don't. No, but the thing is, if the human race didn't...
we're going to bring Lindsay on and we're going to change the conversation. I'm not putting it all on her.
Okay, this is a great time for me, and not that I dislike Lindsay or anything, but like I said earlier, I was tired. This has been a riveting conversation, but I think I could use a nap. I'm really feeling it. So nice chatting with you all. Good night.
Thanks for coming up now.
It has been a good conversation. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, you guys had a great conversation there for quite some time. It was excellent to listen to.
Other technology together, literally, and it's okay. And I suggest you do the research.
So we might start talking about groups, group norms, insiders versus outsiders, the kind of how groups form and norm and die. How groups become apathetic. Internally, the culture festers away and decays, and how the bubble bursts. I know it's a bit abstract in some ways, but I thought we could talk about, we are a group here. We are kind of forming and norming. Just have a little think about it and see what pops up. What would you like to talk about in terms of groups of people? How it relates to your life experience, how it relates to the ongoing situation for humanity. What is going on in groups? Is there such thing as true collaboration? Are people truly teammates or are they in competition? What is going on with groups? I know it's a bit random. I'm tired. I didn't explain it very well, but I would like to hear your thoughts on groups. It's a bit random, I know, but I'll just leave it.
I'd like to go first because oddly enough, I was doing some research recently into collective dissociation as a psychiatric studies, collective dissociation, which I think is broadly what you're talking about. And collective dissociation, and someone straighten me out on this if I misunderstood it. It's when groups of people agree to things that are not real. The groups of people can become psychologically bound through group selection, like in group and out group dynamics. They become bound to ideas that are maybe pathological maybe aren't real or imaginary. They can become bound to philosophies that
That's a
are.
really interesting concept. Now, that could be a kind of shared psychosis, but it all could be a shared delusion or shared mistaken belief brought upon by manipulation, or just, as I said, a plain old mistake. But how that comes about, I suppose, it is of interest. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Cougar. Sorry for butting in.
Yeah, you've got the idea, and I think that the reason I've been researching it, for one thing, I mentioned this yesterday, and I'm hesitating even to bring it up, but I mentioned something about death cults, right? And I think that's along the ideas of what you were just alluding to, that there are group mindsets that can become either manipulated or maybe even spontaneously generated from the subconscious that are harmful or that don't work vis-a-vis reality, right? And I've been doing some research on this. It's not a field that I operate, and it's not. I don't engage with groups, so it's kind of an alien landscape for me. But yeah, any thoughts that anybody has or examples of how groups can become pathological, the pathways for that, or the end results of that kind of group dynamic? I'm finding it really fascinating.
Well, humans are not that smart. Like, we're not all logical, so I guess it's part of nature. Nature ain't perfect, I think. So we just, I don't know. That's why I think.
What I think is interesting about humans is the hive mind. It's the hive mind that helps a lot of us progress as like this kind of group forming and norming. People have different roles and expectations. They accept different things. They expect different things. Now, a lot of this is born from their abilities. Some of it's born from their psychology. And unfortunately, a lot of it is also people putting them in boxes, pigeonholing them. Other people make them what they are and interact with them based on whatever preconceptions or prejudices they have.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. Our groups used to be different.
I just want to say one more thing. Sorry, Cougar. Just as we have kind of, as individuals, we have like a certain skill set. Groups too are like an amplified version of the individual brain. So it's like you need. Not all groups have all the pieces necessary for success. You know what I mean? Some of them are like a group version of an idiot savant.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
The hive
I
mind
like
is what
that.
holds us back.
Some groups might be psychopathic. Some groups might. It's interesting how the groups reflect the psychology and personality as well of probably key players in the group. The culture of the group.
Yeah.
Which again could be an amplification of the psychologies and personalities of its members.
It's lowest common denominator. Groups are inherently concentric circles, and that's why I think that's what holds us back more than anything else is the hive mind, not what pushes us forward.
But what
we have to
DNW
we have to wait till the entire hive mind receives the update before we can move forward.
I think what DNW was maybe alluding to was that it is like that, but maybe it's not collective so much as it's a characteristic of leadership in a group, that a group can become pathological or can become psychologically a mirror to the psychology of maybe a few people.
Of course, because the 80% of the group is going to be zombies. So it's going to mimic whatever is in the top echelon.
Yeah, followers, right?
Followers.
I don't think the same matters as well. For like what you said, Denenza, with respect, you said that it doesn't really matter what a lot of the people in the group think because they're just following anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. And this is also one of the downsides of altruism, cooperation, etc. Like when we're battling the psychos, is because these people are often put off by the idea of brainwashing and programming the masses when they don't have enough Machiavellianism, right? In order to do good, you have to embrace that part of the reorganization of people. Otherwise, the cycles will constantly outpace you by putting the masses into fear and using them like puppets against you.
DW, can I just say something on?
Yeah, I just want to make one point, Chickpea. Then I'll let you speak, and then we have to go to Linzilla. Now, I was going to make a point, Chickpea. Let me just think what it was. I've forgotten it. Thanks, Chickpea. Go ahead, Chickpea.
Right, on the subject of beef production.
To
do with groups.
You just took it back, rewinding the topic completely.
Is this to do with groups? Is this a sideshow? We've moved on to discussing groups, human groups, and teams.
I just no. That guy said to me that avocado.
Right, leave this. Make this point, but we're not going to. No, please, nobody replied to it. Just let Chippy make a point.
Now he said to me that avocado production needs far greater resources than beef
and almonds.
Right?
No.
Oh, fuck off! Right.
That's not what I said.
While avocados are highly likely to be water thirsty, the resources needed to produce beef are substantially higher, often by a factor of 10 or more. Okay.
No.
I remember what I was going to say. We'll move on now. We won't even reply to that. Please.
Why is it, you silly little man, that...
Chickpea, please, no fighting. We've moved on. Okay. You've said your piece. Now, please, let's just move on. I remember what it was. It was these groups. A lot of it is luck as well. You can't blame the people always for being zombies and apathetic. Because there is this cultural norm of youth going into groups and standing by and watching, I know myself going into different teams and, groups that I was in as a young adult and as a teenager, it was your job to kind of watch the culture and take it in and to be a yes man to some degree until you proved yourself. That was the cultural norm. And unfortunately, I don't think it's. I think that's part of the development process for a lot of people. We are kind of taken into groups, used by them, and spat out if we're not favourable to the group's onward survivability.
Yeah. Now, see, this gets into a really interesting area of thought. So, in addition to all my other labels I have to wear, I am an evolutionary biologist. And group selection, which is what you're kind of alluding to, DNW, which is really interesting. Group selection is not really well accepted in biology as a pathway for evolution, but there's a certain amount of evidence for it. And, we originally, when we evolved, we've been evolving for 300,000 years. When we did that, for most of that time, up until about the last 8,000 years, we were in small groups called hunters and gatherers. Yeah. And it was really important because maybe there might not even have been language. We're thinking that maybe humans didn't acquire abstract symbology until about 50,000 years ago. So for most of that time, the only tool to learn complex things was not to be taught, it was to observe. And so the group dynamics required that people who wanted to participate in the group and help the group to survive collectively had to be able to observe and learn quickly through just observation. And we've got this 3.5 pounds of brain and the frontal lobes and the parietal lobes and all the circuitry, right? And that big brain allows people to learn abstractions through abstract means, like watching. Now that mechanism served us for 250,000 years of evolution in very difficult environments, including many glacial and interglacial periods. Then what happened? 8,000 years ago, we settled into settlements, Mesopotamia. And then we had what? Then we had abundance, and we had a priesthood, and we had a king, and we had laws, Hammurabi, and we had social norms. And then we already had language. So we have the ability to learn critical tasks just through simple observation. And then it was hijacked. Hijacked.
Interesting.
They hijacked it.
Interesting.
Cougar,
Cougar, another thing I'm thinking of is this is very much related to evolutionary biology because, you know, if you're in the group, it favors your survivability. And we've all seen time and time again, you know, in humans, you know, somebody who wouldn't be great standing on their own 2 feet, but because they're a yes man and they doff their cap at the right person, or because they're in a little group of people, you know, sycophantically wrapped around some kind of leader, they prosper. So yeah, there's a lot of that goes on, Cougar, in humans, isn't there? Being in the group, but not necessarily in and of oneself being a major player, but yet that halo effect of being near the leader, being near the you know just being near the top upper echelons to some degree, or being in the, as I said, being in the halo effect helps you survive and maybe helps you put your genes into the next generation.
Exactly. And the leader doesn't have to be good for the group at this point. The leader just has to be able to surround his or herself, it's usually a he, with enough people who will lend like a buffer or a barrier against usurpers. And this is a hijack, right?
It could be a completely toxic situation where he literally is, you know, causing people to be slaves, and because nobody is standing up to him in that group, they're just submitting to being his slave and creating new generations of slaves. You know, it's as brutal as that sometimes.
Yeah, and I think that's the basic evolutionary theory behind authoritarian regimes. I think that there's a collective behavior that makes these, we would call them dysfunctional, but they are highly functional where there are large numbers of people who are willing to sacrifice themselves for proximity to power.
Highly effective as a natural phenomenon. You know what I mean? They definitely work in terms of nature favors it, I believe.
I think so. I think it's been hijacked.
Lindsay, and sorry, Lindsay has been waiting very patiently. Thank you, Lindsay. You're on the Finding Gnosis Show. Wonderful to have you here. You're a first timer. So go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Or louder?
Yep.
Yes.
Regarding survivability, just really quickly, it's beneficial to be in the group. We already discussed that, and everybody understood that. But it's ironic, the irony of it all is it's also even more suggestive and promising for survivability, to be ousted from the group, to start a new group, to travel, to get away from the group think. It's riskier. There's more risk with that, but it's more fruitful. And so there's something to be said for being left out of it as well.
I mean, I don't know. I agree with you. If it works out, it can be fruitful and beneficial to the individual. And
that's how we are today. I mean, that's how we all got here today.
If you're talking about it from a biological perspective, obviously it's good to have outbreeding, but
sure.
I still think it can be very problematic for the individual. Yeah,
yeah, but I would tend to agree with the premise that there are, and human behavior is not as rigidly defined as we like to think. There is evidence from human behavior that outliers are part of our genetic base, that there's enough flexibility in human behavior, learned and unlearned, that there are going to be outliers, and that this is not behavioral outliers, and that this is not universally lethal, unlike other mutations. There is actually some advantage, as described, where someone says, well, this is nice, but I want to see what's on the other side of the hill.
Yeah.
And sometimes that person comes back and says, I went over the hill. You all thought I was going to die. I didn't. What I found was an amazing place, and I want you all to follow me there. There is that aspect to the renegade.
Yeah, but they've got to have qualities about them. They've got to be, they got to be a very strong individual to influence the others.
Well, there have been many times. That's, I mean,
Of course.
speak about after Pangea. That's how everybody, kind of adapted to their environments. They got in groups, and then there were the outliers, and they started new groups, and then we have biodiversity.
Yeah, that's actually how evolution works. There was a lot of confusion about this. Like, how can you have a million individuals?
Oh, we lost Cougar there. I don't know where he went. He'll be back. So you think this is when you talk about these outliers? Are you talking about outcasts, people who are ostracized and pushed away from the herd, or people who choose to willingly leave? Lindsay, or a bit of both?
Wouldn't it be both? Look at the small groups or large groups, whatever we have as a microcosm on YouTube alone, and look at those.
Yeah, the older there are people who are pushed away because unfortunately they're viewed as inferior. But then there are also people, I believe, who are pushed away because they're viewed as a threat.
That doesn't really matter as much as their ability.
It doesn't really matter about what their thoughts and feelings are. You're right; it's the outcome. Yeah. I mean, if you look at nature, this happens all the time, doesn't it? Youngsters are pushed away in a lot of the different species and have to run off and start somewhere else. It's a natural.
Or in a totalitarian or authoritarian regime, same thing happens with that. People break out. People get sick enough of anything, and they start libertarian party, or they start their own kind of colonies, or whatever you want to.
So you think
just a little farther out west.
Yep.
This is just a law of nature that we just try to break away. We're trying to break away. It's in us to break away all the time. We're trying to break away from something.
Contention is natural, but
it's not a law of nature. It's an option, and the option is useful enough to the species. Okay, because evolution actuates on the species level, like who survives to reproduce. The impulse to just not drink the Kool-Aid. The impulse can be advantageous, but it only works when you're hunter-gatherers or small groups. That means that somewhere outside the group there is a non-group space that contains optimal habitat for humans, and this is literally physical. So if there's a maverick who can, through maverick behaviors, find that space and bring it back to the group, then the group is more fit. The group has a maverick, and the maverick behavior brought the group to an even better place than it was in before. And I think that so long as there is a space outside of space, so there's a group space, and there's another space that's outside that, and that outer space is not explored, and it's not exploited, and it's not completely...
The whole thing all over again, the sociological phenomenon, the sociological dynamics occur all over again. Soon there's a leader, someone who stands out, or someone who is more controlling or incites fear, and then you have the same hierarchy all over again, and then it repeats itself.
Yeah, but isn't that the impetus for the maverick, though? Doesn't the maverick see that and say, fuck this noise, I'm out? And
some don't.
But I think the point I was trying to make, and this is a kind of a point I've never thought through, so I'm thinking it through on the fly here, that there needs to be an external space. Now, in an authoritarian regime, there may not be an external space. They may have completely consumed all space of thought, movement, economic opportunity, education, religion, expression. All space may be occupied by the authoritarian regime, in which case the maverick is simply a target for repression. But humans didn't evolve that way. Humans evolved where there was inner space and outer space. And outer space was where the maverick could go and make a difference. We don't have that now, is my thinking.
Well, take World War II, if you want to give that example. How did people break out of that Nazism? How did they break out of that, the Hitlerian kind of, I don't know, what would you call it? It's a rulership, a dictatorship, a group thinking exercise.
How about cult?
Sure.
Cult.
How did people, I mean, there were plenty of mavericks then. There were some who chose to lie and say they were not Jewish. There were some who hid. There were some who traveled. I mean, there was all different kind of variables. And now we have different mindsets, and Nazism isn't pervasive in Germany and in different countries as much anymore. So
It's illegal.
this Maverick guy or girl has to be, I mean, it had to happen over and over and over again, but I wonder what the percentage is. How many failures who were ousted from the group or were too stupid to survive, to lie to survive, or whatever they had to do. How many people failed for every success?
Well, as far as evolution is concerned, it's completely immaterial. It's just a numbers game. You need one, or technically a breeding pair,
Two,
and
yeah.
you're done. You've won. If you have a breeding pair, you're finished. And by the way, there's evidence present in the human genome, which of course they've studied to exhaustion, that current humans, modern humans, Homo sapiens, are descended from somewhere between 2,000 and 10,000 breeding pairs at one point. So the number doesn't have to be large. The number can be fairly small. And we came from that, so it does work.
It's impressive.
It is. It's goddamn amazing that happened. We did that. There were fewer humans than there are cheetahs now. There were fewer humans than there are cheetahs, and yet we made it.
I didn't know. Yeah, it's actually amazing. And when you think about it, it's very humbling too. If you share 60% of our DNA with bananas, we are not as great as we think we are. Yet these fantastic things happen at the same time.
Yeah, and some of that fantasticness, some of it was evolved characteristics. I mean, we do have 3.5 pounds of brain. We evolved that. But then some of it emerged from our equipment, if you were. I mean, 50,000 years ago, long after our genetics were established, we acquired symbology, symbolic language. That's the thought pattern. And we started drawing on the insides of caves and things like that, and worshiping idols and sculpting Venuses in clay. And, at some point, we flipped a switch. And what was that about? No one really even knows what that was about. And once we flipped the switch, well, then you know what happened after that. We started creating religions and settlements and abstraction writing, all these writing systems and all these different ways of doing things. And, the idea that we came to within 2,000 breeding pairs of being nothing, and then from that, all this happened. It's humbling.
It really is.
I don't think that story gets told enough. I think if that story was more widely told and understood and taught, I think that people would maybe I'm dreaming, but might people get together better with other people? I mean, we have all this in-group, out-group shit. At one time, there was like a few of us. That's all there was. And if they had been racist and xenophobic at that point, we would probably be extinct. Right, we'd be extinct. So it didn't work. We don't have to be that way.
There was still a hierarchy. The men were. It's from what I've read. Okay, I don't know, but from what I've read, the men definitely had the power and the hegemony in societies, even in caveman days. It was proven that they didn't pull women by the hair. I don't think they had to, but there had to be some sort of communication or authority or something to have them be respected, and that's usually some kind of fear. But
upper body strength.
Yeah, that too, the obvious thing. You got me thinking about this question that I was asking the room the other day, because you touched on communication. I was thinking, what's more important if you only could choose one? Because I know that they are both integral. Mathematics or communication? And then people were saying mathematics. Then I thought, if you can't communicate the mathematics, how can you even fathom the mathematics? You have to be able to communicate first for numbers to even exist.
Yeah, mathematics is just another language.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. It's an interesting dichotomy that you chose, communication versus mathematics, because mathematics is numeric language. It's a expression of human language that pertains to abstract numbers and numeric spaces, which normal language can't address. So we created mathematics. We invented the number zero. Well, what the Arabs did, right? Or maybe maybe the Hindus did. No one really knows. Someone invented the number zero. The Romans did not, so that we could talk about the abstraction of nothing. So it's language. It's weird. I know. If you knew this history, when you know this history, you come away laughing. It's like we pretend that that we have all these important things to deal with, and someone had to invent zero.
Someone always had to do something to get somewhere. And then you made another argument for, you kind of made a pros and con argument for the Industrial Revolution. And you know how it advanced us and helped us live longer, and people could live in different environments. And then there's the cons. There's the pros and cons of everything. All of these things that we're talking about have exceptions and variables. That's why when we talk about them in terms that are so simplistic and overgeneralized, we can't, I don't know, I think we miss out on a lot.
Yeah, and just to throw a wrench in the machinery, I've been thinking for a few years now, especially since I've been writing a lot of fiction, that humanity has been basically hijacked. Our cognitive functionality has been hijacked by a set of mental parasites. And I know this is getting sci-fi, but hear me out. But we've been parasitized by a series of ideas, and I think it goes back to Mesopotamia and the other settlements. We were really good at forming ad hoc groups that could survive in ad hoc environments, and that whole thing got hijacked. Our ability to be flexible was hijacked by a parasite, and the parasite was abstraction. And I put those in the columns of economics, religion, and politics, economics, and religion, which are abstractions, hijacked like a parasite. And it's not a physical parasite. It gets passed from mother to child when parents teach their offspring how to behave. And then the meme that parasitized them, the memetics of parasitation, what is passed to the child. When they are formative, exactly as humans were formative as a group 8,000 years ago, we were still formative. We were still open and vulnerable. And children are open and vulnerable, and we reparasitize them with this meme that we were all parasitized with 8,000 years ago, that there is a sky god, and there is karma, and there is curses and demons, and there is a royal road to power, and there is inheritance, and there's greatness, and some people are great, and some people are nobody, and all these ideas that are really abstractions that only humans can have, and probably only humans do have. This is a parasite.
Yeah,
and
but isn't
that
a from nature itself? We're so smart that we've accidentally made ourselves less smart by inventing these things. It's a side effect of our greatness.
Okay, I don't know where it came from. So you may be right.
I don't think abstraction is the parasite. I think maybe social constructs are the parasite, because abstractions can be freeing, can allow for creativity and analytical thinking. They may get everybody together, like you said, to think in a more cohesive, concrete matter. But why would you want that? You always want that maverick. I'm thinking you always want that maverick or that creative thinker or somebody who thinks outside of the box or does something different. He or she adds to survivability too, and he or she adds to the advancement of the culture. Again, you got the same conundrum, which is there's a bad side of that too. There's a bad side of the Industrial Revolution. But wouldn't something that made people more like-minded because it's concrete be more harmful and limiting than, say, like social constructs? than more limiting than say abstract thinking.
I like that idea.
Clear.
I like that idea. And let me just riff on that. I think social constructs came first. King, husband, God, religious leader, selfishness. Okay, those probably came first because they served settlements. Settlements were like a new thing for humans, so we had to have new constructs. And when we had too much grain, we had to store the grain. Then came these abstractions like mathematics, came later when we started exploring the world. And the mavericks live in that later level of abstraction, like mathematics, reasoning, philosophy, whatever.
Mm-hmm. I see no poison in that. I see poison in concrete, limited thinking. But I'm just sort of repeating myself.
No, that's a good thought. I like the idea of poison. What is poison here? Define.
Poison would be the parasite that you're talking about. Poisoning would be limited. Would involve limited thinking, group mentality, no changes, no entropy, no anything, static.
Okay. So sort of like the idea that fear is the mind killer.
Well, there are many things.
Well, you need a bit of fear. Without fear, we would still be in a Stone Age. Without fear.
Caution. Different.
I personally think we had selfishness and all those things that you attribute to group mentality and the need to survive and the need to possess land and possess people and control. I think we had that in us innately even before we found the need to develop societies.
Selfishness.
Selfishness, things that you said only exist because we colonized. I think we had all of those negative, or at least traits with negative connotations in them, way before all of those things, just naturally.
Now, somebody else would say that the innate behavior of the group in a hunter-gatherer community is to share. That if Thag, the great hunter, came back with the big boar and wouldn't share, then Thag would be killed, okay, because he's not sharing, and he would not reproduce. But
he would sure like to keep that pig to himself, wouldn't he? But he has to make the choice because he's in somewhat of an advanced society. He's not alone. He's forced to think about others. Then he decides to share it. It wasn't until he rationalized things that he realized he should share.
Okay, I follow you. Social pressure type of thing.
Sure, and survivability again, and the fact that Dad probably couldn't eat the whole.
And getting what you want as well, sharing. I mean, let's just say if you were a man back in the day going out finding food, you might trade it for something. I'm just saying.
Well, you might trade it
like
for
a
sex.
little bit of panocha.
Yeah, you might trade it for sex. So you might have your choice of females.
And then you'd have your hypergamy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure. That works.
All right, guys.
The oldest profession, gents and ladies.
Take care, Sean. Thank you for
Again,
dropping
it's
by.
funny.
Take her easy, Sean.
There's plenty of seats here, guys. So do come on. This is the Finding Gnosis Show here live on YouTube. So come on and help us find out what is going on in real time. We're having a fun conversation. There's a few of you in the chat there. Boozy, Sky, Works, Are You Puking? Life Abolitionism, come on up. It's about time you were up here, LA. I know you said you're working on a song, but you can take a break and come on. Chickpea, if you want to come back. Daniela. Who else is there? Zephyr, Avozel, William White. There's plenty of you there. Digital, you're here already. Ashley, Kenny, if you're still there, mate, come back.
Yeah, for Smash and anyone watching on my channel, the link is in the description, the YouTube video description.
So this kind of comes back to a topic that was brought up earlier, which is, in a post-industrial world where it becomes advantageous for people to reorganize themselves in smaller units, not necessarily hunter-gatherers, but scavengers of a kind. So I call it a scrap age civilization, but scrap metal civilization, but also just smaller groups, village life, right? Just village life where things are flat, more or less, fewer leaders drawn from the populace. It seems like we're going to have to relearn some of what we've forgotten or mislearned or mislaid, that the ideas of sharing labor, sharing protection, sharing songs, sharing stories, sharing child rearing, the idea of sharing and being open to village life. I think we're just going to have to relearn that. And I kind of don't, the problem I'm having with it is I don't see the points, the connecting points, the steps between here and there. I wrote a book on it, and there was parts of it that I thought were clever and parts of it that I thought were a bit of a reach. How do we get to village life? How do we get to smaller groups with less pathology? You think it comes naturally?
100%. It's this corporate city bullshit that has to be brainwashed and pounded into you. It's completely unnatural. Once you start divesting from the system, you just inherently start investing in yourself and your community and the things that will produce that, what you're talking about, that natural cooperation and sharing.
Yeah, and to be honest, in my book, since I only allow 100 days for this transition to happen, I just kind of had to take that approach. It's like, okay, civilization has collapsed. People are collecting in the middle of the street as neighbors, talking about what just happened, where are we, what are we going to do? And then they just sort of coalesce. And as I wrote the book and I went through, I thought, wait, shouldn't there be some external guidance? Do people really just coalesce as a result of tragedy and loss? Are they just going to cling to each other like people in a lifeboat?
Yes.
Sailing away from the Titanic? Or are they just going to cling to each other and say, "I'm so glad you're here. We're going to get through this together"? I don't know. Is it that easy?
Yes. And you'll have your outliers. You'll have people who will try to sabotage, people who will try to hoard. They always make up a percentage of the population, but most people cooperate in times of catastrophe.
First of all, you'd have to agree with your premise, which is society has collapsed. It seems like it's always been collapsing. I would probably challenge that and say, you know what, maybe it's like the process that occurs in the body where things are always morphing and changing and entropy exists but new things form, and it's something that is so grand and takes so much time that you can't possibly see it, not in your lifetime. It's environmental change, it's social change. It's a kind of change that seems, when you're in the middle of it, like, oh, it's just done for, right? But what's really happening is this volcano of new life and new ways of being and changing, and that the changing just feels really uncomfortable. When things change, it doesn't feel good. It just makes them more survivable.
But what you're kind of suggesting is that people are maybe primed. I'm restating, correct me if I'm wrong, that people during crisis become primed for change. And then when the stars align and it's like, okay, well, that's over. What are we going to do now? There's enough people who have been primed that when someone says, all right, I'm calling it, it's done,
People will act according to their own abilities, and the rest will adapt. And then a status quo is reached, and then people become complacent. And most of human existence is complacency and entropy.
Okay, well that's actually overshoot. I'm talking about the first 100 days. I'm talking about what can we expect? What kind of people do we need? And what can we expect those people to do in the first 100 days?
People will step up according to their ability. That will just happen naturally. Because you're going to have plenty of people who just don't want to survive. They'll have to be taken into consideration because they're a problem, but they're not part of the solution. Right? Solutions are going to come from people who first have a will to survive above all else.
Maybe we're coming from the presupposition, too, that we're special little snowflakes instead of just random minerals in an ever-erupting volcano, and that sometimes we're just part of the flow, and that even though we want to survive, we are kind of collateral damage. I mean, I know
but at that same note, we're programmed to survive here far more than we are actualized in our identity.
Do we not survive when we turn into something else, some other form of energy? We're part of something that's forming and new?
No.
Do we not survive in that way?
No, not as our genes would drive us to be.
Well, there's more than genetics going on here. There's also, we do have 3.5 pounds of brain. We do have abstraction layers.
You keep saying that, but it feels like a big salami, and that's the portion we use, and 3/4 isn't used. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I know that's a meme that goes around that we don't use any of our brain.
Not true. Yeah. We use almost all our brain all the time.
But we use it for things that we don't know we're using it for. I think that's part of the problem.
Well, if we can't understand it, we can't communicate it, we can't label it, then how are you expecting us to have concrete terms for the abstract and the ineffable?
Well, by abstract, I guess, let's just say that over the course of a year, here we are in March of 2026, and there's war in the Middle East, and they're cutting off the oil, and it's looking sketchy. Let's say a year from now, March of 2027, it has been nothing but a shit show and a dumpster fire, okay? And a year from now, we're back in this forum, and we're having a conversation about, well, that sucked. And what kind of stories are we telling? Are we just complaining and bitching that, well, that sucked. I hope next year's better. Or are we coming here and saying, yeah, that year was bad, but this is what my community's doing, and these are what these other people are doing, and this is what I read on the internet, and there's some pretty good ideas out there. Is that the conversation, or are we just going to be bitching and moaning? Because there's a lot of bitching and moaning that goes on.
Yeah, are we talking about during a time of actual catastrophe?
Well, I think you're in it.
It gets way worse than this.
Doesn't bitching and moaning sort of help define the problem, which you need to be able to do in order to find solutions?
Yeah, and it's the way to come up with solutions too.
It can. Okay, let's say that. Okay, there's also pathological bitching and moaning, where people just complain and then rage quit. Right? Okay, let's say it's like let's say it's more of a conversation. Some of which is, I can't get gas for my car, or some of which is, gasoline is $10 a gallon. What am I supposed to do? So from bitching and moaning, if it's not pathological and you just rage quit, then someone could say, well, I have an extra bicycle. I can give you my extra bicycle and you don't have to pay $10 a gallon for gas. So there's bitching and moaning, doesn't go anywhere. And then it also can solve problems. And are we there yet?
We're not at a necessary point of catastrophe, first of all. And second of all, I think this panel is a good example of exactly what it looks like. There's some people came up here complaining about us talking about it, and they're not here. And they quit in a fit of rage. I think It's a good representation of what it would look like when human beings come together in moments of catastrophe. Those who are willing to stick it out are going to be the ones that come up with solutions, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
leadership.
Maybe that's the bifurcation in the road. Some people
And they
come
will
to the
inherit,
fork. Yeah. Some just
the
rage
leader,
quit. Yeah.
right. And those people now, and then that also creates, waves of problems, right? Like, so those people recede, become resentful, and then they come back with a vengeance and try to
Then we're
take
back to
political power, right?
then we're back to bitching instead of doing. Correct. But
Perhaps.
you can only control yourself. So I say, never underestimate the arts, the writing, movies, plays, different ways of communicating ideas. You said you wrote a book, and that has kind of, I don't know what kind of effect that has. I can't measure it, but I would imagine it has some kind of rippling effect to get people to think or to get people to take action. Why not do something positive or at least productive instead of complaining, period? I get that you're kind of saying that, and I just think that the arts would be one way, because we've already seen that political diatribes don't really do anything for anyone. I mean, they may brainwash you, but they don't really make you feel much. You start they start drowning themselves out and start sounding like the parents on the Peanut Gang, blah, 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 blah. But
Yeah.
art has a way of reaching people, poetry, visual, auditory, everything to deal with that can speak to some people that aren't otherwise reachable. Music.
Well, our lives are more complex because the hierarchy of needs is met. When those circumstances no longer exist,
Yeah.
then solutions become a lot simpler. Maybe not easy, maybe not available, maybe not even attainable if you want to be a complete doomer about it, but
Nah.
simplified for sure. Like when we have to when we are out of water, then we know what we need to focus on,
Yes.
right? We need shelter too, and we need food. But guess what? There's no arguing that we need water first, right? Then we
Right.
need shelter. Then we need food. And so these things aren't going to be argued upon. And so the people who have actual solutions for these things will have inherent power. And then, of course, a status quo emerges, and enters in psychopathy or abstraction, as Doomer put it, or how did you put it? You said selfishness. Is that what you said? And so forth and so on. But these things, which drive us primarily in times of status quo, become mere echoes in times of actual survival. And maybe I'm cheating by not explaining how, but it's who we are. I mean, it's in proof is in the pudding. This is what we do. And I would say it's how we went from 2000 to 8 billion, because people who were like that bred more, and the other ones died because they never found the water and were fighting over where to live.
I'm seeing a
Well,
lot
that would
of.
be interesting. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go.
I insist. Okay. I was just going to say that kind of brings it full circle, because I think the early hunter gatherers, who even didn't really have language possibly until about 50,000 years ago, they probably were more cooperative at an instinctual level, meaning they knew not to fight over the food. They knew they had to share the food. They knew not to fight over sleeping spaces. They stuck together. Maybe we've lost a lot of that because of now we're embedded in this universe of abstractions, and we're focused on
Right.
politics.
Luxury creates the space to fight over that shit.
Exactly. I've also heard said
than you
complaining is a luxury.
Yeah, it is. That brings up 2 points. The first point is on priorities and how trauma and whatever, the macabre war, whatever the atrocities of life that you can think of, bring about not only the change, but they help you clearly delineate your priorities. Soon you see what things are really important, and that has its own benefit too. That's like when 9/11 happened, we all got together. We were more, in the United States rather, we were more unified than we ever have been. But had we kept going the way we were, nothing happened and we were on easy street, we wouldn't be thinking of the things that we wouldn't be in unity. We had no reason to come together because we had it good. So there's something to be said for atrocities bringing people together. There's always that duality. And then I wanted to comment really quickly on the second half of what you were saying. You took a turn. Oh, cavemen. Yeah. I think they were much smarter than we give them credit for. We always kind of feature them in art and on TV and stuff as, like the Geico cavemen, totally retarded. All they can do is grunt, and they can't think for themselves, and they don't know how things work. Eventually, they got around to tools in creating fire, etc. But they're actually finding remnants and relics and stuff. I'm just going to say caveman days because I don't know which era of cavemanhood this was in, but they found somebody had made some pottery, a cave person, and it was probably a man, I don't know, but he had made a cup that looked just like a woman's nipple. And what they deduced that was kind of like a bottle, a primitive bottle for a baby to suckle. So they had conveniences, and they somehow had some kind of communication, a way to simply confer to each other that there's a need for that. Maybe one woman, they figured out you can't survive if you can't breastfeed. So we need to keep the group, the tribe, whatever, strong. So someone came up with a nipple cup, aka a bottle. And I don't think they were just this big collective group of completely retarded numbskulls. I really think there was something more, that they had some kind of communication. They definitely invented things. So why we choose to just view them as these completely retarded Neanderthal people, I just think that's a misnomer.
Well, it clearly is, because we came from them. And look at us.
Okay, you just ruined my point, because yeah, look at us.
Okay, fine. Now you're being cynical. Fine. Well played.
We didn't evolve.
Well played. Yeah, look at what we turned into.
It's just a way to think about things in a different perspective, instead of being, believing something that we're told from history without challenging it, without really looking at it with all of the constructs and the Western mentality that we have, or whatever mentality, whatever you're brought up with. Being able to think of it in some other way could change your whole idea on what the actual problems were.
I'd like to comment on what I think things were like before civilization came in. And I define civilization as when the first cities came into being and all the people flocked towards them. I think there was a time when people were more egalitarian, and they lived their lives in a way that they accepted responsibility for their actions, and they looked around themselves and they saw other living beings just like themselves, and they recognized that they also had responsibility for their actions. And so they had this sacred sort of respect for each other, because they all saw each other as life. Because of this, there was no imposed hierarchy. There was no this authoritarian concepts of you must conform to what our civilization says. There were expectations to meet the group's survival, and that was pretty much it. And then I'm going to say that I think mythology holds the answer to what happened. The biggest two myths that I think tell you exactly what happened to these people is the Enuma Elish in the Atrahasis epic. And in the Enuma Elish, what I think is being described is a war between basically this science-led civilization who adheres to hierarchy, which is basically Atlantis or the Anunnaki. They're the same. And then you have this other civilization who's depicted as this monster known as Tiamat, who the Anunnaki's whole goal is they want to basically slay Tiamat so that they can set up on the earth. And what I think was happening was, as in Atrahasis, it explains that the Anunnaki were trying to mine all this resources, and they were working their working class too hard, the Ajiji. So the Ajiji revolted, and in exchange to suppress the revolt, they ended up looking to other species on the planet. They manipulated them, and then the myths say that's how they created humans. Now, I don't know how true that is, because I personally think it's a bunch of mythology to just basically promote the ruling class and the elite. But how the Enuma Elish ends is right after they defeat Tiamat and all her monsters, is they're like, okay, now we're just going to create the Lulu, or the humans, to be the slave species to bear the labor. So what I think's happened was this Tiamat species saw what was happening. They saw this authoritarian civilization, and they went to war with each other, and they ultimately lost. And now we're basically living in these huge basic remnants of ideologies that come from this time period, because we've basically just been on repeating the same scripts for civilization since then. Despite technological advancements, it's pretty much been the same.
Well, the winners get to write the history books, including the myths.
Exactly.
You lost me at egalitarianism, because I don't even think such a thing exists in our society and never did.
Well, that's what they want you to think, right? This is like the whole purpose of this mythology, is to convince humanity that the time before the cities came along and these aristocrats came along with their technology, people were uncivilized, they were barbarians, they were just out here trying to survive, and because of that, they were like opportunists, or they were...
That's not what I heard. I heard that they all lived in peace and harmony together, and everything was perfect until the evil colonizers came along.
That's what I heard.
I think, yeah, but I think what he's talking about is different. He's talking about the perspective that is trying to be sold to us via mythology. I think he's talking about the purpose of the myth is to convince the recipient thousands of years later that right triumphed over primitive nature.
What myth is that? Certainly
He's
not the
describing it.
Greek mythology.
The Enuma Elish is what I said.
He's describing it to you. Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's Mesopotamian. It predates all. It's basically like the oldest myths we have.
Exactly.
And
These are even
you
called.
think that's what's being pushed?
Well,
Sure.
I think whoever these beings were, I don't think they were aliens. Like, Sitchin will say they're aliens. I think they were just a more advanced race of humanoids, which there were multiple humanoids living on the planet at one time. They basically wanted something that was going to last. So they created mythology to go along with their cities that they were giving people, so that they had, cities rely on work. So they needed people to come and do the work that they don't want to do. So they needed to justify the fact that they're going to sit back and do nothing and, collect all these food tithes, food box tithes, and, have everyone else toil to fulfill their machinations, just like we do now. Nothing's changed. It's literally the same.
Okay, but you're talking about something that is interesting as interpretive myth, like we're doing, interpretation of mythology here, which is a good thing to do. And I think you're putting of it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're putting a veneer of this really happened on top of it. The myth of Tiamat is actually all by itself is interesting. that Tiamat was the mother figure, but she was a monster, so they say, and a chthonic force. So pre-reality force. She was part of the creation of the earth, and she was attacked. She complained, and because she complained about how people were behaving, she was attacked and destroyed, and she was cut up, and her blood became the rivers, and her body became the land. And you know the story. That by itself is a really interesting tale and has much to tell us about what you're kind of alluding to, which is the conflict between ancient peoples who lived on the land and did not fight with the land and didn't really claim the land, didn't have title, didn't plow the land, didn't do anything with the land that we can tell. But these later people came along who thought that they were more powerful because they had more organization. And the myth may be a retelling of how these people, these more primitive people, this is the language they were using. These more primitive people were basically destroyed to make way for the right kind of people, and that gave us civilization. I think that's sort of the interpretation of the Tiamat myth, which is interesting in itself without any of the other trappings.
Yeah, that's pretty close to what I'm describing, right? A civilization, things
Yeah.
are better than others, and they come along and then they take over and they give us their ways. Except I don't think they were that primitive. I think they were just more in tune with nature.
Well, okay, but once again, I'm not passing judgment. I'm saying that's the warp and weft of the myth. And we inherited the myth from the winners, who were the settlers. So we inherited the myth that they told of how they conquered. They destroyed Tiamat and cut her up, okay? They made that myth so that we can understand how great they were. Someone else who was on the other side of that deal would say they had no right to treat us like that. And this dichotomy, where the winners write the histories and the myths and the religions, this has been going on even in modern times. What's happening right now with Donald Trump and Iran, that these other people don't deserve to be here. We are the best. And if we destroy them, we make the world a better place. This kind of myth making goes on to this very hour. And people are sort of conditioned to buy into it because it's narrative, it's storytelling. And we all like a good story. And whoever tells the best story, if they win, their story is then the story.
Yeah, that's what they've done. They've crafted a hell of a story, and then they've reinterpreted. I don't know how many different ways. You get so many different religions out of the same story. And
well, yeah, and that's the power of myth, right? What was it, Joseph Campbell? Lots of ink has been spilled over the power of narrative, the power of story, the power of myth, the necessity of gods and religions, the necessity of some interpretive layer. People talk about this incessantly because it seems to be important. It's maybe how we operate. We may operate at that layer. That
was people needing a good story. That was great.
Oh.
Hey, Les.
Hey there.
Man, I wish she made that sound when she heard my voice.
Good one.
Instead, she goes, "Oh."
I'll work on that one.
Hey,
then.
Dan.
Pretty much.
That's quite a pose in your profile picture there, Lindsay. Is that you?
No, that's someone else.
Okay.
That's me.
I was like, I'm not gonna
stay out of
have
it.
Yeah.
a Finding Gnosis calendar, girls. She can be March.
You told me that yesterday.
You have
bro.
no idea, DNW. You have no idea.
You just promised that to me yesterday. Stop it, bro. You're gonna give her March. Stop it.
Joe Cool's gonna be January.
I'll let her choose what month, and Chickpea can be December or January, whatever Chickpea wants. Whoever else is there as well.
I like that because that's my birth month. Anyway, Joe, sorry, what were you gonna say? You were trying to say something. We got subverted.
One night came up, I forgot dude named Cougar, I think his name is. He was saying, I think that was him saying that people are programmed to believe a good story, and if you give it the right stuff, it seems to be very effective. He was, I was like, damn, that sounds logical to me.
Well, I didn't make up the idea. You can get that from, lots of people talk about the power of story. It's there, man. We operate at that layer. There is some kind of hardware that when there's a good story, we sit down and we listen, and it goes in, and we do it. We all do it. We all love a good story. Come on, admit it.
No, I do. I'm fucking Pulp Fiction, Aliens, all of that sci-fi shit. I love it all.
We were talking about really interesting things, but it seems disorganized, and I know conversations are just naturally that way, but do we have some kind of general direction we're going in?
Well, yeah, if I could organize it real quick. Basically, we're talking about how before civilization got set up, before it is now, there were basically two paths. There was the path of adhering to the hierarchy and technology, and then there was the path of adhering to self-responsibility and living in harmony with nature. And
by technology, you just mean technology of the day. You don't mean something advanced. You mean whatever technology of the time.
I don't buy the premise.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
nature has hierarchies.
Whatever they had, I don't know what they had, but it's probably more advanced than what they'll give them credit for.
And please continue. I interrupted you.
Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, these two civilizations, which in occult traditions is just typically called Atlantis and Lemuria, these two civilizations went to war. Atlantis won, and we're basically living in the remnants of this civilization based on hierarchy and compartmentalization.
I can see some arguments over there, but I don't know if it holds.
And also, where stories tie into this is stories have been used to basically present a false version of history to justify the systems we have now. So that's
thanks for that.
Summarized.
Okay.
The only problem I see with that is I see hierarchy and compartmentalization in nature.
Yes, but the thing is that in nature, it's not coercive.
Bullshit! It's not.
It isn't. In nature,
nature is highly coercive.
Okay, let's be careful. So I'm a biologist. Nature does not have the level of deliberate abstraction that humans have. If nature has hierarchies,
point of it, yeah.
If nature has hierarchies, like in a termite mound, they are functional. The queen in a termite mound isn't actually giving orders. The queen is simply reproducing, and the hive needs that to happen. And the queen bee in the hive doesn't give orders. The queen bee is just laying eggs. So we apply our levels of abstraction, like queen and king and pope and president, to nature, but none of these things are real. They are evolved, and they don't function the way we say they do. Now, in nature, there is the idea of trophic levels. So at the bottom of the food pyramid, you have the plants that are autotrophs. They make their own food from the sunlight. And then you have secondary herbivores that eat the plants. And then you have tertiary carnivores that eat the herbivores. And there may be even higher levels above that. And then maybe humans fall in there somewhere. But those kind of hierarchies are trophic hierarchies. They're ways of managing energy flow through a system, a complex ecosystem with all these gears and belts and wheels and stuff like that.
I'm okay with whichever way you want to describe it. It's still hierarchy after hierarchy after hierarchy after hierarchy within hierarchy within hierarchy within hierarchy, and compartmentalization on top of compartmentalization on top of so forth and so on ad infinitum.
And nature's
you can claim humans are special and that they've done something that nature hasn't. I would argue that we're just part of the same hierarchical compartmentalization as the rest of me.
I don't know, because his full argument was intent was in there. And you guys are arguing now it's more natural. I think he is saying that they intentionally tell a story to make the things happen.
Most of our intent is a result of how nature coerces us into groups, compartments, and hierarchies.
I disagree.
Yeah, nature is what even allows us to live in the first place, and we're free to interact within nature in ways that don't disrupt it. You know, that's what it comes down to.
Bullshit.
But human, you can't just say that. Okay, you have to have an argument. Human groups invent human groups invent levels of hierarchy that serve human intent.
If human beings went along with nature, they'd be extinct.
How?
Nature
Why?
would have wiped us out a long time ago.
How? What do you mean?
Yeah, that doesn't make any. Yeah, it's explained.
That doesn't make any sense at all. We have 300,000 years of proof that that's not true.
We have 300,000 years of fighting nature and fighting entropy with every ability we have.
You don't.
That's
No, that's not true. There's no evidence.
A house to stay out of the cold. That's not fighting nature.
Yes, it is.
No.
It absolutely is.
I absolutely disagree. You have to provide some data that we were fighting nature. Please provide.
Like I said, we've been fighting nature since our very existence. Whether you want to admit it or not is a you problem.
I think you got to give an example of how. If the bear,
I did. You gave a great example.
Let me finish.
I'm perfectly relaxed. You gave a great example.
Let me finish without interrupting. If you were perfectly relaxed.
Sure, you can repeat it, then I'll give you the same answer. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to change it slightly. If a bear finds a den, is he fighting nature in his den?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what you're calling fighting nature. Okay, that's the metric of fighting nature.
That doesn't align with anything.
Cougar, I want to ask you a question real quick. It's
Sure,
a little
sure.
sideline.
Technology, you even tried to separate technology from nature, both in Set Scale's premise and in your rhetoric. So any use of technology to survive already would be the antithesis to nature.
But the bear uses no technology, so it's still
just ignore what I'm saying because you don't want to address it. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Anyway, there's a question been tabled. Please continue.
And
go ahead, Lindsay.
I was making a distinction.
No, you're not. He is.
Oh, okay.
No. There's a question. Please continue.
Mr. Biologist, and I'm not meaning that in a demeaning way. Actually, you're the
mean it however you like. I don't care.
I'm fine with it.
No, I respect it. Riddle me this. Okay, why? And in order to understand human behavior, do we always anthropomorphize human behavior? I get that it's one of the closest things we can use to understand human behavior, but wouldn't it be sort of an unequivocal parallel?
Yes.
Okay, so if I understand the question, first of all, anthropomorphize does mean human. So you've kind of crossed the streams here a little bit.
But you know
the reason why I'm being a little bit flip, but listen,
you know what I mean.
The reason why we pull out human behavior apart from animal behavior, and this may be somewhat arbitrary, and this has been discussed for hundreds of years, is that we have more agency and intent than animals seem to have, although that is changing as we understand animals better. Okay, animals also have agency and intent, but human behavior seems to be driven by intent that does not seem to derive from nature. Now, the intent to have a child. Okay, I want a child. I want a family. That's intent. But you could even say, oh yeah, well that's your natural instincts. But there are other things that we do that are not on that level of, well, I want a family, or I want food, or I want a community. There's other levels like I want power, I want wealth, I want comfort, I want luxury. I want to be with people who look just like me, although that might be evolved too. There are levels of intent. There are levels of intent that seem to be uniquely human, and that's
all those seem naturally driven. Even animals will generally prefer domestication once they've experienced it.
there's a marked difference between animal behavior and human behavior. I know we cross over.
Yeah,
I know
it's more advanced.
as animals, but it just seems like a false equivalency to say, you know what, this is why we stay around our young to raise them, and men, this is why men leave and women tend to raise the kids. When we look at the lioness and the lion and their behavior and we're really doing a disservice, are we not? Because you can't compare wild animals to human beings. You can see, analogies in some way, but I mean, come on, it just seems like if you want to be a scientist and you've got that main fallacy hanging over your shoulder, which is false equivalency, how do you reach around that? How do you go around that? What other things can you compare? How else can you understand?
I would like
Well,
to
I allow that humans are animals,
satanic.
and then they are humans on top of that. It's not too difficult.
Okay,
I
I see you're not gonna understand me there, really.
I think I did.
I'd like to say that only equating humans as animals, saying that we are the same as animals, is actually a satanic thinking, right from the satanic tenets from the Levian Church of Satan. So
Not even all animals are the same.
Not all animals,
but humans are animals.
Well, we're not, right?
It's a self-defined category.
We're like animals in the sense that we're both alive.
True.
We can move and walk around, and we can interact with the environment in a way that a plant can't. And
that's right.
That's really about where the
You mean an animal?
Well, what human beings can do is they can take things and they can build complex structures and technology, basically, that are extensions of their body or complex shelter.
Nah, ants can do that.
Well, they can't do it in the way
Humans can do something else.
ants, for example, they're limited to what they can pick up off the ground. Humans, we have this huge global system.
Which is why we're not alike.
Exactly. We have this global system where it takes resources from one place, ships them to another place to be manufactured, and then it goes through this huge process of, until it's distributed globally. Things now, or what humans are capable of, I should say, of working together to accomplish tasks using.
No, animals can do that.
Manipulating.
I'll grant you industrial engineering for sure.
They can't manipulate resources like we can. That's just basically what it comes down
As
to.
well as we can, but they can manipulate resources.
Yeah, but you'll never see an animal in a car or a plane.
No, because we're far more advanced than they are.
I think we use animals for confirmation bias. Look, some bonobo monkeys are gay, therefore it's okay to be gay. I'm not taking a side myself, but I'm saying we use them as a form of confirmation bias to understand human behavior and to rationalize.
So you don't believe in evolution at all?
I do. I just have criticisms about the scientific approaches that we take to understand human behavior.
You don't think human behavior shares any source material with animal behavior?
I absolutely do. But I also say sometimes we are unequivocal to the extent in which we are pretty much trying to seek a confirmation bias to understand things that we cannot possibly understand, because we have the need as humans to conceptualize and understand something in some palatable, tangible way that we understand.
Yeah, but I would say it's excellent source material. You're saying it's worthless. Or
I wouldn't throw it out. But I think I said it can
kind of shitty.
It can be abused. It can be used for confirmation bias. It can be used to rationalize things. It can be used also to explain human behavior, like social dynamics and family dynamics. And I think that's where it goes too far, because we are in a completely different environment. we think differently. Maybe they're sentient, and lions are sentient in a way, and they have feelings, but our survival, our basic needs, and our environments are so different that I think it would be a huge mistake to say, "Oh, this explains why the father can leave the family without feelings because he has to go propagate the species and da 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 da."
Don't you think that the difference between our needs and our way of thinking in our society and that of the gorilla is the difference between how gorillas behave and humans behave? That there are no differences aside from
like it's
our
just
evolution
time and-
therefrom? Yeah, it's time,
think it mirrors,
circumstance,
but not
luxury,
exactly. That's my argument.
civilization.
It mirrors to an extent, but I think we rely too heavily on it. But that's my opinion. Can I prove it
No,
to you?
just stay with you. I
No,
like
no.
your opinion. By
Yeah,
the way,
I'm not
'cause I'm gonna
disagreeing.
want to find a separation too at some point. But
I'm just saying,
I like Dan's argument right now.
Isn't the distance between us and the gorillas the distance between us and the gorillas?
You know what I think the difference?
Pretty
I don't know about
much.
the difference, but I think the difference between us and the gorillas is the gorilla lives in nature, whereas the human being is able to create their own habitat completely separate from nature, and
Let's see if that one holds.
create their own illusions as well, or stories to justify their habitat, which actually goes against nature.
I guess I don't know if we can even use that one because even birds fly south for the winter. They build a nest, and it's us, doing the habitat.
And bears make dens,
And some gay penguins raise babies.
and then they hibernate in those dens.
I
had a pet turtle. I used to have to put her in peat moss and then put her in the refrigerator for half the year.
Yeah, but the difference
Never heard of
is
it.
the big difference between a deer den or a bird nest and a city, right?
Yeah,
That's
the
what
difference-
time and mental development.
Exactly. Yeah. The difference is the difference between human brains and gorilla brains and our
Dan-
societies and our environment.
I had a question for you, Dan. If I accept that there's no real distinction except time through man and monkey, will there in the end be no distinction between plant and animal?
I mean, I don't know, but Nikki would say yes.
Following the same
would
philosophy.
Nikki would say plants are already probably smarter than us. We just don't speak their language.
That's what I was going to say. Perhaps, yes, they've come to
In
a
terms of
different place,
utilizing
and
their
there is no
resources.
difference other than the difference between man and monkey.
They utilize their resources better than we do. I guess you could argue that.
You could
Oh
argue
yeah,
it.
and they're definitely more in line with nature than we are. The species that doesn't fight nature, plants
Yes.
definitely are a lot more ecologically friendly than any version of humans.
Generally speaking, they don't fight each other the way we do.
Don't use plant. Come on, plants are overly emotional. That's why they can't make good decisions. They're purely left-brained. I mean, right-brained.
And they use bees and they use animals like bees and insects to
Like
work.
slaves.
It makes them more
Sex
like
slaves.
humans.
Literal sex slaves.
Kugaduma, flowering plants were kind of late to the party, weren't they? They came. When did they come along?
I don't know.
Probably
When,
after insects
when
developed.
animals that could see color came along in order to evolve alongside them.
Or the proper insect.
Maybe when the
Yeah.
fruit trees couldn't last because everybody kept eating the fruits. I really don't know.
I
You want them to
presume
eat the
flowers
fruit as
cause
long as there's
fruits.
a
I presume
seed.
flowers cause fruits, because a lot of flowers turn into fruits, don't they?
Well, there you go. See,
If you can resist eating them when they're flowers.
hey, Cougar Doomer, I hope you didn't take offense at my question or disagreement. I mean, I don't know you.
No,
I don't
he
know.
doesn't. He doesn't. He's not that easily offended. He likes inquiring minds. He likes to be challenged, and he likes.
I
to
notice
give
he's pretty open-minded.
Yeah, I am not wedded to being received. Okay, as I've told D&W, and as is probably widely understood here, I'm mostly here to observe. So I answer questions and then I take some stock of
the discussion. I'm here to
There's
observe.
there's a level of open-mindedness above that where you're not so wedded to your conclusion.
Right.
The only thing I was surprised about when you first came in here and you was talking about you're a hardcore Trump loving supporter, that was the only thing where I thought you weren't a free thinker, bro.
That's Joe Cool's
I'm kidding.
sense of
That was
humor.
for Lindsay. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
He didn't
Dun,
say
dun,
I mean,
For those who might not know.
this forum is about finding gnosis, right? I mean, we're supposed to. I don't know
What
much
is
about the
gnosis?
Gnostics.
What is
Yeah,
gnosis?
exactly. Please, DNW, help us. I don't know much about the Gnostics. I know that they were asking questions, and I know that they were persecuted for asking questions. And that is uncool.
Not knowing is the highest form of knowing, in my opinion.
Right. The smartest man will understand that.
Yeah, I mean, the channel name is just a kind of, it started out as a kind of in joke. I was called something else before that. I think my channel was called Do Not Watch.
Joe and I
Do Not
did it a
Watch.
different way.
It used to be called Trump is Lord, I think. Yeah.
Do you understand anthropology at all? Because I have another question about that, if you don't mind.
About what?
Anthropology?
Asking
yeah.
who?
I'm asking Cougars.
This is one of Lindsay's favorite subjects.
A scientist?
Okay, anthropology. Okay, fine.
Specifically, what do you think of the kind of the notion where a lot of anthropologists say no society is better than one or the other? They're just different. Do you say that's cap? Basically, they say it depends on how you look at it. If you're looking at it from a Western perspective, for example, where you value industry and technology, then you would say a tribe is actually inefficacious and a failure, and that we are better than them. If you're looking at a society in terms of who best uses their resources and who is better at not wasting their resources, then you might say a tribe is better. Do you think that's cap? What do you think about that whole thing?
Well, okay, so did I understand you to assert that anthropologists have this belief, or that they're simply reporting it as something that people think?
Anthropologists claim that they're supposed to be neutral and unbiased in examining cultures. Therefore,
They're cultural
they say,
relativists.
right. They say
Okay, fine.
one culture better than another, better than the other, unless you're defining it with a perspective that includes a kind of bias.
Okay, so let me address that. So anthropology, so anthropology was originally a branch of what we called natural philosophy. The original anthropologists were rich white dudes, always, who were nattering around Egypt, nattering around Asia and collecting artifacts, and they were trying to, in a sciencey way, they were trying to use their research, call it that, to infer something, research their theories or hypotheses, to infer something about human nature through human anthropology. They weren't originally digging up bones of humans. They were literally going to Egypt and looking at the pyramids. Okay, so now those guys, and emphasize rich white guys, okay, they were of course interpreting all of their findings, and let's allow that they were finding things. They were interpreting all their findings through the lens of British imperialism, German imperialism, the Spanish, imperialism, and they were using their findings to provide justification for why they were so great, and how successful they were at that, how vital that was. It served the empire, it served themselves, it got them promotions, it got them everything else. So they did that. Now, anthropology after the Second World War was supposed to become more of a science, and it did that at least in part because of the horrors of Nazi anthropology. Nazi anthropology was unhinged, okay?
Right.
And let's give them full props for going over on the deep end. But because they did that, anthropologists started looking at their own field and saying, folks, we have some work to do. We have some inner work to do. And they kind of, dare I say, cleaned up their act. And they have, I think, as a class, they have repudiated the long-held notion, and it was held for a long time, that anthropology could demonstrate that some peoples were more advanced or more whatever the word is, than other peoples. And okay, so full props for them doing that. Now, I don't know if that gets to your question. I don't know how successful they've been in that.
I think that better was the metric she used.
Yeah, but superior to, preferred,
better,
or likely to survive.
Okay, now you've used a different term, because better can also be somewhat subjective, right? Better, like, well, I'm better than you. I'm better than you, but because I got a advanced college degree.
We'll use more likely to survive.
More money, make you
better. Okay, survival. So let's see. Well, we certainly know through anthropology and archaeology, we certainly know that there have been rise and fall of civilizations. We know that. It would be foolish, and I don't think anybody does this, although I'm sure there's some fringe somewhere that does this, to say that the Romans fell because they were inferior. Does anybody claim that? I don't think so. Does anybody claim that? No, I haven't heard that either. I mean, people think the Romans were awesome, right?
Yeah.
But people will say things like, okay, the Anasazi, the Pueblo Indians, they failed because they couldn't figure out how to survive in their environment, because we don't have Pueblo Indians to speak of. People will say that the black people were enslaving each other and creating like a subclass of humans because they lack something. They lack some impulse towards greatness. Okay, and so people will say these things. I think one of the things that we get out of anthropology and psychology and archaeology, what we get is that it's been a continuous journey. We are on a journey. It is a journey we're all on. We're all on the same journey. We are all Romans. We are all Pueblo Indians. We are all black. We are all Asians. We are on, and I'm not trying to be egalitarian here. I'm just speaking strictly as an evolutionary biologist. Our genetics, our propensity towards being human is on a journey. And there was a time when there was 2,000 breeding pairs. Those people continued the journey. And whatever comes out of us as a contingent fact of history, whatever emerges from this current accumulation of humanity, that will be what defines the journey after us.
Not for the random cannibalistic tribe in the rainforest, though. They survived Rome, and they'll survive the Fourth Reich.
And they'll eat you.
Yeah, okay, so
and they
you
may
mentioned
be here long after any civilization exists.
Yeah, and there's the uncontacted tribe on that island. What is it? South of India. Sentinel Island? The Sentinelese?
Yeah, what if the Aborigines are here long after all life on Earth is destroyed?
Yeah, what if the Sentinelese
that
become
means
the
they
only
were better and more advanced after all.
So you're really criticizing the measurement by which we...
Right. That's where it was going to go anyway.
They would truly be the most successful by the definition of success.
It doesn't actually mean anything. It's just humans ascribing meaning to it when it is actually meaningless. The Sentinelese, or whatever you call them, may well survive the oncoming nuclear apocalypse. But at the end of the day, it was just luck. It doesn't mean they're better than anybody. Yeah.
It wasn't just luck, though. Their way of life kept them isolated and protected from nukes.
Yeah, but they didn't do it. They didn't do that with that wasn't their direction. That it was.
We don't know that. We don't know that, right? Because they would have to intend to stay away from people at this point. If we can say
According
that
to them, they stay
want to
away from the white man on purpose because
and
he's
they
going to
could
blow
be
up the world and
because,
kill
yes,
everybody.
they're gonna do horrible things, right?
And take their women, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought Jews weren't white. Oh, who? No.
You know, when they're very much swayed by
Almost
whatever
bit.
anthropology and modernity.
I
Who
know, I was
developed
going-
the atom bomb? Wasn't it German Jews for America? Was it? I don't know.
From American Wall.
My favorite shit is calling Jews white. It just irks people to death. I normally don't pass up an opportunity like that, but I figured, fuck it, why be that guy today, Joe?
Well, just to be clear, Judaism is a religion. Anybody can be Jewish, right?
And the white thing is not real either. So you're on bad footing over there anyway.
Yeah. There are Semitic peoples who would look like Palestinians, okay, look like Lebanese. There are Semitic peoples who are Jewish. There are black people in Ethiopia who are Jewish. There are white-skinned Northern European people, Germans who are Jewish.
Yeah.
Do they
Well,
have
Ethiopian
DNA
Jews are very
traits?
interesting people, actually.
But there are bloodlines that can be traced back to the Levant.
That was my
That's
next
right.
question.
That's
Yeah.
right. They have this. They have the Jewish genetics. They just happen to move to.
They have the Semitic genetics.
Yeah, we don't have enough data to really pinpoint you down to
I
the
want to invite
Jewish.
LA on. LA is in the comments. He might shake things up a bit. He's got unusual taste and for conversation. So do come on, LA, if you're there.
Damn it, the Jewish thing straight. I forgot what we were even talking about. We went off on the Jewish thing.
I like a crack answering the question.
Lindsay was asking I don't know if I know your answer, Lindsay. I think your answer is yes, there is clearly that's bullshit. There's clearly a better society or whatever you called it.
Okay, that's fine, but by what criteria? What's your basis for judging?
Yeah, what's your metric? Good question.
Survivability.
I don't know. It was your question. I wanted your answer to your
Sustainability.
question.
What I say makes a good society is one that emphasizes responsibility for the individual and where each individual respects each other enough to let them live their own life.
I like
How
that
do you
as a metric.
Yeah, okay, that's great.
That
But how
sounds good on paper.
how do you measure that? How do you measure that? How do you measure that?
You can still do that and
Don't
exploit
measure
the
it.
resources.
It's not really an empirical thing. You know, the way you measure it is, how free people are.
Yes,
No.
how you don't try and control them, how you don't harm them. He's on to something.
Okay, but you could be out of fruits and nuts and be. All right. excuse me.
Not building a civilization of slavery.
I was about to disagree with you, but I agree with everything you said. It should be proportional. That your duties are only proportional to your freedom. If the state wants to control everything, then the state should have corresponding duties. If you lack autonomy over your most consequential decisions, then you can't be held responsible for anything.
You can't.
Well, in the absence of a state, are there any other criteria we could lean on about groups where someone could say, this is a better group?
Survivability.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm angling for.
Resources control.
Survivability was the trap that got us in this cycle in the first place, right? Like I was describing earlier, the civilization that came along.
It all depends what, as set scale says, it depends what lens you're looking at matters through. In biological terms, all that matters is survival. It doesn't even care about your well-being. I mean, there's animals out there that have abysmal lives and go through horrific pain. Mother Nature doesn't actually care about your enjoyment.
They die after they have their kid. It was just to survive. They die right after. Salmon, some spiders and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
exactly.
Some of the life cycles of animals, they actually, some of them go through excruciating pain for a lot of their life. That's what drives them on.
Look, if survivability is the standard we're going for, we need to hold our horses a little bit because
I don't think that's
we've been
good metric.
Well, we've
I
only
think
been.
I think it's contentment, but then the problem is fools can be happy.
I think it's going to be moral. That's going to be a little subjective too.
What I was going to
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
We've
Who's
only been
morals?
we've only been trying this freedom
But if
thing
everybody is happy, does
for a
it
couple
matter
hundred
about
years.
morality?
So
If everybody, if all
Are you
people
out of your mind? If everybody's happiness can everybody be happy without their basic needs being met? I mean, that's an
He said
oxymoron right there.
morality. He said morality. So you have to assume the
Sorry,
needs.
say that again, Lindsay.
Well, you're painting this kumbaya picture. It sounds great, which is everybody's happy in this society. Nobody has to compete. You know, we're not stabbing each other, killing each other. People get along. But that can't be the only metric by which to measure the success or survivability or of a community.
Survivability speaks for itself. I mean, you're either here or you're not.
You can procreate without having the proper amount of food. You need the basics first. You need to have all the basics first. You can't just have a happy society and then that's it. I mean, there's so much encompassing this survivability and procreation.
But happiness itself.
Question, Lindsay, have you ever contemplated? There's a lot of dark, pessimistic types on this channel. Have you ever contemplated whether survivability is even good?
No, well, yeah, actually, sometimes I just think let it all burn. I know I'm very negative when I say that, but sometimes I think.
Lindsay, you don't have to answer it, but are you
anyway.
Are you a parent?
No, I'm not a mommy.
You're not a mummy, because we have LA here. LA's channel is called Life Abolitionism, and he believes it's a crime to create life, and he wants to. Sorry, I have to laugh. I laugh because this is I'm preempting a tidal wave of strong, passionate rhetoric from LA, and he's going to come on because he believes we are all slaves. None of us consented to being here. We've all been set upon by our parents and forced to die, and we don't owe anybody jack shit.
It's hard to.
I love this guy.
Okay, so before we launch into all that, then this is where I must bid you all adieu. It's been fun, and good luck with whatever comes after.
Adieu. There you go. Lovely having you, brother. See you soon.
Okay.
It was good talking to you. Thank you.
Lindsay, weren't you on Tiff Mann's channel?
I'm off.
Okay, yeah, because I remember you from that channel. So I think we were talking about something. We were talking about gay stuff.
Oh, probably.
That sounds like Tense Man's room, yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I went on that channel briefly, and that's all he was talking about. Nothing again. He can talk about whatever he wants, but he was giving a lot of detail.
I got kicked off. I think we was doing race. I got kicked off for doing that a couple of years ago. I think that's what it was. I don't even remember. I'll show you what it mean to me. I assume it was race.
I think all the
LA, did you make a song? You said you made a song using AI to illuminate your philosophy to the masses. Have you done that?
Well, it's not just one. I'm like because nobody's going to read the book.
Play one here. Do you want to do a debut of one of your songs here on the Finding Gnosis Show?
I don't know because I don't want them to go to my channel because it's not finished yet. I created a new channel, so that's why I was trying. I was trying to wait because I don't want
Can't you just play the music without it being on the channel? Can't you? Is there not a way of doing that? No.
Yeah, I can do that. Just 1 second.
Every freaking cop is. I'm sorry.
So who's speaking?
But it's just relevant. Every cop in Chicago, I chase the police, is out right now, and I'm like a dog. I can't go nowhere, but I'm watching my mom. But I'm like a dog. It's driving me fucking crazy. So I didn't, I could have kept that to myself.
What the hell is happening?
A bunch of police are like every cop in the station must have left. I heard so many cop cars. And I normally go out and film them, but I'm taking care of my mom.
What's going down in Chicago?
I don't know. It's driving me crazy that I don't know. And you hear sirens every night, but never that. That was a lot. There's no way I couldn't. That's good shit. That's meat.
Out on content.
That's just content. Right. Even if I don't post it, I got to get there, man. Fuck the content part of it. You know what? I didn't even think about that. When you said it, I think I took offense. It had nothing to do with content. I didn't even think about that.
Oh.
I think I took offense. I know you didn't mean
What's
it.
going on, man?
LA, you said you wrote a book. What is your book about that you think no one will read?
Well, I didn't hear the part about him thinking no one would read it. That interests me already.
They just don't read. People are. This is the most ill-read
This is true.
country on the
Very
Western
bad.
Hemisphere. So,
100%.
I put myself on mute because I'm trying to select which song to play.
Well, did you ever, kind of counter in the fact that half of Mexico's here and half of South America, and they have different rating levels too?
LA.
I don't know. I presented it for free, and then I've been literally reading it on YouTube, and it's just like somebody said it was going over people's head. It was too complicated. I don't know.
Well, what's it about? Will you give the basic premise?
Short version or something?
Yeah.
It's just basically parents procreate. They procreate purely for selfish reasons, for their own extraction, for their legacy, for their own social status, for their for their continuation. And then they basically alienate your liberty because you're born into the state. The state forces you to continue existing whether you want to or not because it criminalizes medical assistance in dying. You are forced to maintain your own involuntary existence. You are subjected to capitalism. The courts, you basically don't have any rights because of immunity doctrines that state officials are above the law. You have all these duties that are imposed on you from birth that you never consented to.
Yeah, I'd never read that, man. I'm kidding.
Right.
I'm kidding. It sounds like life as we know it today. It sounds like you got shit figured out the way it is right now.
Right. Everything I'm saying is common sense.
What he doesn't do, LA, with respect, what you don't do is accept this. This isn't something that happened overnight. This is something humans gravitated towards, and it's an ongoing process whereby humans are having revolutions. They're trying to change the status quo all the time, trying to make it better. It's an ongoing process. But
what if he's not talking about revelation as opposed to revolution? Not the biblical people. Men are being are waking up as like he is showing that he's waking up and seeing shit. Right? That's
Does
what
God
that's
have any place in your book, in your theories?
I'm sorry?
Does God have any place or
He doesn't believe in God.
any theme in your book?
I took that out. Like I had it. There were several versions, and I took that out because it's not relevant. It's only about our relationship to the state. That I call the state the master state. That we're basically slaves, and so we don't have rights. We have duties.
I think that's a good idea.
I blame the state, and I also blame the public. I call the public. I say that the public is complicit. They support the state's violence, and I break it down specifically how they are complicit.
sound like a good read for me. I am an activist.
And basically,
damn,
he wants
it sound like something I
everybody.
wanna read.
He wants the kind of ending is. Can I spoil it? Spoiler alert. Is that okay?
Yeah, I don't want to read it. You already said it, so you might as well.
Yeah, but he hasn't read it though. He's just gone off of what I said on here.
That's cool.
Yeah, but basically, so he's saying it should be a crime to bring people here.
Well, some people thought that.
Nobody consented to being born. Therefore, we shouldn't have duties imposed on us because we didn't consent.
Yes, but did he prove his argument, his claim?
And then he says, considering that we didn't consent to be here and they want to impose all these duties on us, it's not fair, and they want to punish us even though we didn't consent to being born. He said the least they can do, the very least they can do, if they won't stop creating life, is give us unregulated, totally free access to ending it at any moment, at any time, wherever we want.
I don't think he
No,
said
that's not.
anything
No, it's not
controversial.
that simple. It's not that
Go
simple. I present two options. Either we should have the right to an unregulated death, which is a natural right, or the state should have to maintain our involuntary existence in a form of socialism.
Basically, either we should be able to end it at any moment by any choice
Or
want,
we should be able to exit it.
or the state should just give us universal basic income and look after our every whim.
When he says socialism,
Not
but he's
every
talking
whim,
about
our
a bit
needs.
more too.
No, I feel you more or less think it's not our basic needs, is it, LA? You believe it's more it's a higher threshold, isn't it?
Well, comfortable lives.
Right.
Go ahead.
It's everything. It's your transportation costs, your education. It's everything that is going to allow you to have a decent quality of life.
Welfare. I look at that as welfare.
No, way more than
It has a
welfare.
negative
LA,
connotation.
how do you feel that we may be on the cusp of that with the AI revolution, as they say that may happen?
That's not my primary option, though. I'm just using that as a backup, like because they don't want to pay for it, so I'm trying to make it prohibitively expensive to force us to exist against our will. But if they can use AI, then I guess we'll just be enslaved. But I still want people to have that right.
Can I back the conversation up a little bit before you said the last part? I don't even know what the last part was, but did we see any problems with what he said as far as any of the freedoms, the way he saw the state as a slave guy, and that even to the point where he said that people should be able to off themselves if they so choose, before he added the socialism shit?
No, I agree with LA on everything except the idea that women are oppressed in heterosexual relationships.
That has nothing to do with my philosophy. That was just me going off the cuff.
I know. I just want to emphasize, like, I agree with him widely.
It sounded like, I think, DNW, it sounded like you thought that sounded, or one of y'all thought it sounded kind of...
You should hear LA talk about corruption in the court system. My
Lindsay
God.
dropped out. I don't know why, but it was lovely to have her here.
He's a modern day
I
guru.
think he should have the right to off himself if he wants to, but only after he pays his mother back for occupying her room without permission.
Without permission, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he didn't ask her permission.
I didn't exist
she
to give
consented
permission.
to it.
She enslaved me in her
It was
room.
at her will.
She should pay
didn't do
him.
any of that.
She should
pay him.
No, she was just a participant. He formed all on his own. Biology happens.
She knew what was happening.
And I have a song about that too. It's called The Soul Contract. You're not going to like that song.
She could opt out at any time she wanted before 8 months.
But let me listen to it before I play that one, because maybe I'll start with the Soul Contract song.
Oh, dude, I thought this dude Guru would love him.
I don't know how. You gonna play it here, LA, through your speaker? Is that it?
Do you want me to pull it up on the screen, or how do you want me to do it?
Yeah. Pull it up on the screen as long as it hasn't got your private details on it. Pull it up on the screen, mate.
Y'all can keep talking. It's going to take me probably a few seconds.
I mean, there's just one contradiction I see is that the state has all these impositions and demands that they enforce through coercion.
Right.
But one of the solutions is socialism, which the only way to implement socialism is through imposition and coercion.
That's not the primary demand. Is to expose the illegitimacy, because they're never going to give socialism. They're never going to give socialism. So, in the absence of that, then they should give us the right to opt out.
Capitalism is based on coercion too.
If you have the ability to leave here, coercion's impossible.
I have a song about that too. The gaslighting to say that they conflate rights with abilities.
Yeah,
I don't care about the right. If you have the ability to leave, it's impossible to coerce you.
Is that you're just going to go from one place that has a coercive government to another place that has a coercive government.
It looks like
That's
except one of them, all my basic needs will be provided for, and rich assholes will have less power.
Right.
So please let me choose the other one where the rich assholes own everything and I get screwed all the time.
In fact, you may have to be a rich asshole to afford a lifestyle where you can get everything you want, not have to deal with the government at all. To get total exclusion, you're gonna have to be a very wealthy man.
Yeah, Lindsay has a good point here. You, in demanding these things, would be taking from others who are put here without their choice.
Exactly.
No, it's not.
No.
It is. None of this stuff belongs to anyone.
Parents have to provide. Is
All
that
these
right?
other people
Is
work.
it the state or the parents, LA?
He's for the choice, though, so no one would be here without making the choice first. So so Lindsay's claim is fundamentally flawed.
The
Not only
parents
that,
made the
it
choice to
assumes
stay here.
it assumes that the sustenance belongs to these other people. It doesn't.
No, the whole thing is that they don't support
That's
my
another
right to.
good point. Yeah.
They don't support our right to opt out. So if they don't support it, then they should pay. They're not innocent bystanders. They absolutely should pay for it because they are forcing us to be here.
Let's make it very clear. There's a flaw in your thinking. If you don't think it belongs to them, then it clearly doesn't belong to you either.
No one said it did.
It must
Well, they don't need to provide it to you.
No, they don't need to.
No. That's not the basis of it. The basis is that they're forcing us to exist. They have to maintain their own slaves under the slave codes and under Aristotle's. I forget which book that was, but Aristotle said that slave masters have a duty to maintain their slaves.
Yeah, tell me who's forcing you to stay here exactly.
The state by criminalizing medical assistance.
If you're not going to be here, who cares if it's criminalized?
Because it is criminalized, which is forcing me to be here. You're putting the cart before the horse.
They'll think I'm bad if I'm gone, and I did it myself. Oh no.
Now, how am I supposed to get it?
So you just okay? Maybe
one of the billion ways to get it.
He is doing why don't you just leave?
There's a
If
lot
they're
more
so
ways to
bad,
die than there
why
is
don't
to
you
live.
just leave? That's what he's saying.
Hello, Zephyr.
Name one.
Well, he won't leave because it's illegal.
And there's
Like that
there's no place we just went over.
No, because
there
it's
will be another
inhumane. That's the
coercive
reason why.
government, too.
Oh no, it's inhumane.
Because it's
for you to
inhumane.
impose-
Because you would not expect a cat or a dog or a
How's it
capital murderer
inhumane
to do
for you
it.
to end yourself.
How?
You know what? I'm going to upload that song because I'm going to play that one.
You got it now?
Yeah, I shouldn't
No,
have to
no,
leave
no. I'm
for
going
you.
to have to switch the songs because of what he just said.
I shouldn't have to leave for you to stop fucking with me. I shouldn't have to go anywhere for you to just not fuck with me.
Oh, I agree, but he wants to go. Right, that's the point. He wants to go.
I think when he
Who
said
cares
that-
if anyone's fucking with him? Just let him go.
I
No one
don't
can
know,
fuck with
it's-
him anymore.
He seems like when he says he wants to go, he means like go out of this planet.
Oh no, he means stop living.
Yeah.
Yeah, just stop off the planet, whatever. Just to stop being alive.
Well, that would be that's not a great argument because you don't need nobody's permission to do that. That's not a great argument. Yeah.
No, you don't. If you have the ability to do it yourself, everything else is just whining.
I mean, if you
Okay,
can afford a
then
rope,
women should have to give birth with no medical assistance. Nobody should help them at all. They should go out into the wilderness and beat the umbilical cord with a rock. It should be against the law for anybody to help them. They should just have to bleed out. And anybody who
if they want to, yeah. If they want to do that, go do it.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to do that.
Of course he doesn't. He wants to whine instead.
He wants to leave.
No. So when those women bleed out, they would be whining because nobody would be able to help them.
Well, if they chose to go do that, what's the problem?
No, but the double standard is the problem. That they get
What do you mean the double
assistance.
standard?
They get assistance on the
standard.
front end, but there's no assistance on the back end. They get to impose life on everybody with medical assistance, but when you want to escape your involuntary existence, you're not entitled to any medical assistance.
Who cares? You're not going to be
I
here.
understand
You don't care because I'm sure you're one of these breeders that I'm talking about. So now you're trying to justify it.
No, why would anyone care if you're not going to be here anymore?
He doesn't
Because
want to
they
die.
want it-
What if he ends up still here?
If they didn't care, if they didn't care, they wouldn't have criminalized it in the first place. The reason they care is because they want extraction.
Like, I only care about people that want to be here. If you have the ability to leave, just go.
How?
Right. This is gaslighting.
I'm not going to sit here and
I
say
think we're
how.
having two conversations here. One of them
Because then
saying,
I'll demonstrate how you're wrong.
Other people cutting in. He asked me to say how. I'm not going to sit here and say how when someone else
Right, because then I could demonstrate how you're wrong.
Because
here,
if
I'll
you're
say
saying
how. A
he'll
rope
get
and
in
a chair,
trouble.
Dan. A rope and a chair.
Yeah, don't fucking.
That might not work.
Look, if
The
you
chair
really
could
wanna
break.
know how,
The rope could. You could end up on the rope just long enough to get brain damage, and
If
then
you wanna
whatever the
know
rope
how,
is tied to
after-
falls,
after
and
this
then you
goes
end
off
up
air-
stuck here, and now you're even in a worse position than before you started.
We all know that there are methods. We don't want to hear them.
Right.
I was going to say
Yeah.
after. If he wants to know after this goes off air, I'll tell him exactly.
Even that you
100%
should do
guaranteed.
There's no. Well, yes, medically assisted would be 100% guaranteed.
No, it's not actually. It could be a mistake. There could be a mistake with everything.
Oh, so only your way is the perfect way.
No, the only way to guarantee. Well, I can't say.
You're full of shit.
I think the
You're not
argument
guaranteed
is there
with
is
an
no
infection.
perfect way. If you
No, he's got the perfect way, Joe Cool. He just said he can't say it on air.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Oh.
calm
And it's not
down.
medically assisted suicide. It's his perfect way.
Hex.
Exactly.
Giga Chad, sorry, or Hex, or whatever
You can call me Hex. I just changed it because we're whining about being alive. So
the thing is, what LA is worried about is he wants to get help from somebody else, but he's worried they will be criminalized. He thinks that's unfair.
well, that's only an issue if he's a coward in the first place.
No, he look. He might want to make an occasion of it. I'm playing devil's advocate here. He might want to make an occasion
And
of
make
it.
sure it's done properly.
Have a little party. You know, maybe his friends will come around.
That
help
changes
out.
And you're assuming that I only want the right for myself. I want the right for other people also.
Who cares about the right when you could just do it?
We already went over how
they
that doesn't
care.
address the
I
problem.
care. You may not give a
care,
fuck,
there's
but we
no
do
point.
care.
There's no point to it.
You don't give a fuck, so I guess this doesn't apply to you.
Yeah, because there's no point to it. That's why I don't care.
Okay, then you can. I don't extricate yourself from this discussion.
Right,
But some of
seriously.
us,
You've got no position on the conversation.
Oh no, the state will put my corpse in a cell. Oh no.
Yeah,
No,
I think the thing is,
it's
LA
about the
is,
other person, I believe, Giga Chad. It's about the other person who will still be alive. That's what he's worried about. Lindsay says she likes the controversy in this book, LA. It's a good talking point. So there you go. LA, have you got that song ready?
I do. I just was trying to decide which one, but I guess I'll just go with. I'll go with. Just give me like 10 seconds. I'll have it up. I need to pull up on my laptop, so I'm going to click on.
Okay. I don't get the significance of the off chance that he may survive stuff. I don't really get the. Yes, I mean there are
That's
many ways
hugely
to-
significant.
No, a lot of people.
I'm just saying it's a small percentage.
A lot of people survive.
It depends on how you try it, right?
No.
Oh no,
Absolutely not.
LA.
A lot of people don't survive if they're smart. It's the dumb ones that survive.
No.
Yeah, 100.
It's dumb people who don't know that's not true.
Oh no, I was a firefighter for years. It's only the dumb people that survive.
I rest my case.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say is that if a lot of people, I will agree, they procreate, they're not ready or they do it for selfish reasons. But if they are ready and they choose to do it, it's well within their ability. Or
You say that's selfish. if
Okay,
they
guys,
don't
we'll calm
procreate.
down. We'll listen. Please, we need a quiet, respectful audience for J. Charles's AI. It's AI made, isn't it? But he prompted it. He created it. He chose the prompts, the genre, the lyrics.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, then, LA.
You hate the system.
Turn it up.
You hate the government. You hate capitalism. You hate oppression so naturally. You had 3 kids.
You post about the wage gap every Tuesday night. Hashtag the revolution. Gonna win this fight. The system is corrupt, the rich are out of control. Then you turn around and make another soul. Didn't ask the soul, didn't run it by the kid. Just did what your oppressed parents did. Congratulations, you're a freedom fighter now. With a baby shower registry and a mortgage somehow. You hate the landlord. Had a baby. You hate the boss. Had a baby. You hate the government. Had a baby. At what cost? You said the world is burning. Had a baby. Said the system's rigged. Had a baby. Said you couldn't afford to live. Then made a kid. Pass it down. Pass it down. Every struggle, every debt, every crown. Pass it down. Pass it down. You complained about it, so you passed it down. Monday you're on Twitter, capitalism is a plague. Tuesday you're at Target buying onesies for your babe. Wednesday you're complaining that the daycare costs too much. Thursday you're announcing that you're pregnant, oh my God. You said the school's indoctrinated. Send your kid. You said the food is poison. Fed your kid. You said the doctors can't be trusted. Vaccinated your kid. Argue with the doctor about what the doctor did. You want the struggle, that's fine, that's yours to keep. But why'd you have to drag somebody out of sleep, out of nothing, out of nowhere, into your mess? Then act surprised when they're depressed. Pass it down. Pass it down. Yeah, and every struggle, every day, every crown. Pass it down. Pass it down. Yeah, you complained about it, so you passed it down. Hey. You marched for workers' rights in 2004. Now you're telling your son that he's gotta work more. You said the rich exploit the poor, and that ain't right. Now you're mad your daughter won't call home every night. You complained about your parents. Became your parents. You complained about the system. Funded the system. You complained about the government taking everything and framed your kids as a tax deduction in the spring. You said life is suffering. Had a baby. Said the world ain't fair. Said I had a baby. Said you're barely keeping your head above water, then made an heir to the suffering, to the debt, to the system that you swore you were gonna dismantle before you hit the star. But it's legacy, they say, it's hope, they say, it's the miracle of life, it's a brand new day, it's my greatest achievement, my reason to fight, my little blessing. Who didn't ask for this life? Who's gonna grow up, pay the same taxes you hate, go to the same schools you stared with the state, work the same jobs you said were exploitation, and post the same complaints to the same generation who will also have a baby and pass it down. Pass it down. Pass it down. Can't help yourself. Every system that you hate, every wage, every debt, every midnight existential dread, every therapy appointment, every why am I like this, every 3 a.m. crying on the bathroom floor, you packaged that up nicely and made some more. You hate capitalism, you hate the government, you hate oppression, you hate the system. You have 4 kids. The cognitive dissonance is impressive, honestly.
Well, the
There you go.
record was great. The philosophy has so many holes in it. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Now I realize how silly the philosophy is after listening to the record, but the record was great.
Oh man,
It was
made
a
me want to
funky
make a
tune.
baby.
Yeah, I mean, people might have sex to that and have a baby. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
What was I gonna say? LA, do you want to play another one? Have you done another one?
Or let's go into it. I want to jump them a little bit about the philosophy now that I see a bigger picture, if that's all right. LA, can I question you a little bit about the philosophy? I'm sure you probably got some of these things worked out. The first thing that pops in my head is I'm not sure you get to decide for everybody else, meaning I'm not sure you get to decide for anybody else other than yourself. So if someone wants to make a baby, give them their own decision. You know, what's wrong with that? Because a lot of people may like this. They're not complaining. And they need a chance. And also, LA, if you succeed, there is no civilization. I think that's the road where your philosophy goes. And is he still up here? Or maybe I just can't hear him.
He's up here, but
Yeah, I was just trying to get rid of that screen.
Okay.
That's fine. The problem is that once you're here, you're trapped.
It's not okay. Because there's a 1,000% chance when you drop a crane on you, you may survive. So that means you're trapped.
Okay, even if you want to say that you can die, that still is a trap. Nobody wants to die. So you're either you can
That's
live
a
a
great
miserable life or you can
argument.
die. So you're trapped.
Now
You have
that's a
two,
great
you
argument.
have
You
two
make sure
bad
you
choices.
add that part to your argument every time. That's a good part. Very good. That's going to be a strong one.
I think he did make some good arguments. What he has to overcome is not does not have anything to do really with just solely his claim or his arguments. It's the fact that people are going to read it or not read it and say, you know what, this is just written by a disgruntled gay author with mommy issues who's
How you call a man gay? Yo, that's crazy, Lindsay. She don't have no home training, bro.
No,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's my dumb sense of humor.
I mean, if he was really straight, he'd already have a baby, right?
So what they're gonna do is what a lot of us have already done when you're reading poetry or you're reading a book or something. For example, you say, "Well, of course, Mark Twain meant such and such about when he wrote this story because he was, subject to racism." Da 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 da. You borrow the author and his fake biography or whatever you think you know about him or her, and you either get a cognitive bias or to understand the book, or you apply something to quickly invalidate the author so that you don't have to read it and face the tougher questions. If people could read this book without that bias or without their emotional claims about this supposed suicidal or whatever you want to label him as, or gay, or upset, or complaining, or whining, whatever, author, then you can't get to the crux of the actual issue that he's arguing here, which is absolutely fascinating to me.
The problem with that is that they created us too. So all the people with the suicidal ideations, all the depressed people, we were created by breeders. So they have to take accountability for all of it.
It's at least a good discussion point if people will allow you to make it without pigeonholing you.
No, you may get pigeonholed. Yeah, you have to find particular people who don't attach baggage to the
muttering grandly
argument.
about sorrow and pain, but you're too smart, son, to rot in despair with all that intellect tangling your hair.
I was still running through in my head now because I
heart.
assumed that was always
Help your
the way
own
out.
life before
But
it
now,
falls apart.
since you said what you said, that's not that close to
Still,
the
this is the song. Shrub and tree, live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray, then drift off, smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew, let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, don't just sit and brood. Help yourself live well and help other folk too. You can map the void with a fountain pen out thing. 12 bishops and 6 wise men. You can spot bad logic a mile away and explain Schopenhauer by the break of day. But what's the point of a marvelous mind if you only use it to moan and grind? A clever man ought to know by now how to plant a seed and milk a cow, buy oat milk, being vegan minded and such. So cheer up, LA, have a nice cup of tea, stop philosophizing every shrub and tree, live long and prosper until you're wrinkled and gray, then drift off, smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew, let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, don't just sit and brood. Help yourself live well and help other folk too. Go to Mexico, walk by the sea, stop acting like doom is your destiny. Have some guacamole, shake your behind, leave the apocalypse out of your mind. There's no great virtue in being grim. If joy is at the beach and the tide's coming in, you need not solve all suffering tonight. Sometimes wisdom is sitting in light. You're smart, LA, no doubt that's true. So do something useful with what's in you. Make life lighter where you can. Be a bomb, not just a broken man. Help your own heart, help your friends. Make a little goodness before it ends. mind like yours should not be spent just writing footnotes to discontent. So cheer up, LA, have a nice cup of tea, stop philosophizing every shrub and tree, live long and prosper till you're wrinkled and gray, then drift off smiling in your sleep one day. Tend your garden, eat your lentil stew, let a bit of sunlight get inside of you. Use your intellect, let it do some good. Help yourself enjoy life like a smart man should. Cheer up, LA, don't be absurd. Even gloomy prophets need sun and the bird. You've got the brains now, make this your creed. Enjoy your life and help others do the same indeed.
That's the song for Life Abolition. Sorry, that wasn't meant to insult you, Joe Cool. Apologies.
I didn't hear.
It's late. I just wanted to play the song for Life Abolitionism. That's his song.
That's a good song, DMW.
I thought that
we made that for him. We made that for him so he'd stop talking about.
Oh, you guys made that. I was about to say you wouldn't even believe the same two people made that. You guys made that. Makes sense. All right.
Well, he did. Not us.
I made
He
it
did.
for LA.
He made it. Yeah.
I made it for LA.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But LA, what do you think about it, LA?
I mean, I asked him to do a song, so it is what it is. At least
Oh,
I have
cool.
a song. Maybe
Yeah, that's
I can
cool.
record one like Chickpea.
Yeah. But like, I thought
It
it
does
was
say
like
go on a
catchy.
holiday and shake your behind.
What? Hell yeah, man.
Go to
Hell
Mexico,
yeah.
walk
Don't
along
worry
the
about
beach,
the
eat some
apocalypse.
vegan guacamole. You know.
Go to a
Lynch.
Bali or Thailand.
Do you like
LA.
guacamole?
The more I think about it, the more I think
do.
LA has an argument with that. They won't let you get your own. They won't let you do. They're forcing you to do shit. They're wronging you in some fashion.
Cheer up, LA. That's catchy.
I got a question. I wonder when
Yeah.
LA thinks life starts.
I mean, technically it starts with a cell, but I'm talking about in the legally relevant sense is based on sentience.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Could you say overall this is an argument for assisted unaliving?
Oh, I'm not. I don't know if you listened to that conversation we had on Tiff Man's channel. I'm way more extreme
Tiffman's.
when it comes to that. I go by natural law, not this fake positive law. Under common law,
I don't.
I talked about it before about family planning under common law. It was much more extreme than what we have now.
Wait,
Let me ask you a hard question really quick and then I'll shut up. How would you label yourself if you had to label yourself?
I'm pro-abortion. I don't know if I have to say it. I'm pro. I'll leave it at that. I'm pro-abortion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I got a follow-up question.
Would it be fair to label you
If it's immoral to have a kid, surely you don't think it's the woman's choice.
I say it's both of their choice, but
Well, why would you allow them to do something so abhorrent?
I don't see it as abhorrent. I think that imposing life on someone is abhorrent.
Well, that's what I mean.
How does that
How-
go?
how that- how gonna be the woman's
Because
choice
I'm
then?
an anarchist. Because I'm
Every
not,
instance, they're possibly imposing life on someone.
because I'm an anarchist and I don't support using the state to control people in that way.
How does giving someone life go against natural law?
It's not. That's why you have to read the book. It's not the imposition. It's that coupled with the fact that the state criminalizes your exit, and it's also the comprehensive duties that come along with imposition. With that imposition, because parents are alienating your natural rights by putting you under the state's authority.
See, I could see your argument if someone thought you were suicidal and then they threw you in a padded cell and kept you from doing it. But if that's not happening, like no one's stopping you.
Listen, he threw that out when
Do
he
you know
said
anything-
that
do you know
some
about the-
people don't want to do it. He doesn't want to do it. He's just, arguing.
Well, what I said, it's in general to anyone.
Can you tell me the basis of the state's authority to criminalize it in the first place?
Who
Because
cares?
Here we go.
what is
Like,
the
who cares?
basis of?
No,
Because
no
if
one
I
should
didn't
care.
consent to being
Basis of
born,
the
if I never
state's
consented
authority
to
is correct.
democracy, then what basis does the state have to force me to exist against my will?
No one.
It's not the
Unless
state.
they're literally taking you and throwing you in a room and forcing you to not do it. They're not actually stopping you.
What makes you think that
That's
doesn't
damn
happen?
near true.
What makes you think that doesn't happen? They do. They institutionalize.
Yeah,
it.
they do. They have to get you first. They only get you if you want to leave and you're stupid.
Then let's start there. Let's start there. Do you think that is legitimate authority?
No.
Of course not. So
No,
why are you
I would
gaslighting
prefer
me?
if you were
know
gone.
what the hell I'm talking about.
You say you prefer if he was gone. Whoa, damn.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be here. Why would I want him to stay?
Then you
Okay.
I could think of a
right to
couple
medical
reasons. I
assistance.
just
Stop
met the
gaslighting
man.
me.
Nah, I mean, I'm not going to force the guy to.
He writes
stay
a
if he
good
doesn't want
book.
to.
Hey, there's
There-
reason
I mean,
to
there's
know.
That
something
was
called the Eighth
no, that
Amendment.
was a glib comment, brother. That you didn't like. You don't
Yeah,
know his
yeah, but
backstory.
but
I
we're
know
talking
his
about a glib
backstory.
subject.
He's a lovely
I don't
guy.
think it's a glib
He's been through a
subject.
lot. You've
I
got to be
agree.
careful with your words with strangers.
I agree. He's a lovely guy, but he wants to leave.
I don't believe that's
I'm on his
true
side.
at all.
But
He's
you're on
arguing
my
for
terms.
it, but I
On
don't
my
believe he
terms, not
wants
your
to, even
terms.
if he says it.
Well, maybe, but I'm going to stand by him. I'm on his side. If he wants to go, I'm right with him.
On my terms, not your terms.
Yeah, that could you could actually. By the way, depending on how they look at it, you could be guilty of criminal offence.
Yeah,
even saying
manslaughter.
that.
Even though I think that law
No,
is
not
BS.
manslaughter, like literally egging someone on. I mean, it literally. I'm just saying, you got to be careful. What you
Yeah, I know, but
Well,
like
if I
I
actually-
think in my
Oh,
opinion that's like
consider
a
me
dumb
a
law.
rebel.
If I actually followed through with it and listened to your advice, and they found this live stream, you could be prosecuted just for
Absolutely,
your
I
verbal
agree with
assault.
you, LA. And I'm saying I don't condone what he said, LA. I want you to live a long, happy, healthy
No,
life.
I'm
and die
saying that it's
peacefully,
ridiculous.
smiling
He
in your
should not be
sleep. I just-
prosecuted.
He's gonna
LA, this is how twisted these people are. Somewhere here in
That
the
is-
US, years ago, there used to be a law that if you tried to off yourself and was unsuccessful, the penalty was death.
Yeah,
That's how
right.
weird these people are, bro.
Wait, well, wasn't I think LA would prefer that?
Yeah.
Right, win-win.
Well, it exposes the absurdity of trying to criminalize it in the first place. You
Yeah,
can't.
it does.
You
Yeah,
can't
it's
punish a
retarded.
person for dying. You can only punish those who assist.
I agree. It's a total waste of resources to try to
Why
stop.
would you have someone assist, man? You know, unless it was legal.
Because it's a free. I mean, it's a private contract.
Nateless Giga
We should
Chat,
have
no
a free
offense.
market,
Are
and the
you?
state should not interfere.
Hold on a second. Nateless Giga
Well, I
Chat,
guess you
are
still have an argument.
Do you have like a cluster B personality, or are you autistic? Or
Who is that in the chat?
Either
Yeah.
I'm just playing along with the absurdity.
Are you a tard? Tard? Tarded?
It's not actually kind of simply not cricket, sir. We don't behave like that in this civilized country of ours over here. It's most unbecoming of a gentleman.
Yeah, he's kind of a
I'm an American.
tard.
I'm about freedom.
May I propose a hypothetical to test your, I don't know, claims of your...
Freedom.
The hypothetical
Did you say-
is based on a truth. The truth is you can go to, I believe it's Switzerland. Go ahead and Google or
Yeah,
don't.
he knows that. He's already said he doesn't want to leave his jurisdiction. He shouldn't have to.
I still want to
But
hear her
based on
complete
your-
Wait,
hypothetical.
why would you want to die in America? What the fuck? It's weird.
Based on the premise of your book, given the choice, if it were a peaceful solution and a death that was assisted and humane, you would the audience would think that you would choose not to exist. Why is that contrary to what your choice is?
Well, you see, the thing about that is, if I may say, LA, you couldn't bring your friend with you
I like
because
it,
in this
Lance.
country, if you bring a friend with you or a family member, they can get done for aiding and abetting, even if you go to Switzerland.
Okay, I'm calling bullshit for this hypothetical.
Lobby.
You can go and you can get it done.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay,
Now what?
No, he can go, but he can't. He literally, in reality, cannot bring someone with him on the plane. Cannot stay in the hotel overnight. Cannot have someone chaperone him to his final destination.
Chaperone is hold his hand.
The state
No,
wants to always
that
bring
is
people
literally
down
against
to
the law.
a
In the UK, you would be prosecuted if you did that.
Pressy, I know, but
that's
like,
kind of wild. In my state, and I think 11 states in the U.S., assisted death is a thing.
okay,
I know
yeah.
in Canada it's a thing.
Yeah, but it's only for
He's
terminal illness. It's not.
he's
It's only
not
for
arguing.
terminal illness. It's
I
not
don't.
for
He's
like.
not arguing for
It's
that.
not for like
It's not
act
if you.
like
It's
the
not if
will.
you woke up on the wrong side of the bed and said, "Oh fuck, I don't like my
He
curtains."
didn't answer
I
my
agree.
question.
I don't think they're all for terminal illness, but they all do have like a 2-day waiting period or something like that.
I didn't get a
He
chance
he
to
wants
answer the question. I'm
he
not
wants it
ignoring.
unregulated for everybody.
Oh yeah, unregulated for
Okay, so he
everyone.
did answer
Yeah.
the question, and he said no. Then I questioned his
Wait. I
passion.
didn't say no. I never answered it. Can you repeat your question, please?
Okay. The hypothetical situation is you can legally fly to Switzerland and have an assisted, I got to be careful of word choice, unaliving. That is a humane thing. It may cost $1,000. I don't know. Without this extraneous partner on board that you can't do this or you can't do that, if that were purely a choice that you could have, why
What
would
the whole
you
thing is,
do that?
I'm against the cooling off period. I don't want to have to wait and go through all the bureaucracy, get on the plane, and then
There is none.
I don't want that. I don't want any.
Is that your lap actually,
Let's
or
say
are
you
you
could
just, or you
draft
just
There isn't
pretending?
one.
That's
I think you're
I'm
scared
not
of.
an actor, bro. That's my
I
life.
think maybe you
Damn.
don't to be unalived. I think that you maybe you just want to survive and complain about it.
I think LA wants to make
But
sure
that you
that
don't.
everyone knows how wrong it is to procreate.
No, what I want is that when I get the will to actually do it, I want to do it right then and there on the spot. I don't want time to cool off and have second thoughts. I want to do it when I'm actually ready to do it.
But LA, as I've said to you many of times, no one is stopping you from doing the the whole self
right, come
deletion thing.
Thank you
No
for that
one.
profound insight. I never
Okay,
thought that. I never
You
considered
say
that.
thanks for your profound insight.
I'm switching sides. If 2 days is too long, then you don't really want to go.
I love how people say the
Yeah.
most obvious statements and they act like they're saying something profound. You think
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know
you-
that I
you
can
don't- you
jump
don't
off
really
the
wanna
fence
go.
with?
Okay, what I said
He
was
just
not.
wants
I
it
don't
painless.
need-
That's all he wants. He
you're
just
right.
wants it
I need you to
completely
support my
painless.
right.
And I'm glad.
You're
I'm glad
testing
you're
your
saying
theory. There's
By the
nothing
way,
profound
guys,
about
it
that.
isn't funny. By the way, guys, I know you.
It's not funny.
LA has actually suffered a hell of a lot. He does suffer on an ongoing basis.
Of course,
He has.
as with everyone here, I would imagine they have
Just being a
suffered.
black man, I understand, brother.
Yeah, Fatima, don't compare and contrast, except that he suffered and it's healthy.
Of course, absolutely.
Don't do that shit. There's no need to compare. Take him on his own. He is his own subjective experience. There's no need to bring it down to as have all of us. You know,
I was
we don't
just
need
having
to do
fun.
that.
Yes, agreed. I'm sure.
Man, if
I'm not
you're a
offended.
black guy,
It's
all you
an
gotta do is
indictment
run at
against
cops
them.
screaming.
It's not an indictment against me. It's an
Okay.
indictment against them. That they're the ones who support cruel and unusual punishment. They
Thank you for
support
this, bro. For
imposing
putting
life
me.
on the people, and then they have to go jump off a cliff in order to escape their involuntary existence.
Cruel
These
and
people are
unusual
sadistic.
punishment would be an unsuccessful attempt in which you cripple yourself and or hurt your brain so that you have to live in a state that's even worse than the one that you're
Like
in.
a fucking
Right,
like a
but you're
fruit or
subjecting me
something,
to
like
those
a
conditions by
vegetable.
criminalizing in the first place.
Yeah, now you owe
Too
us
many
money
people were
because we
talking.
got to take care of
Couldn't
you.
hear
Now
you.
you owe us money, right?
Anyway, I got a question. I got a question.
911. What is your emergency?
I'm wondering if is there a
911,
compromise?
what is your
Because
emergency?
Joe,
theoretically,
What?
you could get a lobotomy and you would stop caring about this. Is that
911.
like a compromise you could do?
It's a far-fetched hypothetical, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, have you ever thought of? That's a great question. Have you thought of the alternatives? Maybe contact Elon Musk and get like a little Neuralink implant that just shows you
Ah, you work for the
Pay for that,
Antichrist,
though.
man.
Is it going to be at my own expense, or are you going to pay for it?
No, just write Elon Musk say, give me a lobotomy and turn me into a meat mech.
You could actually try tweeting him and say, "Look, I've got this situation where I'm not terribly happy. I will volunteer if you'll give me a Neuralink, and
We can plug you in the matrix and you'll be happy.
maybe
We
you'll
can
be able
plug
to
you
watch
in.
gay orgies in your
My
mind's eye 24/7 and like live a happy life or whatever." whatever.
How come we can't have a serious discussion about this? I mean, I admit that some of the jokes are kind of funny, but it's actually a pretty serious, viable topic that people nowadays face. A lot
my
of people.
question, while my question
We've
did
talked.
amuse
No,
me,
Lindsay, you're new here. We've talked about this shit for fucking
Yeah.
days, literally days on this stream.
my question amused me, but
And
it was
I
a
mean,
serious question.
probably weeks.
Yeah, I thought that one part was relevant where he was talking about you could reach the same thing. You wouldn't have to off yourself. They can plug you into the matrix. You know, there's a decision. Would that be okay? You can be happy in your thoughts 24 hours a day. They take care of everything else. Are we happy now? Are we good? Is there a good in between?
No, who's paying for that? And then
We are the state.
Then there's a possibility that I could still wake up and be stuck in this hellscape. So I at the end of the day, I still want autonomy over my own existence. If somebody else wants that for them, I want all options on the table.
Well, sure, but like in the meantime, is what we're saying. Like until you can do that, why don't we do the middle ground here?
In the meantime, my student loans are going to be accruing, and who's going to pay for that?
Well, I mean, good luck collecting when you have a lobotomy.
Okay, but if I do wake up at some point because electricity went out or whatever the case may be, they're going to shovel my doorstep trying to collect. So
no, if you have a lobotomy,
I'm gonna say something to LA. All right, this is all I'm gonna say is, you said you base your ideology or your way of thinking in natural law, but having children is not against natural law because you are granting someone the ability to live in the world, and this is a good thing because
that's not what I said.
Number one, well, you did say that you.
No, I didn't talk about the original imposition. I'm talking about what comes afterwards. That you're. I already said.
Well, and I'm going to tell you,
guys can vouch for me because I said on this channel. What I said on this channel is that if it wasn't for the fact that we were placed in the state, if we were in a state of nature, I would not necessarily be an anti-natalist. But because we are, I think procreation is always unethical.
So don't
always.
You think
that is interesting.
Is to get rid of the state.
Right. I want to get rid of the state, but they don't support.
LA. I'll build. I know I can't exactly put you in a state of nature, but I'm willing to build a little zoological enclosure for you in my garden, and have people pay to come and see you in nature.
Wait, I no joke have like
one of those habitats they have for those Africans.
He could move into.
Yeah, like what they did in the 19th century or 18th century with the Africans and the American Indians.
Ooh, like a reservation. Just put them on a reservation.
No,
it's more like a human zoo. A human zoo.
Yeah. Are you up for that?
I like reservation better. You can drive through and see them in their native environment.
Obviously, I am only joking. But
now look, visitors, the anti-natalist in
right, that type of shit.
Look at him,
too
still
fast.
surviving.
Here is the I want to jump off a bridge in this in his natural location.
Yeah.
All bridges have been removed for his own safety.
Yeah. All visitors notice, even though he's an anti-natalist, he's still here.
That's not what anti-natalism means, but okay.
I agree. I know. I know. It's still a little weird.
Oh, bridges are
I'm not. You know
That's
what though,
fucking
guys?
funny.
You can laugh as much as you like. LA is somebody who cares about suffering. He does genuinely care, and I haven't been overly impressed, Hex, with some of your quips tonight. I'm wondering, are you a dark triad? Are you on the spectrum?
Everyone has the dark triad, but what do you mean?
The topic of tonight's show was ignorance and apathy. Is there a level of apathy in your outlook towards the suffering of others, like for LA here?
Well,
I mean,
why would I? Yeah, of course. That's why I'm on his side.
I find it useful to the extent
You guys are
that it allows
against
me
him.
to get a full picture. So when I am encountering, these, because I'm about to start activism, and I think I already have a full picture. I don't think anybody has anything else to say. It's just so repetitive. So I think I already know. I have all of my material now.
Okay.
I think it was also helpful for us because I think initially we all thought he was arguing for maids like they have in Canada, but he's arguing for something way more unregulated.
Yes,
So
I am glad that we had the entire conversation. Yes.
I mean, not completely unregulated because he wants the assistance.
Unregulated? No, I want a stateless death. No, it's no state involvement whatsoever.
Like, but
You
you
kind of
still want
young,
the assistance,
DB.
right?
There
free
were a
market.
couple
I
times
want
in history
in the
this
free
makes me.
market, not from the state.
We've gone
You
over this with him. I think he's erroneous. I think there would still have to be some regulation because there would have to be some standards to be abided by. But he doesn't seem to think that's important.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people that temporarily don't want to be here, but they would if you gave them the chance.
I don't think the state gets to step over there. You know, I agree, but now we're being a bit too benevolent. I think it's a great idea. I'd certainly try and talk my friend out of it, but making a motherfucker, we might be overstepping.
What? Boozy is saying LA has narcissistic and psychopathic risk. I thought you were on his side.
No,
No, he said
non.
Oh, sorry. It's getting late here. Yeah. I got you. Sorry.
And he wouldn't care about other people suffering the way he does if he was a narcissist.
So anyway, I'm going to be meeting up with the libertarians, and I have my ideas that I'm going to be presenting, and we'll see what happens from there. But like debating online is, you know, it doesn't stop here. It needs to actually turn into action.
But you admit that the action won't actually do much, right?
No, at the end of the day, they're not even talking about it. So do I think it's actually going to be legalized in my state? No. But we're going to be putting pressure on legislature. They're going to have to take a position one way or the other.
Wait, have you ever considered like trying to go join the Free State movement in, I think, New Hampshire?
I'm aware of that, but New Hampshire doesn't have legalized medical assistance.
Well, yeah, but the whole point is you're going to critical mass a bunch of libertarians in one spot, right?
Yeah,
and then,
I got some buddies involved in that stuff. It's serious. Are you being? Can I assume first that you don't believe in God, LA?
That is, well, not in the way that you believe in God. I don't believe it's a man in the sky. I don't believe it's something.
You assume I believe that. Okay, maybe that was inherent in me calling him God. A higher power, an architect, some divine. Do you believe any of that?
It's not a higher power. That's where I would push. But it's a power, but not higher.
Okay, I'll take that power thing. Does that power come inherent with it a responsibility, a duty to help other people besides yourself?
From a Gnostic perspective, yes, because you're gods and but I don't take it literally. I think to the extent that you benefit from it, to the extent that you are part of the community and that you procreate, then obviously you do have a responsibility. But if you're here involuntarily and you have no desire to extract from the community, then no, I don't think you have any responsibility.
Yeah. Let's assume that poof, you got here. You don't even know you were hit on the head with a rock. You don't remember how you got here. And you're here, but you do remember your philosophy here, your beliefs, that you do have a duty to other men. You with me so far? Am I off already? You have a duty to others besides yourself.
Can you tell me the basis of that duty?
Well, I'm happy with getting you to admit it's to help someone else, because my argument is you're neglecting your duty and other people if you're selfishly trying to depart. That's what my argument is going.
Well, I mean, I embrace the term selfish. People should be they should be rationally selfish. But if you're going to say there's a duty, it has to be based on a relationship, a contractual relationship, a parent-child relationship, a fiduciary.
Well, that's why I asked you about God. What your interpretation of God was. There is the contract would be with Him and your beliefs.
Right, and that is the reason why they prohibit medical assistance in the first place, because they think we have a duty to God. But that's, even if I did believe in God, that would be between me and God. That would not have anything to do with the state.
I agree. I was asking your opinion on it. Fuck the state. Maybe you're in error if you think that I want to leave here when I want and all of that stuff. I think there's a purpose down here. Maybe that don't sound right coming out of my mouth. It sounds like woo-woo shit. But I think we have a purpose down here, and I wonder what you believe yours is. And because you're mad and the state is fucking with you, are you not fulfilling your purpose? Or even abandoning it?
I believe in mutualism, not unilateral duties. So if someone has been there for me, like my brother, then I would take him into consideration. A random stranger has no standing whatsoever.
Okay, that philosophy won't hold in the end either, but I'll do that for now. As long as you got family and loved ones, you have a duty to them, their family and loved ones. If something should befall them, you have a duty to take care of the people they take care of. There's reason enough to say that you'd be abandoning your duties.
It's not just because we're family, because I don't feel that obligation towards my mother. It's because I have a good relationship with my brother. It's because if something happened to me, he would actually help me out the same way I would help him out. These other people don't help you out, but they think you should consider their opinions.
Well, considering a person's opinions, whether they help me or not, has nothing to do with whether I consider their opinions, right? That's kind of
the most consequential decisions about life and death. They have no standing whatsoever.
It's just an opinion. Like watching Oprah tell me I should eat less fucking carbs or something. It's just an opinion.
It's not just an opinion, because their opinions translates to violence, because they have the state and monopoly on physical force on their side. I do not. So they get to use their opinions and vote, and then my rights are taken away based on their opinions.
I thought we were talking about the brother whom you loved. I wasn't talking about the state.
I'm talking about duties, and so the state has these illegitimate duties based on force, and I'm talking about mutual benefits, mutual duties, or that are reciprocal, that I voluntarily chose.
Right.
So I have no duties just because I exist.
But now that you're here, you got duties to those who've been nice to you, like your brother.
And that's probably the only person that I would have a duty to. But at the same time, my brother respects my right. So I would respect, if he wanted to pull the plug, I would respect his right, and we've already had the conversation. He basically said, well, make sure you get your affairs in order, make sure you leave a trust or whatever. We had a whole conversation. So if I was like on life support, I would give him full authority to make that decision.
Let me ask you, what would the place that you want to remain in, what would it look like? Would you be happy? I know, first of all, it'd be stateless, but give me what you'd be doing throughout a day, or what people in general, what would I see? Would I see the same stores? Fill me in on what I got over there once I leave the state.
Yeah, it would be a localized economy that was self-sufficient. Everybody would be producing their own food. Everybody would have a relationship with things that are produced, because the division of labor would be clear of who produced what. Everybody would have a part in their community, and it'd be a very, very decentralized government. They would only have authority on things that are community based, like public roads, public goods, things like that. But when it comes to individual rights, they would have no say whatsoever. What you do with your life, whether you have a right to earn a livelihood, all occupational licenses would be abolished. All housing codes and zoning laws, they would be completely prohibited. It would just be a free society with very, very limited government.
And very few laws, like speed limits. Assuming you're big enough and have a car, speed limits wouldn't really be a thing, because people have the right to have fun. If they want, fly off the road. Yeah.
Right. I mean, if you harm somebody, then you should be held liable, but not
I dig it.
preemptively.
Mm-hmm. I dig it. I try and picture what they'll look like from time to time. Matter of fact, I think that's what Kent kicked me off this panel for. I was saying that the speed signs should be suggestions. I think that's what
They are suggestions, by the way. Those those are not hard speed limits. That is a prima facie standard of what a reasonably prudent driver should operate their vehicle in. But it's not a hard speed limit. So, for example, you can actually show that based on the weather conditions, you went over the suggested speed limit and you were still driving reasonably prudent. A lot of people don't know that. They think that that speed limit is like a set limit. It's not.
I did not know that I could argue in court if I was doing 75 and a 70 and the cop gives me a ticket, I was still being reasonably prudent. I didn't know that was a counter argument.
Yeah, I don't know all the laws in every state, but my state says that, and I believe that is a universal thing.
Yeah, they're speed suggestions technically.
Because they have to do these, what do you call those? These engineering traffic studies, so they can determine what the speed limit is. And a lot of times they have not even actually done those engineering studies. So if you have a posted speed limit and they have not conducted the engineering traffic study, that speed limit is illegitimate. You can
I've heard that part, yeah.
Traffic ticket dismissed. But you have to do discovery and request that they produce it, because they're not going to volunteer that information.
I think I'm abandoned you cats. A couple of my buddies went live. All right, this was great, man. I mean, I needed this, especially considering how fucked up these panels been lately. All right, I'll be back.
Make sure you come back.
For sure, man. This was great. Be easy.
And do let us know what the hell happened in Chicago tonight. Waiting to find out.
Why? What happened in Chicago?
There was everywhere.
It was being Chicago.
Oh my gosh! See, I wasn't up here all day, and it's I come up here. He comes up here. It's like, and they told it. They said as soon as I come up here, he's going to show up.
Well,
dude, you've been here all day, and
No, I just came up here. I was not here all day.
He is subscribed, as are you.
Yeah, he's subscribed, just like anyone.
No, they kept asking me. They were asking me earlier to come up, and they were saying as soon as you come up here, he's going to show up.
He came here. He's been on this show before you, probably on the streams and after you. I mean, it's just.
But why did he come up here when I was not here? Why did he wait until I came up?
Because he's probably doing shit in his day-to-day life, and then he just had a moment. He saw we were live and came on.
Wait, who's this?
Okay, but his first response is never to address anybody else. It's always to address me.
I mean,
well, that's because he has a bone. It's the Earth Dogs in the chat. Earth Dogs and LA go back and forth on various matters. LA, that's because he has a point of contention with you at the moment.
That's because he's a stalker.
I don't think he's contacted you personally, knocked on your door, rang your place of work. It's a bit hard.
Cyber stalker.
Does he follow you to other places?
Yes, he has.
Yes.
No.
Yes, he's followed me to 2 different channels. He's followed me on my. He's followed me on 2 different live streams. I blocked him, and then he created a fake account. He's followed. Oh my gosh, this guy is so damn annoying.
Well, I mean, surely you don't want to limit his right to speech, right? So
exactly.
I
mean,
exactly, yeah.
And stand up for himself.
Freedom of speech only applies to the state.
I don't really want this to be
he has no right to come on my channel, and even if he does have freedom of speech, he's not entitled to my response. So if
but you do respond to him. I defend the right for all my trolls to call me all sorts of names on the internet. I have the right to block them.
Right,
but you're going to have to get used to this if you don't want the state looking after you. This is what it would be like.
This has nothing to do with the state. It's called freedom of association.
If you want to go back to nature, this is what will happen. People, there'll be people, saying what they want to you, and there'll be no police.
He can say whatever he wants, but I don't have to listen to it.
I'm not saying he's doing anything criminal, but I'm just saying there'll be nobody looking out for you.
Yeah, you don't have to read it when he types. You know that, right?
Because they'll read it out, or
what?
On
Let
my
someone else read it
channel,
out.
I have all these flying monkeys who will repeat everything that he says. They'll come. Did you hear what he said?
I don't like that. That's a slandering statement to make, calling people a flying monkey, because you're basically saying.
Oh no, I mean on his own channel, he does have people trying to instigate, and yeah, it's because they want LA to react. And
no, a flying monkey is a clinical term that narcissists have flying monkeys who do their dirty work.
Like again, so what? Like they come on and say they disagree with you and poke at you. Is that it? Is that all?
Well, the irony is that
I purposely blocked him, and I'm not looking at anything he posts. Why would they come?
Why do you get so annoyed, LA? It's only just someone disagreeing with you.
Because he could talk
it's literally just one person.
It's one person who disagrees with you about something, and then you get highly.
It's not just a disagreement.
If he were to say it to my face, I would knock his fucking teeth out. That's why.
Whoa.
It's not just disagreement either.
Whoa.
He can only say that stuff from behind his laptop, but he would never say that to my face. He would be picking his teeth off the fucking ground.
Fucking hell.
Like, what is it that he said that that you think warrants a punch in the face?
I'm not. You know,
not a fan of his book.
Enough time.
He didn't like his book.
Well, I will tell you right now. I'm pretty sure. I think your book's probably stupid. I mean, I'll read it if you really want. But
I think you being a statist breeder makes you stupid. So congratulations.
See how it doesn't bother me?
Yeah, but you don't go around punching people in the face for disagreeing.
Okay, well, he deserves to be punched in his face because he talks shit behind his damn laptop and he harasses people. So he would never say that to my face.
Oh no.
I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure.
I'm gonna go have a beer.
I'm sure. You can say that from Japan. Come to the United States, pull up and say it to my face.
Enjoy the beer.
Oh my days. What the fuck is this?
It's the internet.
It's the bandana wars. The fucking West Side against East Side. Fucking I don't want to be involved.
I just don't get it. If somebody doesn't like you go your way, I go my way. Why do you have to keep
well, maybe look, to play devil's advocate, maybe he thinks your ideas are dangerous.
Okay, even if he does believe they're dangerous,
if you thought someone's ideas
he doesn't even live in my country.
LA, one second. If you thought someone's ideas were dangerous, but also not only unhinged and dangerous, but likely to influence vulnerable people to do deranged and unhinged things, would you want to stop them?
He does not live in my country. He lives in Japan. What I do in the United States has nothing to do with him.
Anyway,
you guys keep trying to get him the benefit.
We've had enough for one Finding Gnosis show. We've had enough for one Finding Gnosis show. I just wish you guys could come on and talk without the emotions getting in the way.
I wish he would just leave me alone.
I think you get very emotional about it, LA. And I mean, I understand you're upset, but just remember, it's just words on the internet.
Okay,
I'll take that back. I understand you get upset, but just accept, like, when you put your book out there, you're going to get haters, unfortunately. That's the way it works.
I'll debate him, but it has to be in person.
Rubbish.
If he comes to the United States and debates me in person, I'll agree to that. But I'm not going to debate him over the internet.
I mean, that's quite... Some might say that stinks of entitlement. Like, as if
okay, no, it's not entitlement because he wants the debate, not me.
You're not being serious, right?
I get nothing out this.
LA. That's bad faith in terms of if you want your argument to be taken seriously, you should be open to receiving critique.
No, because when he talks smack, then I get the opportunity.
I mean, what type of a tyrannical author publishes?
On what planet is he not open to critique? He's been up here being criticized for the last hour and a half.
That's true.
I just don't like him specifically. It has nothing to do with what.
Yeah, Yerf Dogs is a gaslighting liar and a bullshit artist. I don't like him either.
Right.
And he does follow LA around.
I'm not sure why you're the only one who see. Well, you're not the only one because other people are seeing it too.
Where did he follow him to? I don't know anything about this.
I think there was like a panel verse thing.
Two different channels. Actually, three. Two. I'm trying to remember. And he was on your channel when I was in your comment
He
section.
just turned up, and this
respond
was
to
the
that.
topic. Well, he has been subscribed to it for a long time, and in terms of panel verse, I believe he was on Raging Tomatoes and Squash and all these other guys like a few weeks back, not just recently. They came. See, what happens is people come on here, and then because I finish early, depending on the time zone, they follow them to other streams. That's what happens, isn't it?
Yeah, but I watched Yerf Dog come to another stream and mute up for 3 hours. And then LA came on and he was all jibby jabbies. He had everything to say. And it was all about LA. And then we asked him to talk about his views. And I asked him if he could please do it without even mentioning LA. And he couldn't get 3 words in before he made it about LA.
Right. And he felt the bar exam. It's like, make your own argument. Stop bottom feeding.
What does, excuse my ignorance, what does bottom feeding mean?
Meaning he's a parasite, meaning he eats other people's shit. He's like a cat.
He's a Clostomus.
I mean, that sounds, it's a weird analogy to fucking use for someone fucking replying to you on the internet.
He eats my shit, my leftovers, so he can feel for himself.
I don't know. LA, I don't know what started all of this, but I just wish it would, go away.
I mean, could it be what he said, that the dude follows him around everywhere and harasses him?
Like, is that because LA isn't open to criticism? Is that it?
No. Why do you keep saying that? He just got done. He gets criticized. He gets criticized on a daily basis on this channel and everywhere he goes. He has very controversial views, and he has no problem defending them in public against anyone. He just doesn't like this guy. And why do you think he doesn't like this guy? Well, ask him, and what does he say? Well, because the guy's an asshole, and he follows me around, and he cyberstalks me. So could that be the reason then instead? Could it be exactly what he's telling you?
There must be a beef there somewhere between them.
Yeah, the beef is that the guy cyberstalks him and talks shit about him personally instead of addressing the issues. That's the beef. LA doesn't like that. I don't like it either. I don't like the guy because of the way he treats LA. I don't even know the guy and I already don't like him.
But maybe...
I think he's a cyberstalking bully and I don't like him.
He says your account of matters is bullshit.
Yeah, and coming from the guy who said that there's no real corruption in the American jurisprudence system.
I don't think he said that. I saw that panel.
He did. That's exactly what he said. He said corruption is rare. It's not the norm, it's the exception.
He made a blanket statement that I was full of shit, but he couldn't say anything specific.
At this time of night, seriously. For me, I don't want to have this fucking World War III, Then, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
You're all big boys, and I don't know what to say. Only get a sense of humor, maybe. And
now you don't have a sense of humor because you don't like people cyberstalking you.
But it's not funny when I crack jokes about him, though. Because when he goes low, I'm going to go.
Yeah, then Ellie's just being emotional.
Exactly. I'm not the first person.
I'm going to say he can come on here. He can come on here then, and you can have a little talk if you both.
No,
want.
if he comes, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Tea and crumpets.
There is a final remark from Yerf Dogs on the matter saying, "Hey, Denizen, go and watch the conversation on his channel between him and LA."
Yes.
I suppose that's where it all started. I suppose.
What a loser! I mean, you don't have anything better to do than to clip old live streams and what the hell? Get a life.
Nah, I don't have a life. I clip from D&W's channel and make songs.
I can't even bother to clip. I use AI to clip.
You don't even clip your own stuff. You use AI for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He says the whole live stream is up. It's not a clip. So will we just politely leave it there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Soap is coming in to save the day. She says the
Aetherius
Society is a UFO-based new religion movement founded in 1955 by George King, blending spiritualism and extraterrestrial beliefs.
Does it still exist?
Is that in Australia? Did you see
Is
that?
that her? Hello.
Yeah, they believe that Jesus is from Venus. Sorry, I'm like numb. I can't
You have
talk.
to come from somewhere.
Does it still exist, or is it like an old one?
Yeah, our imagination.
No, it's still there. It still exists. It's very weird.
Is it you said you found it today. Did you find it on the internet, or did you find it in Australia as you came home from the dentist?
No, I found it on Instagram. There was a video of them like worshipping. I know they were like wearing robes and stuff. I'll try and find the video and I'll send it to you.
Do they look like
but
nice
yeah,
people?
Okay.
I'll have to. I actually only saw the first part of it.
Look, this is the account that the Earth Dogs is giving. This account, LA.
Oh,
You
yeah,
sought him out specifically to review your book, and because his words,
I'm so tired of talking about him.
You sought him
Didn't
out
we move
because
on?
you.
I thought we changed the subject. I thought we changed the subject. Why was it?
He's saying because you didn't like his review.
Stop
and you didn't-
relaying
and
what
because
he
he
has
didn't.
to say. Like,
Well,
I gotta say that after hearing Yerf Dog's argumentation on the panel that we were both on, LA made a gross misjudgment if he assumed he was intelligent and had insight.
right. That's where I miscalculated because I thought he had some actual constructive critiques.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
So
He had a childlike understanding of the law and the legal system.
Hello to zombies. You're on the Finding Gnosis Show. I don't know who you are, but welcome.
He's got a headlight on his forehead, which means he means serious business. He can night hunt those zombies.
Hello, no, we have to let zombies talk. Zombies, you're on the Finding Gnosis Show. What the hell's going on?
Zombies.
We're definitely in a zombie. I'm a zombie.
Oh, I remember you. You're the man who was an alcoholic, and you said you'd give up drinking. You look different. Have you given up the drink?
I'm trying. I quit drinking for like 10 days, but today I've been drinking. So, oh fuck.
Oh, mate, you gotta fucking get that shit in order, bro.
What are you doing with the headlight? Are you going into a cave? What's going on?
Well, I'm outside and it's raining.
Okay.
You never know what a zombie might be there.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I wanted to address this religion they were talking about. Isn't that kind of like Scientology?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, isn't that what they believe? That the gods are like aliens that are going to come back?
Thetians.
Don't Mormons?
But they're already
technically
here. They
believe
live
that?
inside of you.
Don't Mormons believe you get your own planet, or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, the video
Yeah, but we're not aliens.
Yeah, apparently they worship aliens, so literal worship, wearing robes and all. It's really weird. Never
Is it
heard of
weird? We have a
before.
whole industry based on Superman. He's an alien.
Is he? Oh yeah, right. That's true. But that's fiction, though. Are they
I know, but I'm
thinking
just
that
saying
it's
we could
real?
still like aliens.
So you're saying Scientology and Christianity aren't fiction?
Yeah, because it sounds like fiction to me.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to F off the live.
Oh.
Take the live. I'm going to unalive this live. And yeah, you guys can stay here and chat backstage if you want. No problem. But it's been an interesting one. And I'm sorry about the little moments of, Discord where people were disagreeing with each other and fighting, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Hopefully, Vegan Equilibrium, do you want to run the show in my absence? You've just arrived.
Hello.
Hello. Do you want to run the show for a while if I go?
I was kind of hoping you would hang out a little bit longer, but because I'm not going to be here much longer.
Like how long?
You're not going to be online much longer.
Right.
All right. I'll give you, seeing as it's you, I'll give you 10 minutes. How about that? I am tired, but go ahead.
No, that's nice.
What do you want to say, Vegan Equilibrium?
Well, I'm just, I know the war that's going on right now, it's not immediately affecting us per se, because we're not in that part of the world, but seeing seeing some of the headlines and even just seeing footage of the Iron Dome shooting down drones or missile or rockets or whatever, it's scary, man. It freaks me out. It makes me anxious.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Sometimes when I went into my ultimate doom kind of thinking, I would think about the end of the world and in my view, when I was really catastrophizing and depressed, the inevitability that there was going to be a major war at some point and everyone was everything's going to go to shit, and it was a kind of scary thought to think that people will be caught up in that I care about, perhaps even. But even now, there's no need to think about it in that sense, because there are people going through that right now. Why shouldn't I care about them just because they're not related to me or I don't know them, But yeah, we a lot of us assume. Sorry.
Plus, I think about what you say all the time about how it's this place is like a hell, all the shit, that's not even that's just the icing on the cake, really. There's I just think about how no one gives a fuck about animals, and animals go through so much shit. There's just no real change in their mind.
No.
There's no change in people's mind about what happens to other humans, and just I think about all the plastic, all the fucking plastic. I'm we're fucked, man. It's fucked.
Denizen will not agree with you. He's been quite positive on our possible survival and flourishment. Cougar Duma would agree with you. I think it is bad, but doesn't mean we don't have to try and sort it out.
I think that as an American myself, that I have a privileged viewpoint, because in my lifetime, I'm nearly half a century now, and in my lifetime we've been in a constant state of there being violent actions around the world. I don't like to say war, because in America it's not war till our Congress declares it, but we've had a lot of warlike actions with Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, and other places in my lifetime, and none of it's actually hit home for me. It's always on the other side of the world, so I don't I have a point of privilege at looking at it from afar.
We've always been at war with East Asia.
Right, but I'm just saying for me, I see it as I feel kind of privileged, because even in World War II, the Brits had bombs coming in. We didn't.
Right. There was a rumor today. According to the news, it was just a rumor that was not verified by any intelligence agency that Iran was gonna strike California, or was planned, or wanted to plan something.
They can try.
Yeah, right. They can try. I mean, it like apparently it's not real, like because they're saying that there's no military intelligence that has received any such threat. But just like thinking about that, I mean, it's just like, shit, dude, my best friend in the whole world lives in LA, you know?
It would suck for people who live in LA, but it would be the end of Iran.
Well, let's be clear, though. All Iran has to really do is say they want to attack California and then tell their people that they successfully did it to get the propaganda appeal that they want from it. They don't even have to actually hit California. The AI can make them enough pictures to make it. Because I saw an AI picture of them blowing our biggest aircraft carrier out of the water that they were circulating to their people.
I just want to respond to your vegan comment. Like, I was actually about to make some anti-vegan content, but I thought I'm going to upset people like Chickpea, and so maybe I shouldn't do that. And so it's like, okay, maybe I don't agree with veganism, but I still care about like vegans, you know. So that made me think about it. Because before, when I would do it, I wasn't doing it to real people. You guys were just like random people posting comments, and I don't know. I didn't think about it like that. So I don't want to upset Chickpea, so I'm not going to do it. But I still, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to respect people, even though I don't agree with their approach.
I love you for that, LA. Like, you just made some big feels go off for me in a good way, not a bad way.
Right. I mean, because neither of us agree with it, but we still like want to respect other people and how they feel. Because I saw how upset she was the other day.
Well, I love that you're thinking that way, especially being how, with Chickpea specifically, how cruel she was to you and I both, and another gentleman, in the name calling and degrading because she got so emotional, and you're still concerned about upsetting her.
I
And
rather
love
enjoy
that
being
about
a silly little man.
I don't mind being called fat because I know I'm not.
It's one of the best insults I've received. And I did try to retort, but YouTube wouldn't let me say massive hateful cunt.
I actually I've had her song stuck in my head since DNW played it. Cheer up, Chickpea, blah 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 blah.
Is it Lex Friedman? What's his name? That podcaster. What's his name?
Lex Friedman is a podcaster.
Yeah, you sound a little bit like him, Denison. Does anyone else think that? Just a little bit.
Oh,
I thought he sounded like the dude that does the AI, the videos talking to AI.
No, he sounds a little bit like Lex Friedman, but you speak faster than he does.
That is quite a compliment. Thank you.
Wait, are you the guy that does those videos where you're like talking to AI, challenging it, and like make like, you know what I'm talking about?
I do that in my Discord, but I don't make videos.
Oh, okay. You sound just like that, dude.
Yeah, I like to point out, I like to get the AI to expose itself as not knowing anything, deliberately lying, and deliberately gaslighting. And I post it for fun in my Discord, but I haven't made any videos about it.
So there's a guy that sounds just like you who does either Instagram or YouTube videos of him like basically doing just what you just said.
Yeah. Yeah, I do that, but unless I'm being recorded without my permission and put on Instagram, it's not me.
Can I just say something going forward? I don't want some like awkwardness on the stream. LA, is there like a treaty proposal, perhaps, that if UF Dogs does come on here, you don't talk about certain things?
I don't want him talking to me at all. Like, he doesn't exist to me. I wish I didn't exist to him.
He can come on here, but he doesn't talk. He doesn't. You don't have to answer him, isn't it?
He won't do it though. He'll just take some kind of jab. So I just would rather not. He can come on here. I can't control who you bring on your show, but I'm just going to leave.
You should stick around and build some resilience.
I don't think LA lacks resilience. I think he just chooses who he wants to associate with.
That's fair enough.
I understand how LA feels and how DNW feels, because at one of the shows I like to go to regularly, there's a guy who comes and I just can't stand him. And I love the host and I absolutely want to hang out with the host. And I haven't in a long time because this asshole, and that's the only way I can describe this man, is up there before I can get there, and I just can't join in. So I can totally understand how you feel, LA. It's not even about like trying to control the environment. It's about setting boundaries for yourself.
I'm trying to think about who that is now.
Oh, King Steven.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, he's kind of a useless troll.
Okay, Cougar Duma. What's going on?
Nothing. I just heard you mention my name, and you know how it is. If you speak the devil's name, you summon him.
Yeah,
I thought it was like 3 times or something.
Yeah, he's eager this one. I think it was just because Vegan Equilibrium was going on a downward spiral of doom. And
He had a little bit of existentialism going on.
Yeah, and I was saying Cougar Doom probably would agree with you there.
Well, I'm always good for some existential dread.
Oh yeah, me too. By the way,
although actually,
I just think we're gonna make it.
I'm kind of misunderstood, because even though I understand the probability of doom, I have a very high P doom, as they say. I'm actually kind of optimistic. I mean, I'm really optimistic. So, I mean, I'm the optimistic doomer. Does that play at all with anybody?
I mean, it could, but so far I haven't seen your optimism. Only the doom.
Oh, okay.
I've only just gotten to know you, though.
Okay, that's fine. I'm complex. I can give you some optimism. So, is that okay?
Uh-oh. I feel like I'm gonna regret this.
Yeah.
Okay, you probably will, because my doom and my optimism is all science. So here's some sciencey doom. The carrying capacity of the Earth for humans is determined most recently by our consumption of fossil fuels, which we must stop doing. When we can no longer consume fossil fuels willy-nilly because of climate change and global heating, then we're not going to be able to support 8,000 million people. Therefore, we can only support, probably, my best estimate is, and it's a bit back of the envelope, but about 8,000 million people. I mean, not 8,000 million, 8 million people. So 1/10 of 1%. However, I'm optimistic, because I think that once we get to that point, those people will be living optimal human lives, village life, productive, small communities, hyperlocal, appropriate technology, sustainable technology, light industries, and everyone having purpose at that point. Everyone will know their place. They'll know what they have to do. They know that they belong. And there won't be so many people in the world that anyone's going to really challenge that.
Right.
So,
but why don't you factor antinatalism into your calculus? Like, you're not saying anything about procreation.
no, I'm not. I'm saying something about death cults, but that's different.
No, but you said that the population would have to be drastically reduced, which implies that people should stop procreating.
No. People can procreate all they want to. There will be more predation than there is procreation.
Okay, but then they're going to procreate and people are just going to die then. That's
Correct.
pretty much what you're saying.
Correct. But let's point out that right now there are many movements in the industrialized world, and that includes Asia, where women are choosing, well, men and women, but women are the gatekeepers here. They are choosing not to have children, specifically because they don't want to be held responsible for their own feelings, to bringing someone into a world that is as hellish as it is and is about to become. So women
That's
are choosing.
antinatalism.
Women are choosing. This is not a hard sell, okay? Not a hard sell.
I'm choosing that too. That was my choice. That was the
this is
most
not-
determinative factor for me, when I was in my 20s.
And that was like my choice was like, I don't want to fucking bring someone here to suffer the way I have suffered. or worse.
I don't want to.
Christine's
I don't want to bring
wanna-
another slave here.
Well, women tend to be a bit more optimistic than all that.
The wise one. Yes. Are they who work for peace? I can't help but notice you have Jesus and Buddha, which the
Lord Babaji.
but they're all part of your belief system. Because
Yeah, sure.
if I understand it right, they're all from other. They're aliens.
They're aliens. Yeah.
That makes way more sense
were
than the
aliens.
Christian
Where's
worldview.
Jesus from?
Venus.
Why Venus?
Never mind. I changed my mind.
Buddha as well.
So is Dr. King, the founder of the church, and your leader, is he alien or human?
He's from Mars, and so he was born as a human person. And so there was a portion of his consciousness from the higher being, which was in his body. Now, this is one of the rare video footage of Dr. King going into trance.
I am known is Ethereus. Where do you come from? The planet Venus. We have indeed
Damn, he learned English
been
fast.
visiting this Earth of yours for some 18 million of your Earth years.
Okay, thanks for that. That's the religion you found today, Christine, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty weird.
Cool.
Yeah, funny.
We got someone here called I Am No Man. I Am No Man. You're on the Finding Gnosis Show. What would you like to say?
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
I just popped.
Greetings.
God bless you all. Good to be with you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Good.
What I like to
And we
say, I
have,
mean, I'll speak the simple truth, right? God saved all before it even began. God is all. The end. But
Hell
I'm down
yeah.
to talk about anything or just sit quiet, whatever it is.
No need to worry about the world's problems or any suffering, man. We all got it. God figured it out already. Cha-ching. All right, where the white women at?
That is the world's problem. Simply, is that they've been lied
Disobey,
to.
disobey. You're on the Finding Gnosis Show, brother. What would you like to say?
How you doing? How you doing? Not a lot. Loads of thoughts in the head, but
I love your avatar.
yeah, so do I. But
If one stares into the abyss, eventually the abyss stares back.
how's it going, man? I don't know, DM. Where are we going? You know, there's somebody talking about world pollution. You know,
Around the sun.
we're blowing up oil plants and ships. And where's all that oil being flown into the sea, polluting us all? You know.
Apparently, some crazy shit is happening, isn't there? In that little strait there between Iran and Saudi Arabia. I forget what it's called.
Is the Strait of Hormuz? Is raw oil pollution though? It's just plant blood and dinosaur blood.
If you're blowing ships up, of course there is.
How do you figure? It's just comes out of the ground.
Well, I mean,
it's polluting the seas, brother. You know.
Polluting it how?
It's not supposed to be like it. It's not supposed to like. I'm not. I shouldn't say supposed to. But if we're exposed to it, when it's in the ground, we're not exposed to it. It's stuck in the ground. But if it's brought up to the surface, then it's harmful to many animals and plants and creatures, and you know.
Ah, fuck 'em, they'll be all right.
It's a bit like slurry. Slurry can be problematic to wildlife if it flows into rivers or lakes.
There's everywhere, but you wouldn't want your house buried in it, right?
Yeah, but
Wait, what's everywhere?
Every day.
Dirt.
We're dictated to every day by green politics. You've got to be clean. You've got to do this. You've got to drive an electric car. And at the same time, they're out bombing fucking ships. It doesn't make
I don't
any
do
sense.
that shit.
You know?
I keep getting older and older vehicles.
You know, well,
Fuck
it's
'em.
getting pretty tight here in Europe, you know? no nuclear plants, that we're going green, we're doing this, we're doing that. At the same time, they're sending fucking ships out to bomb other fucking... It's unreal, man.
That going green is just bullshit.
Yeah.
Nuclear is the greenest we know.
That's what I'm saying.
It's another form of wealth distribution from the productive first world nations to the emerging economies around the world.
It's all business, huh?
Well, I mean, they can't just ask us to cooperate. So, in their defense, what else are they supposed to do?
Force us. Just
Yeah.
like they did with COVID.
Yeah, with everything.
Yeah.
But again, if we could be dealt with rationally, they wouldn't have to. They could just ask us. But if they did, we'd tell them to fuck off.
Yeah.
I've got to get mine. I can't be bothered with some Syrian bastard's problems.
Yeah.
It's all very terrifying.
My wife needs a new car. We can't just have the one car because then I have to get up early and drop her off at work. And how are the kids going to get home from school? So we need two cars. And the kids need cell phones. This Syrian bastard's talking about drought. What am I supposed to do?
Why aren't we Syrian bastards? That's a bit rude. Why are you calling them Syrian bastards?
Because they're having a hard time with global warming.
Syrian bastards. Oh,
yeah. They're being displaced all around Europe. I don't know if you've heard about it.
Well, I live in Europe. I should know.
Yeah, so those brown people on rafts, I hear them from Syria. Other places too, I suppose.
I don't mind a bit of racist, but fuck me, like. I think the biggest problem is fucking governments.
Maybe more the pricks that run them.
Yeah, but you got one in the USA. He's called Trump.
Yes, he's quite a prick. That's true. Maybe one of the biggest pricks, some might say.
Oh, that what do you say? What I think, you know.
Yes, but you, sir, are fake news.
What?
I think at one point, Yerf Dogs had mentioned that, like, what's the difference between, like, Trump and any of the other presidents? Like, aren't they all assholes? But, like, didn't Trump, like, try and, like, Trump tried to do an insurrection.
No.
I don't know if any of the other presidents ever tried that.
When on, like, January 6th?
Yeah.
Well, I heard theories that was, like, a psyop, so who knows? No, I just think all of the presidents are just part of one big club and they're all friendly with one another. That's honestly what I think.
They are.
Yeah, of course.
CEOs.
I against that.
It's the
People
board of
have a right
directors that
to.
installs them.
People have a right to dismantle their government, and so to call it an insurrection and act like it's the most treasonous thing ever. Democracy is supposed to be based on the consent of the governed, so everybody has the right to have a so-called insurrection. I don't think that Trump instigated it. He basically gave moral support for it. I don't think that he called for any violence. I don't even like Donald Trump. I think he's been a shit.
They wanted to hang Mike Pence and kill what's her face? Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi?
Yes, Pelosi, yeah.
Would have been the greatest thing for the country in the last
I don't
100
think
years.
anyone wanted to do that. That was definitely no insurrection. To even call it such is like it's just confusing history. And I'm
Yeah,
an
the
Irishman.
problem with
I
the
know about
insurrection is that it wasn't an insurrection.
Yeah,
They've
it
been doing
wasn't.
it
And
forever.
insurrection is violent, you know. And those people were like half of them were like agents anyway. So yeah.
They pooped on her
That was
desk and then
literally
went home.
Yeah,
I mean, in a
just a
way, I do
gathering.
feel that I do think that
Went a
election
little
was
crazy.
stolen from Trump, but now he's been on his revenge tour and he's taken out on the American people, not on the people who screwed him over.
True.
Yeah, and on fucking like half of the world right now, especially like in the global south, he's taking it out on them.
Sorry.
I don't think he liked being brought up on charges and having to be fingerprinted and hauled and hauled into jail and all that. So
Oh,
I think he,
that didn't mean much. It was only for a day, and I think that was staged too.
I think
I
all of
don't
it
think he
is
liked
a
it.
written story being played out.
No, they were trying to destroy him financially and criminally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but his career went up afterwards, so I don't get it. Like I have a feeling that was just part of like an arc to make him appear like something of a hero when he's not. He's just like I can't say the word because I'll get booted off. But yeah, we'll just leave it
Puppet?
at that. No, it's a
Prostitute.
it's a
Somebody just
three-letter
said
word. I can't say it.
Trump is
No, he's
just a
not.
fucking,
Trump is not what you're alluding to.
Trump is just a muppet. He's not running.
Exactly, but he's a
He's not
puppet for
running
a
this
group of
show.
people that I can't say.
Trump is just your messenger.
Yeah, he is a messenger for a group of people I cannot say.
USA.
That's because I have the best words.
He's the face of the corporation.
He's
Okay,
just
but
your
all
He
messenger.
doesn't do
presidents
anything
are.
except to be.
I've been to the best schools. I know the best words.
Trump is no different, though. They're all puppets for Israel.
They all are, exactly.
Israel
Yeah.
itself
Israel
is
is the
nothing.
perfect scapegoat for U.S. foreign policy.
The countries are just fronts.
Talk about the people behind Trump.
It's just a CIA asset.
You
I think
saw.
It's a military outpost in the Middle East.
Oh, I think it's the other way around. I think that they have more say.
That's
here.
exactly what they want you to think, so that they
Why?
can blame the Zionists for everything that we're doing.
There's no difference between them at the top, behind the scenes. Like they're all
No.
just friends. They own the businesses. They decide who's put in
No,
the.
They're all still trying to kill each
podiums.
other, though.
They're
They
not.
make all the plans.
Read the
They're not friends. They're
the
not friends.
the
He's
protocols of
actually being
Zion.
blackmailed. He's actually
The
being
protocols of
blackmailed.
Zion have been widely debunked.
No, but it's oh come on.
It's a shit show, and everybody's suffering.
The protocols of Zion.
Trump did not want to attack Iran. He was blackmailed into it. He didn't have a choice.
Yeah, because he has no will of his. Yeah, exactly. He was blackmailed into it. Yeah, but it seems to me that he's kind of enjoying it now.
Maybe it's because fucking Israel have got the
Exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Is that those guys control America?
You know?
Like, there's no other way around it. Like those people have so
definitely
much.
don't. America created Israel.
Yeah, but who
No,
created
no,
America?
it's
The
actually
Freemasons
the
who were
British
Jews.
did it. The British did it.
The British at first in the
We are the British.
1915 Sykes Protocol, when the British invaded the Ottoman Empire, the rightful rulers of like the Middle East, the French and the British, and they carved up. They made fake countries like Iraq and Syria and Jordan just to like destabilize the Arabs.
Fake country, Iran?
No, Iraq. Iraq.
Iraq, sorry.
Not Iran. Iran is actually pretty old and ancient. It still has its borders, but Iraq, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, those are like new states, relatively speaking. Like they didn't exist. Like Arabs were just underneath one identity. That was Islam. Like there was no such thing as like an Iraqi, a Syrian, a Jordanian, a whatever,
Israeli.
Well, Israelis are from Europe.
Well, they're Jews, but as far as my memory jogs, I think it was the Turks that handed over the land of Israel to the Brits.
That's because they were invaded during World War I by both the British and the French. They were invaded by them, so they had no choice, and they were greatly weakened. Like they had no power anymore, so they really had no choice. And it's interesting you say that about the Ottoman Empire, because one of the last emperors to like be Ottoman, the last emperor or like the last like ruler of the Ottoman Empire, he hated the idea of Israel and he was like killed for it. And they replaced him with the young Turks who were like liberal, democratic, secular Western people. And yeah, and they pretty much gave like Palestine to the British to like, destabilize them.
That's correct, yeah. Fair play to you, man.
Yeah, look up like the young Turks. They were the ones that like orchestrated the Armenian genocide. They were like the prototypes of like what happened in like the 30s and 40s in like Germany.
Did you hear that Trump wanted to send in the Kurds?
Oh my God, dude, the Kurds.
Oh my God, that would have been a disaster.
Everybody uses the Kurds, and nobody likes them.
Been a fucking
Iraqis hate
disaster.
them.
The Turks
The
would have went
Syrians
nuts,
hate them.
man.
Turks hate them. Everyone hates the Kurds inside the Middle East. Like, I kind of feel bad for them, but they freaking still fall for like these Israeli American psyops to like rebel against like things that will not work out in their favor. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not trying to be like a dismissive towards a group of people, but like the Kurds, I do not know how to feel about them.
I'll be closing the show soon. If anybody wants to come on and chat backstage, get on now. I'll be closing in a few minutes.
Like nobody in that region likes the Kurds. Like Saddam Hussein wanted them all gone, you know.
I'm surprised by people like Roseanne Barr, because she was not always a Zionist. Like, she ran for president back in, what was that, 2006? No, 2012. And I
Yeah,
actually
she ran for
voted for her
presidency.
because she was against Zionism, and now she's like hardcore.
That's because she was blackmailed or brainwashed. Either one, like probably both. Yeah.
Fatima,
But
What?
you have to look. You have to look. What does the word Zionist mean?
It means you unabashedly support the state of Israel no matter what, and you support its mandate and
Not
whatever
what it
downstream comes from that idea.
but Fatima, may I present an intellectual challenge to you?
What?
Can you spend 24 hours where every time you want to say they or them, you replace it with us and we?
Why?
Yeah, there's an honest woman. There's an honest woman.
Why?
Pity.
What difference is that gonna make? I can't say certain things on DNW's channel, or else it will get blacklisted by YouTube.
No. I mean, just as an intellectual experiment. It's a challenge to change your way of thinking
yeah.
a little bit. Instead of using every time consciously when you hear yourself say they, them, change it to us, we. Just try it. It's just a
Why?
challenge.
What's the
You don't
point
have
of
to
that?
do it.
I'm not doing what
I've
they're
got to
doing.
agree with that lady. I've got to agree with that
I'm not
lady.
doing what they're doing. I'm not fucking like a goy slap enthusiast.
But that's the point I was making to you before about this is your democracy, so you have to own it. This is your system.
Not me. I'm as I said, I'm leaving this place, so it doesn't matter for me.
Every place you go to, there's going to be another they, them until you start seeing us, we.
Whatever you say.
Everywhere you go, you are there.
Have you been
cannot run
everywhere? I
from
don't think
yourself.
so. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think you've been everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere you go, you are there. The problems are internal, not external.
How do you have the luxury of just picking up and moving from country to country like that?
It's a long story. I have family overseas that's still over there. Yeah.
Are you? I was going to make a joke, but are you sure you're not a globalist? Like, you're not
No,
one
far
of those
from
people?
it. Far from it. Like I want countries to succeed on their on their own terms. I want Iranians for Iranians, Iraqis for Iraq, and Burkina Fasans for Burkina Faso. And such and such. It's just that certain groups of people want to erase those cultures for whatever reason, probably because they just don't like other cultures, because they think that they're the chosen people.
An island for the Irish.
Yeah. Though I am skeptical of like I am skeptical of like leaders of countries that do sell out to these people I talk about. So I kind of lose respect for the country at large too.
Chickpea, get up here before he closes it down and we're all backstage.
Anyways, I'm gonna
You're
go
awake.
to sleep. See ya.
People are afraid of that when you suggest that they switch from a they them conversation to an us we conversation. They're afraid of that. It's taking responsibility rather than passing the onus on. We as a human race do these things to one another, and we can all say, well, I didn't do that. However, I've been in a lot of circumstances where the things I said, oh, I would never do that, I was put in a circumstance to convince me, oh yes, I would.
Everyone does everything.
I like that lady.
Everyone is everyone.
She said it perfectly. Thank you.
Well, I had my little phase where I was like Fatima, where I did that, and then I have to look at people as individuals. They don't all support the things that he's talking about.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I don't want to be specific because
You got about 2 minutes to get on now. We'll say 2 minutes. I've said 2 minutes. 2 minutes if you want to join. Chickpea's here. Guys,
Why are you
give
working so
closing
hard?
remarks. Go round clockwise from life abolitionism.
Yeah,
Give your
W,
closing
why are you
remarks.
working so hard
I'm not
this
going to say
evening?
anything. Just give your closing remarks in
Sorry.
clockwise from LA.
Oh, I wasn't prepared. Okay, well, I guess I'll apologize to Chickpea. I guess you were upset, so I try to be careful.
Why you want to apologize to me?
I just didn't want you to be upset about that whole conversation the other day. So
No, you didn't upset me.
okay.
No, I don't. Well, I don't remember. No, not upset.
All right. Well, that's good. So the next person.
Now we may have our differences, LA, but I agree with your take on life abolitionism. I agree with you 1,000,000%. And I do. So you're forgiven.
Thank you.
Hello.
Next. Who's next?
I think that would be Jen who said clockwise. Dennison, I think you would be next clockwise for closing.
Okay, we can skip to Cougar then.
Hi, everybody. Yes, I am Cougar Doomer, but always remember, on a fundamental level, I am optimistic.
Amen.
Marcus, hi.
Hello.
I'm quite good.
You're not children. You can follow instructions, can't you?
Apparently not.
So Marcus, why are you here this late in the day?
Richie, will you close them out for me because I'm in the middle of doing something. Sorry.
So it should be Duo Bay if they'd like to make any closing arguments, because I believe I Am No Man's closing argument or statement was amen. Duo Boy, do you have a closing statement?
Is that me?
Bay? It's a black screen next to me.
Disobey. That's me, yeah.
I can't read it.
I think we're all human beings. I don't think anybody with the right mind should be into wars. We're all human beings. Doesn't matter what part of the planet you come from.
Okay, I guess that would make me next. And I just want to say thanks again, DNW, and I hope some of you stick around. He said we could hang out in the backstage and chat, and I just got back, and I'm enjoying the chat if anybody else wants to stay with us. And I guess that goes to Chickpea next then.
Ashley, I've got insomnia, can't get to sleep, so I thought I'd pop back to see if you were still all here. You are. So, good night. I'm sorry, I was going to say good night, everyone. I've just got here. Oops.
Well, to the chat anyway, it's good night, isn't it? I guess Zephyr, that puts you up next. I know you just got here, but
I just got here. I've been hanging in the chat, and it's been really interesting, the discussion you guys have had. It's definitely gone further with the discussion than I've seen it go other places, and I appreciate it.
Well, hopefully you stick around for the back chat if people do.
I'm going to. That's why I showed up, because I was like, oh, I better pop in.
And then, Brother Marcus, did you want to say something before we go backstage?
God bless everyone. Yeah, I'm just doing some computer work, so I hopped on for the back chat.
Okay, guys. Look, we'll come back next time live. Thanks everybody tuned in and participating, and yeah, comment if you watch afterwards. Zeph, good to have you here. Sorry I can't stay to talk to you, but thanks for popping on. Hopefully you'll pop on next time when I'm on live.
I will, for
All
sure.
right. Take care, everybody. Enjoy your backstage because I'm going to bed.
Night, Grump.